helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. Since Cash App does fractional share trading, let me say that to me, it's a fascinating concept. The order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional orders from the investor is an algorithmic marvel. So big props to the Cash App engineers for that. I like it. Tech teams solve complicated problems to provide, in the end, a simple, effortless interface that abstracts away all the details of the underlying algorithm. And now, here's my conversation with Paul Krugman. What does a perfect world, a utopia, from an economics perspective look like?
Wow, I don't believe in perfection. I mean, somebody once said that this ideal was slightly imaginary Sweden. I like an economy that has a really high safety net for people, good environmental regulation. Not something that's kind of like some of the better run countries in the world, but with fixing all of the smaller things that are wrong with people.
What about wealth distribution?
Well, obviously, total equality is neither possible nor, I think, especially desirable. But I think you want one where nobody's hurting, and where everybody lives in the same material universe. Everybody is basically living in the same society. So I think it's a bad thing to have people who are so wealthy that they're really not in the same world as the rest of us.
What about competition? Do you see the value of competition when what may be its limits?
Oh, competition is great when it can work. I mean, there's I remember, I'm old enough to remember when there was only one phone company, and there was really limited choice. I think the arrival of multiple phone carriers and all that has actually been a really good thing, and that's true across many areas. But not every activity is suitable for competition. So there are some things like healthcare where competition actually doesn't work, and so it's not one size fits all.
That's interesting. Why does competition not work in healthcare?
Oh, there's a long list. There's a famous paper by Kenneth Arrow from 1963 that still holds up very well, where he kind of runs down the list of things you need for competition to work well. Basically, both sides of every transaction being well informed, having the ability to make intelligent decisions, understanding what's going on, and healthcare fails on every dimension.
Healthcare, so not health insurance, healthcare.
Well, both healthcare and health insurance. Health insurance being part of it, but no, health insurance is really the idea that there's effective competition between health insurers is wrong. And healthcare, I mean, the idea that you can comparison shop for major surgery is just when people say things like that, you wonder, are you living in the same world I'm living in?
That the piece of well-informed, that was always an interesting piece for me, just observing as an outsider, because such a beautiful world is possible when everybody's well-informed. A question for you is, how hard is it to be well-informed about anything, whether it's healthcare or any kind of purchasing decisions or just life in general in this world?
Oh, information, it varies hugely. I mean, there's more information at your fingertips than ever before in history. The trouble is, first of all, that some of that information isn't true, so it's really hard, and then some of it is just too hard to understand. So if I'm buying a car, I can actually probably do a pretty good job of looking up, going to consumer reports, reviews. You can get a pretty good idea of what you're getting when you get a car. If I'm going in for surgery, first of all, fairly often it happens without your being able to plan it. But also, there's medical school takes many years, and going on the internet for some advice is not usually a very good substitute.
So, speaking about news and not being able to trust certain sources of information, how much disagreement is there about, I mentioned utopia, perfection in the beginning, but how much disagreement is there about
utopia looks like, or is most of the disagreement simply about the path to get there?
Oh, I think there's two levels of disagreement. One, maybe not utopia, but justice. What is a just society? And there are different views. I teach my students that there are, broadly speaking, two views of justice. One focuses on outcomes. You ask yourself, a just society is the one you would choose if you were trying to the one that you would choose to live in if you didn't know who you were going to be. That's kind of John Rawls. And the other focuses on process. That just society is one in which there is no coercion except where absolutely necessary, and there's no objective way to choose between those. I'm pretty much a Rawlsian, and I think many people are. Anyway, there's a legitimate dispute about what we mean by a just society. Anyway, but then there's also a lot of dispute about what actually works. There's a range of legitimate dispute. I mean, any card-carrying economist will say that incentives matter, but how much do they matter? How much does a higher tax rate actually deter people from working? How much does a stronger safety net actually lead people to get lazy? I have a pretty strong view that the evidence it points to conclusions that are considerably to the left of where most of our politicians are, but that there is legitimate room for disagreement on those things.
So you've mentioned outcomes. What are some metrics you think about that you keep in mind, like the Gini coefficient, but really anything that measures how good we're doing, whatever we're trying to do? Well, what are the metrics you keep an eye on?
Well, I'm actually I'm not a fan of the Gini coefficient, not because
what is the Gini coefficient?
Yeah, the Gini coefficient is a measure of inequality, and it is commonly used because it's a single number. It usually tracks with other measures, but the trouble is there's no sort of natural interpretation of it. You ask me what does a society with a Gini of 0.45 look like as opposed to a society with a Gini of 0.25, and I can kind of tell you, when the 0.25 is Denmark and 0.45 is Brazil, but there's no sort of easy way to do that mapping. I mean, I look at things like first of all, things like what is the income of the median family, what is the income of the top 1%, how many people are in poverty by various measures of poverty, and then I think you want to look at questions like how healthy are people, how is life expectancy doing, and how satisfied are people with their lives? Because that sounds like a squishy number. Not so much happiness. It turns out that life satisfaction is a better measure than happiness. But life satisfaction, that varies quite a lot. And I think it's meaningful, if not too rigorous, to say, look, according to polling, people in Denmark are pretty satisfied with their lives, and people in the United States not so much so.
And of course, Sweden wins every time.
No, actually, Denmark wins these days. Denmark and Norway tend to win these days. Sweden doesn't do badly. It's none of these are perfect. But look, I think by and large, there's a bit of a pornography test. If you, how do you know a decent society? Well, you kind of know it when you see it.
Where's America stand on that?
We have our society. There are a lot of virtues to America, but there's a level of harshness, brutality, an ability for somebody who just has bad luck to fall off the edge that is really shouldn't be happening in a country as rich as ours. So we have somehow managed to produce a crueler society than almost any other wealthy country for no good reason.
What do you think is lacking in the safety net that the United States provides? You said there's a harshness to it. And what are the benefits and maybe limits of a safety net in a country like ours?
Well, every other advanced country has some universal guarantee of adequate health care. The United States is the only place where citizens can actually fail to get basic health care because they can't afford it. That's it's not hard to do. Everybody else does, but we don't. We've gotten a little bit better at it than we were, but still, that's a big deal. We have remarkably weak support for children. Most countries have substantial safety. Parents of young children get much more support elsewhere. They get often nothing in the U.S. We have limited care for people. Long-term care for the elderly is a very hit and miss thing. But I think that the really big issues are that we don't take care of children who make the mistake of having the wrong parents, and we don't take care of people who make the mistake of getting sick. And those are things that a rich country should be doing.
Sorry for sort of a difficult question, but what you just said kind of feels like the right thing to do in terms of a just society. But is it also good for the economic health of society to take care of the people who are the unfortunate members of society?
By and large, it looks like the doing the right thing in terms of justice is also the right thing in terms of economics. If we're talking about a society that has extremely high tax rates that deter, remove all incentives to provide a safety net that is so generous that why bother working or striving, that could be a problem. But I don't actually know any society that looks like that. Even in European countries with very generous safety nets, people work and innovate and do all of these things. And there's a lot of evidence now that lacking those basics is actually destructive. That children who grow up without adequate health care, without adequate nutrition, are developmentally challenged. They don't live up to their potential as adults. So the United States actually probably pays a price. We're harsh, we're cruel, and we actually make ourselves poorer by as a society, not just the individuals, by being so harsh and cruel.
Okay, so invisible hand, Smith. Where does that fit in? The power of just people acting selfishly and somehow everything taking care of itself to where, the economy grows, there's no cruelty, no injustice, that the markets themselves regulate themselves. What is there power to that idea, and what are its limits?
There's a lot of power to that. I mean, there's a reason why I don't think sensible people want the government running steel mills, or they want the government to own the farms, right? The markets are a pretty effective way of getting incentives aligned and inducing people to do stuff that works. And the invisible hand is saying that farmers aren't growing crops because they want to feed people. They're growing crops because they can make money by it. But it actually turns out to be a pretty good way of getting agricultural products grown. So the invisible hand is an important part, but it's not. There's nothing mystical about it. It's a mechanism. It's a way to organize economic activity, which works well given a bunch of preconditions, which means that it actually works well for agriculture. It works well for manufacturing. It works well for many services. It doesn't work well for healthcare. It doesn't work well for education. So having a society which is kind of 3/4 invisible hand and 1/4 visible hand seems to be something on that order seems to be the balance that works best. It's just you don't want to romanticize or make something mystical out of it. It's just this is one way to organize stuff that happens to have broad but not universal application.
So then forgive me for romanticizing it, but it does seem pretty magical that Is that I kind of have an intuitive understanding of what happens when you have like 5, 10, maybe even 100 people together. The dynamics of that, the fact that these large society of people, for the most part, acting in a self-interested way, and maybe electing representatives for themselves, that it all kind of seems to work.
Oh,
It's
sure.
pretty magical.
The fact that there's, that right now there's a wide assortment of fresh fruit and vegetables, and, at in the local markets up and down the street. Who's planning that? And the answer is nobody. That's the invisible hand at work, and that's great. And that's a lesson that Adam Smith figured out more than 200 years ago, and it continues to apply. And but even Adam Smith has a section in his book about why it's important to regulate banks. So the invisible hand has its limits.
Yeah, and that example is actually a powerful one in terms of the supermarket and fruit. That was my experience coming from Russia, from the Soviet Union, is when I first entered a supermarket and just seeing the assortment of fruit, bananas. Yeah, I don't think I've seen bananas before, first of all, but just the selection of fresh fruit was just mind-blowing. It beyond words. And the fact that, like you said, I don't know what made that happen.
Well, there is some magic to the market, but as showing my age, but the old movie quote: sometimes the magic works and sometimes it doesn't. You have to have some idea of when it doesn't.
So, how do you get regulation right? What can government at its best do? Government, strangely enough, in this country today, seems to get a bad rap. Like everyone seems to, everybody's against the government.
Yeah. Well, a lot of money has been spent on making people hate the government. But the reality is, government does some things pretty well. I mean, government does health insurance pretty well. So much so, given our anti-government bias, it really is true that there are people out there saying, "Don't let the government get its hands on Medicare." So, people actually love the government health insurance program far more than they love private health insurance. Basic education. It turns out that your local public high school is the right place to have students trained, and private certainly for-profit education is a by and large a nightmare of rip-offs and grift and people not getting what they thought they were paying for. It's a judgment case, and it's funny. There are things that everybody talks about the DMV as being, how do you want the economy? Actually, my experience is that the DMV have always been positive. Maybe I'm just going to the right DMVs, but in fact, a lot of government works pretty well. So you have to some extent, you could do these things on a priori grounds. You can talk about the logic of why healthcare is not going to be handled well by the market, but partly it's just experience. We tried, or at least some countries have tried, nationalizing their steel industries. That didn't go well. But we've tried privatizing education, and that didn't go well. So you find out what works.
What about this new world of tech? How do you see, what do you think works for tech? Is it more regulation or less regulation?
There are some things that need more regulation. We're finding out that social media is one in which competitive forces aren't working very well, and trusting the companies to regulate themselves isn't working very well. But I'm on the whole a tech skeptic, not in the sense that I think the tech doesn't work and it doesn't do stuff, but the idea that we're living through greater technological change than ever before is really an illusion. Ever since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, we've had a series of ethical shifts in the nature of work, in the kinds of jobs that are available, and it's not at all clear that what's happening now is any bigger or faster or harder to cope with than past shocks.
It is a popular notion in today's sort of public discourse that automation is going to have a huge impact on the job market. Now, Yeah, there is something transformational happening now. Can you talk about that? Maybe elaborate on a little bit more. Do you not see the software revolutions happening now with machine learning, the availability of data, that kind of automation, being able to sort of process, clean, find patterns in data, and you don't see that disrupting any one sector to a point where there's a huge loss of jobs.
There may be some things. I mean, actually, translators. There's really reduced demand for translators because machine translation ain't perfect, but it ain't bad. There are some kinds of things that are changed, but uh, it's not overall productivity growth has actually been slow in recent years. It's been much slower than in some past periods. So the idea that automation is taking away all the jobs, the counterpart would be that we would be able to produce stuff with many fewer workers than before, and that's not happening. There are a few isolated sectors. There are some kinds of jobs that are going away, but that keeps on happening. I mean, New York City used to have thousands and thousands of longshoremen taking stuff off ships and putting them on ships. They're almost all gone now. Now you have the giant cranes taking containers on and off ships in Elizabeth, New Jersey. That's not robots. It doesn't sound high tech, but it actually pretty much destroyed that occupation. Well, it wasn't fun for the longshoremen, to say the least, but it's not. We coped, we moved on, and that sort of thing happens all the time. Farmers, we used to be a nation which was mostly farmers. There are now very few farmers left. And the reason is not that we've stopped eating; it's that farming has become so efficient that we don't need a lot of farmers, and cope with that too. So the idea that there's something qualitatively different about what's happening now so far isn't true.
So your intuition is there is going to be a loss of jobs, but it's just a thing that just continues. So there's nothing qualitatively different about this one.
Some jobs will be lost, others will be created, as has always been the case so far. I mean, maybe there's a singularity. Maybe there's a moment when the machines get smarter than we are, and Skytech kills us all, or something, right? But that's not visible in anything we're seeing now.
You mentioned the metric of productivity. Could you explain that a little bit? Because that's a really interesting one. I've heard you mention that before in connection with automation. So what is that metric? And if there is something qualitatively different, what should we see in that metric?
Well, okay, productivity, first of all, production. We do have a measure of the economy's total production, real GDP, which is itself is a little bit of a construct because it's quite literally it's adding apples and oranges. So we have to add together various things, which we basically do by using market prices, but we try to adjust for inflation. But it's a reasonable measure of how much the economy is producing. And
goods and sorry to interrupt. Is it goods and services?
Goods and services. It's everything. Productivity is divide that total output by the number of hours worked. So we're basically asking how much stuff does the average worker produce in an hour of work. And if you're seeing really rapid technological progress, then you'd expect to see productivity rising at a rapid clip, which we did for the generation after World War II. Productivity rose 2% a year on a sustained basis. Then it dropped down for a while. Then there was a kind of a decade of fairly rapid growth from the mid-90s to the mid-2000s. And then it dropped off again, and it's not impressive right now. So you're just not seeing an epochal shift in the economy.
So let me then ask you about the psychology of blaming automation. A few months ago, you wrote in the New York Times, quote, "The other day I found myself, as I often do, at a conference discussing lagging wages and soaring inequality. There was a lot of interesting discussion, but one thing that struck me was how many of the participants just assume that robots are a big part of the problem, and machines are taking away the good jobs, or even jobs in general. For the most part, this wasn't even presented as a hypothesis, just as part of what everyone knows.
Yeah.
But why is, maybe can you psychoanalyze the public intellectuals or economists or us actually, the general public, why this is happening? Why this assumption is just infiltrated public discourse?
There's a couple of things. One is that the particular technologies that are advancing now are ones that are a lot more visible to the chattering class. When you had when containerization did away with the jobs of the longshoremen, well, not a whole lot of college professors are close friends with longshoremen, right? And so we see this one. Then there's a second thing, which is, we just went through a severe financial crisis and a period of very high unemployment that's finally come down. There's really no question that high unemployment was about macroeconomics. It was about a failure of demand. But macroeconomics is really not intuitive. People just have a hard time wrapping their minds around it. And among other things, people have a hard time believing that something as trivial as, well, people just aren't spending enough can lead to the kind of mass misery that we saw in the 1930s, or the not quite so severe but still serious misery that we saw after 2008. And there's always a tendency to say it must be something big. It must be technological change. That means we don't need workers anymore. There was a lot of that in the 30s, and that same thing happened after 2008. The assumption that it has to be something, some deep cause, not something as trivial as failure of investor confidence and inadequate monetary and fiscal response. And the last thing, wages. A lot of what's happened on wages is at some level political. The collapse of the union movement, it's policies that have squeezed workers' bargaining power. And for kind of obvious reasons, there are a lot of influential people who don't want to hear that story. They want it to be an inevitable force of nature. Technology has made it impossible to have people earn middle class wages, and they don't like the story that says, actually, no, it's kind of the political decisions that we made that have caused this income stagnation. And so they're a receptive audience for technological determinism.
So what comes first, in your view, the economy or politics in terms of what has an impact on the other?
Oh, everything interacts. That's one of the rules that was taught in economics. Everything affects everything else in at least two ways. But clearly the economy drives a lot of political stuff. But also clearly politics has a huge impact on the economy. We look at the decline of unions in America and say, well, the world has changed and unions don't have a role. But 2/3 of workers in Denmark are unionized. And Denmark has the same technology and faces the same global economy that we do. It's just a difference in political choices that leads to that difference. So I actually teach a course at CUNY called Economics of the Welfare State, which is about things like healthcare and retirement, and to some extent wage policy and so on. And the message I keep on trying to drive home is that, look, all advanced countries have got roughly equal competence. We all have the same technology, but we make very different choices. Not that America always makes the wrong choices. We do some things pretty well. Our retirement system is one of the better ones. But the point is that there's a huge amount of political choice involved in the shape of the economy.
What is a welfare state?
Well, the welfare state is the old term that it basically refers to all the programs that are there to mitigate, if you like, the risks and injustices of the market economy. So in the U.S., the welfare state is Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, minimum wages, food stamps.
When you say welfare state, my first sort of feeling is a negative one.
Well, that's...
I probably generally, at least theoretically, like all the welfare programs.
Well, it's demonized, and to some extent, I'm doing a little bit of thumbing my nose at all of that by just using the term welfare state. Although it's not.
I see. Yeah, I got you.
But every advanced country actually has a lot of welfare state within the U.S. It's a fundamental part of the fabric of our society. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid are just things we take for granted as part of the scene. And, so if there's a lot of people on the right wing who are saying, "Oh, it's all socialism," and words I guess mean what you want them to mean. And we just today I told my class about the record that Ronald Reagan made in 1961, warning that Medicare would destroy American freedom, and but it sort of didn't happen.
On the topic of welfare state, what are your thoughts on universal basic income? And that's sort of not a generic, but a universal safety net of this kind.
There's always a trade-off. When we talk about social safety net programs, there's always a trade-off between universality, which is clean but means that you're giving a lot of money to people who don't necessarily need it, and some kind of targeting, which makes it easier to get to deal with the crucial problems with limited resources, but both has incentive problems and kind of political, and I would say even psychological issues. So the great thing about Social Security and Medicare is no questions asked. You don't have to prove that you need them. It just comes. I'm on Medicare. It's run through my New York Times health insurance, but I didn't have to file an application with the Medicare office to prove that I needed it. It just happened when I turned 65. That's good for dignity, and it's also good for the political support because everybody gets Medicare. On the other hand, if you and we can do that with healthcare, to give everybody a guarantee of an income that's enough to live on comfortably. That's a lot of money.
What about enough income to carry you over through difficult periods, like if you lose a job or that kind of thing?
Well, we have unemployment insurance, and I think our unemployment insurance is too short-lived and too stingy. It would be better to have a more comprehensive unemployment insurance benefit. But the trouble with something like universal basic income is that either the bar is set too low, so it's really not something you can live on, or it's an enormously expensive program. And so at this point, I think that we can do far better by building on the kinds of safety net programs we have. Food stamps, earned income tax credit. We should have a lot more family support policies. Those things can do a lot more to really diminish the amount of misery in this country. UBI is something that is being, it goes kind of hand in hand with this belief that the robots are going to take all of our jobs. And if that was really happening, then I might reconsider my views on UBI, but I don't see that happening.
So are you happy with discourse that's going on now in terms of politics? So you mentioned a few political candidates. Is the kind of thing going on on both on Twitter and debates in the media, the written word, the spoken word? How do you assess the public discourse now in terms of politics?
We're in a fragmented world, so
more so than before.
More so than ever before. So at this point, the public discourse that you see if Fox News is your principal news source is very different from the one you get if you read the New York Times. On the whole, my sense is that mainstream political reporting, policy reporting, is A, not too great, but B, better than it's ever been. Because when I first got into the pundit business, it was just awful. lots of things just never got covered. And if things did get covered, it was always both sides. It's the line that comes back from me writing during the 2000 campaign was that if one of the candidates said that the Earth was flat, the headline would be "Views differ on shape of planet." I mean, it's that's less true. There's still a fair bit of that out there, but it's less true than there used to be, and there are more people reporting, writing on policy issues who actually understand them than ever before. So though that's good, but I have how much the typical voter is actually informed, unclear. I mean, the Democrat debates. I'm hoping that we finally get down to not having 27 people on the stage or whatever it is they have, but yeah, they're reasonably substantive. Certainly better than before. And while there's a lot of still theater criticism instead of actual analysis and reporting, it's not as totally dominant as in the past.
Yeah, can I ask maybe a dumb question, but from an open-minded perspective, when people on the left and people on the right, I think view the others as sometimes complete idiots.
Yeah.
What do we do with that? Is it possible that the people on the right are correct about what they currently believe? Is that kind of open-mindedness helpful, or is this division long-term productive for us to sort of have this food fight?
Well, the trouble you have to confront is that there's a lot of stuff that just is false out there, but commands extensive political allegiance. So the idea, well, both sides need to listen to each other respectfully. I'm happy to do that when there's a view that is worthy of respect, but a lot of stuff is not. And so take economics is something where I think I know something. And I'm not sure that I'm always right. In fact, I know I've been wrong plenty of times. But I think that there is a difference between economic views that are within the realm of we can actually have an interesting discussion, and those that are just crank doctrines or things that are purely being disseminated because people are being paid to disseminate them. So there are plenty of good, serious center-right economists that I'm happy to talk to. None of those center-right economists has any role in the Trump administration. The Trump administration and by and large Republicans in Congress only want to listen to people who are cranks. And so I think it's being dishonest with my readers to pretend otherwise. There's no way I can reach out to people who think that that reading Ayn Rand novels is how you learn about monetary economics.
Let me look at that point. So if you look at Ayn Rand, okay, so you said center right. What about extreme people who have like radical view? You think they're not grounded in any kind of data, in any kind of reality? I'm just sort of curious about how open we should be to ideas that seem radical.
Oh, radical ideas is fine, but then you have to ask: is there some basis for the radicalism? And if it's something that is not grounded in anything, then, and particularly, by the way, if it's something that's been refuted by evidence again and again, and people just keep saying if it's a zombie idea, and there's a lot of those out there, then there comes a point when it's not worth trying to fake respect for it.
I see. So there's through the scientific process, you've shown that this idea does not hold water, but not like the idea of zombie ideas, but they live on through. It's like the idea that the Earth is flat, for example, has been for the most part disproven.
Yeah,
but it lives on, actually, is growing in popularity currently.
Yeah, and there's a lot of that out there, and we can't You can't wish it away, and you're not being fair to either yourself, or if you're somebody who writes for the public, you're not being fair to your readers to pretend otherwise.
So quantum mechanics is a strange theory, but it's testable, and so while being strange, it's widely accepted amongst physicists. How robust and testable are economics theories if we compare them to quantum mechanics and physics and so on?
Okay, economics is a complex system, and it's also one in which, by and large, you don't get to do experiments. And so economics is never going to be like quantum mechanics. That said, you get natural experiments, you get tests of rival doctrines. In the immediate aftermath of the financial crisis, there was one basic theory of macroeconomics, which ultimately goes back to John Maynard Keynes, that made a few predictions. It said, under these circumstances, printing money will not be inflationary, running big budget deficits will not cause a rise in interest rates, slashing government spending, austerity policies will lead to depressions if tried. Other people had exactly the opposite predictions, and we got a fairly robust test. And one theory won. Interest rates stayed low, inflation stayed low, austerity. Countries that implemented harsh austerity policies suffered severe economic downturns. You don't get much, that's pretty clear. And that's not going to be true on everything. But there's a lot of empirical, the younger economists these days are very heavily data based, and that's great. And I think that's the way to go.
What theories of economics is there currently a lot of disagreement about? What you said?
First of all, there's just a lot less disagreement really among serious researchers in economics than people imagine. We can track that. The Chicago Booth School has a panel, an ideologically diverse panel, and they regularly pose questions. And on most things, there's a huge, there's remarkable consensus. There's a lot of things where people imagine that there's dispute, but that the illusion of dispute is something that's basically being fed by political forces, and there isn't really. There are, I think, we read questions about what are effective ways to regulate technology industries. We really don't know the answers there. I don't follow every part. Minimum wages. I think there's pretty overwhelming evidence that a modest increase in the minimum wage from current levels would not have any noticeable adverse effect on jobs. But if you ask how high can it go, $12 seems pretty safe given what we know. 15 is 15 okay? There's some legitimate disagreement there, I think, probably, but people have a point. 20, where is the line at which it starts to become a problem? And the answer is, truly, we don't know.
It's fascinating to try to, such a cool, economics cool in that sense, because you're trying to predict something that hasn't been done before, the effects of something that hasn't been done before.
Yeah, you're going out of sample. And we have good reason to believe that there are that it's nonlinear, that there comes a point at which it doesn't work the way it has in the past.
So, as an economist, how do you see science and technological innovation? When I took various economics courses in college, technological innovation seemed like a no-brainer way of growing an economy, and we should invest in it aggressively. I may be biased, but it seemed like the various ways to grow an economy, it seems like the easiest way, especially long term. Is that correct? And if so, why aren't we doing it more?
Well, okay. The first question is, it's pretty much overwhelming. We think we can more or less measure this, although there are some assumptions involved. But I think something like 70 to 80% of the growth in per capita income is basically the advance of knowledge. It's not just the crude accumulation of capital. It is the fact that we get smarter. A lot of that, by the way, is more prosaic kinds of technology. So we I like to talk about things like containerization, or in an earlier period, uh, uh, the invention of the flat pack cardboard box. It had to be invented, and now all of your deliveries from Amazon are made possible by the existence of that technology. The web stuff is important too, but what would we do without cardboard boxes? So, but all of that stuff is really important in driving economic progress. Well, why don't we invest more? Uh, why don't we invest more in again, more prosaic stuff? Why haven't we built another goddamn rail tunnel under the Hudson River, for which the need is so totally overwhelmingly obvious?
How do you think about, first of all, I don't even know what the word prosaic means, but I inferred it, but how do you think about prosaic? Is it the really most basic dumb technology innovation, or is it just like the lowest hanging fruit of where benefit can be gained?
When I say prosaic, I mean stuff that is not sexy and fancy and high tech. It's building bridges and tunnels, inventing the cardboard box, or I don't know, where do we put Easy Pass in there? It does say it is actually using some modern technology and all that, but it's you're not going to have. I don't think they're going to make a movie about the fact that the guy, whoever it was that invented Easy Pass, but it's actually a pretty significant productivity booster.
To me, it always seemed like it's something that everybody should be able to agree on and just invest. So, like, in the same way, the investment in the military and the DoD is huge. So everyone kind of, not everyone, but there's an agreement amongst people that somehow that a large defense is important. It always seemed to me like that should be shifted towards, if you want to grow prosperity of the nation, you should be investing in knowledge. Yes, prosaic stuff, infrastructure, investing in infrastructure, and so on. I mean, sorry to linger on it, but do you have any intuition? Do you have a hope that changes? And do you have intuition why it's not changing? It's unclear.
I have more than intuition. I have a theory. I'm reasonably certain that I understand why we don't do it, and it's because we have a real values dispute about the welfare state, about how much the government should do to help the unfortunate. And politicians believe, probably right, that there's a kind of halo effect that surrounds any kind of government intervention. That even though providing people with enhanced Social Security benefits is really very different from building a tunnel under the Hudson River, politicians of both parties seem to believe that if the government is seen to be successful at doing one kind of thing, it will make people think more favorably on it doing other kinds of things. And so we have conservatives tend to be opposed to any kind of increase in government spending except military, no matter how obviously a good idea it is, because they fear that it's the thin end of the wedge for bigger government in general. And to some extent, liberals tend to favor spending on these things, partly because they see it as a way of proving that government can do things well, and therefore it can turn to broader social goals. It's clearly, there's if you like, what you might have thought would be a technocratic discussion about government investment, both in research and in infrastructure, is contaminated by the fact that government is government and people link it to other government actions.
Perhaps a silly question, but as a species, we're currently working on venturing out into space, one day colonizing Mars. So when we start a society on Mars from scratch, what political and economic system should it operate under?
Oh, I'm a big believer in. First of all, I don't think we're actually going to do that, but let's imagine, hypothesize that we colonize Mars or something. Look, representative democracy is
Versus pure democracy.
well, pure democracy where people vote directly on everything is really problematic because people don't have time to try and master every issue. I mean, we can see what government by referendum looks like. There's a lot of that in California, and it doesn't work so good because it's hard to explain to people the various things they vote for may conflict. So representative democracy is it's got lots of problems, and I kind of know the Winston Churchill thing, right? It's the worst system we know except for all the others.
But yeah, sticking with the representative and basically the American system of regulation and markets and the economy we have going on is a pretty good one from Mars. If we start from scratch.
If you're gonna start from scratch, you wouldn't want a Senate where 16% of the population has half the seats. You probably would want one which is more representative than what we have. And the details, it's unclear. I mean, when times are good, all of the various representative democracy systems, whether it's parliamentary democracies or a U.S.-style system, whether you have a prime minister or the head of state as an elected president, they all kind of work well, and they all, when times are good, and they all have different modes of breakdown. So I'm not sure I know what the answer is, but something like that is, given what we've seen through history, it's the least bad system out there. I mean, I don't know. I'm a big fan of the TV series The Expanse, and it's kind of gratifying that out there it's the Martian Congressional Republic.
Okay. In a brief sense, so amongst many things, you're also an expert in international trade. What do you make of the complexity? So I can understand trade between two people, say two neighboring farmers. It seems pretty straightforward to me. But international, when you start talking about nations and nations trading, it seems to be very complicated. So from a high level, why is it so complicated? What are all the different factors that weigh that objectives need to be considered in international trade? And maybe feeding that into a question of, do you have concerns about the two giants right now of the U.S. and China and the tension that's going on with the international trade there, with the trade war?
Well, first of all, international trade is not really that different from trade among individuals. It's vastly more complex, and there are many more players. But in the end, the reasons why countries trade are pretty much the same as the reasons why individuals trade. Countries trade because they're different, and they can derive mutual advantage from concentrating on the things they do relatively well. And also, there are economies of scale. Individuals have to decide whether to be a surgeon or an accountant. It's probably not a good idea to try and be both. And countries benefit from specializing just because of the inherent advantages of specialization. And that's so. Now the fact that it's a big world, and you're talking about millions of products being traded, and in today's world, often trade involves many stages, so that made in China iPhone is actually assembled from components that are made all over the world, but it doesn't really change the fundamentals all that much. There's a recurrent, the very little secret of international trade conflict is that actually it's not, conflicts among countries are really not that important. Most trade is beneficial to both sides, to both countries, but it has big impacts on the distribution of income within countries. So the growth of U.S. trade with China has made both U.S. and China richer, but it's been pretty bad for people who were employed in the North Carolina furniture industry, who did find that their jobs were displaced by a wave of imports from China. And so that's where the complexity comes in. Not at all clear to me. We have some real problems with China, although they don't really involve trade so much as things like respect for intellectual property. Not clear that those real problems that we do have with China have anything to do with the current trade war. Our trade war seems to be driven instead by a fundamentally wrong notion that when we sell goods to China, that's good, and when we buy goods from China, that's bad, and that's misunderstanding the whole point.
Is trade with China in both directions a good thing?
Yeah, we would be poor if it wasn't for it. But there are downsides, as there are for any economic change. It's like any new technology makes us richer, but often hurts some people. Trade with China makes us richer, but hurts some people. And I wouldn't undo what's happened, but I wish we had a better policy for supporting and compensating the losers from that growth.
So we live in a time of radicalization of political ideas, Twitter mobs, and so on. And yet here you are in the midst of it, both tweeting and writing in the New York Times, articles, strong opinions, riding this chaotic wave of public discourse. Do you ever hesitate or feel a tinge of fear for exploring your ideas publicly and unapologetically?
Oh, I feel fear all the time. It's not too hard to imagine scenarios in which this is going to. I might personally find myself kind of in the crosshairs, I mean, I am the king of hate mail. I get them. It's amazing correspondence.
Does it affect you?
It did when it started. These days, I've developed a very thick skin. So I don't usually get. In fact, if I don't get a wave of hate mail after a column, then I probably wasted that day.
So what do you make of that as a person who's putting ideas out there? If you look at the history of ideas, the way it works is you write about ideas, you put them out there. But now, when there's so much hate mail, so much division, what advice do you have for yourself or for others trying to have a discussion about ideas, difficult ideas?
Well, I don't know about advice for others. I mean, if for most economists, you just do your research. That's we can't all be public intellectuals. We shouldn't try to be. And in fact, I'm glad that I didn't get into this business until I was in my late 40s. I mean, this is probably best to spend your decades of greatest intellectual flexibility addressing deep questions, not confronting Twitter mobs. And as for the rest, when you're writing about stuff, it's sort of dance is like no one's watching, right? Like nobody's reading, right? But write what you think is right. Trying to make it obviously trying to make it comprehensible and persuasive, but don't let yourself get intimidated by the fact that some people are going to say nasty things. It's you can't do your job if you are worried about criticism.
Well, I think I speak for a lot of people saying that I hope that you keep dancing like nobody's watching on Twitter and New York Times and books. So, well, it's been an honor. Thanks so much for talking today.
Great.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Paul Krugman. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it and use code LET'S-PODCAST. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words from Adam Smith in The Wealth of Nations, one of the most influential philosophers and economists in our history. It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own interest. We address ourselves not to their humanity, but to their self-love, and never talk to them of our necessities, but of their advantages. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The White Lotus on HBO and Max is in at 5, with Mobland on Paramount Plus slipping back to 4. Kicking off the top 3 is the medical drama The Fit on Max. The Last of Us on HBO and Max jumps up to number 2. And that means that John Hamm's new Apple TV Plus dramedy, Your Friends and Neighbors, sneaks into the top spot for your #1 stream show. And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio brings you New to View, streaming edition. Looking for something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Monday, season 2 of the DreamWorks animated kids series. The following is a conversation with Christos Goodrow, Vice President of Engineering at Google and Head of Search and Discovery at YouTube, also known as the YouTube algorithm. YouTube has approximately 1.9 billion users, and every day, people watch over 1 billion hours of YouTube video. It is the second most popular search engine behind Google itself. For many people, it is not only a source of entertainment, but also how we learn new ideas, from math and physics videos, podcasts, debates, opinions, ideas, from out-of-the-box thinkers and activists on some of the most tense, challenging, and impactful topics in the world today. YouTube and other content platforms receive criticism from both viewers and creators, as they should, because the engineering task before them is hard, and they don't always succeed, and the impact of their work is truly world-changing. To me, YouTube has been an incredible wellspring of knowledge. I've watched hundreds, if not thousands of lectures that changed the way I see many fundamentals ideas in math, science, engineering, and philosophy. But it does put a mirror to ourselves and keeps the responsibility of the steps we take in each of our online educational journeys into the hands of each of us. The YouTube algorithm has an important role in that journey of helping us find new, exciting ideas to learn about. That's a difficult and an exciting problem for an artificial intelligence system. As I've said in lectures and other forums, recommendation systems will be one of the most impactful areas of AI in the 21st century, and YouTube is one of the biggest recommendation systems in the world. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter, Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D-M-A-N. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends, but you can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just seconds. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of the stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competitions. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating, Charity Navigator, which means that donated money is used to maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10. And Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys' dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with Christos Goodrow. YouTube is the world's second most popular search engine, behind Google, of course. We watch more than 1 billion hours of YouTube videos a day, more than Netflix and Facebook video combined. YouTube created
creators upload over 500,000 hours of video every day. Average lifespan of a human being, just for comparison, is about 700,000 hours. So what's uploaded every single day is just enough for a human to watch in a lifetime. So let me ask an absurd philosophical question. If from birth, when I was born, and there's many people born today with the internet, I've watched YouTube videos nonstop. Do you think there are trajectories through YouTube video space that can maximize my average happiness or maybe education or my growth as a human being?
I think there are some great trajectories through YouTube videos, but I wouldn't recommend that anyone spend all of their waking hours or all of their hours watching YouTube. I mean, I think about the fact that YouTube has been really great for my kids, for instance. My oldest daughter,
she sucks.
Been watching
She's a big
for several
hoe.
years. She watches Tyler Oakley and the Vlog Brothers.
Did she watch Rabbi Rothschild? Fucker, stupid bitch.
Positive impact on her character. My younger daughter, she's a ballerina.
Yeah, I bet she's a stupid cunt as well. Stupid
YouTube
bitch.
is a huge advantage for her because she can practice a routine and watch like professional dancers do that same routine and stop it and back it up and rewind and all that stuff, right? So it's been really good for them. And then even my son is a sophomore in college.
I bet he sucks.
He,
Biggest loser in his
he
fucking
got
class.
through his linear algebra class.
Oh, your dad works at Google. Fuck you.
Blue, One Brown, which helps you understand linear algebra, but in a way that would be very hard for anyone to do on a whiteboard or a chalkboard. And so I think that those experiences, from my point of view, were very good, and so I can imagine really good trajectories through YouTube. Yes.
Have you looked at, do you think of broadly about that trajectory over a period? Because YouTube is
Blades or thing.
So over a period of years, you just kind of gave a few anecdotal examples, but I used to watch certain shows on YouTube. I don't anymore. I've moved on to other shows. And ultimately, you want people to, from YouTuber's perspective, to stay on YouTube, to grow as human beings on YouTube. So you have to think not just what makes them engage today or this month, but also for a period of years.
Absolutely, that's right. I mean, if YouTube is going to continue to enrich people's lives, then then it has to grow with them, and people's interests change over time. And so, I think we've been working on
racking up the best friendships.
I'll just say it broadly, it's like how to introduce diversity and introduce people who are watching one thing to something else they might like. We've been working on that problem all the 8 years I've been here. It's a hard problem because, of course, it's trivial to introduce diversity that doesn't.
You little bitch.
Right,
I got a random video.
I could just randomly select a video from the billions that we have. It's likely not to even be in your language. So the likelihood that you could watch it and develop a new interest is very, very low.
I'll give you a 6-inch diameter girl.
What you want to do when you're trying to increase diversity is find something that is similar to the things that you watch, but also something that you might be likely to watch. And that balance, finding
how about just do the same shit like fucking
is quite challenging.
That shit's
so
this shit.
Diversity of content, diversity of ideas. It's
the way better.
It's a really difficult. It's a thing like that's almost impossible to
this
define.
guy sucks cock.
Right? Like what's different?
They were probably like, "Hey,
So
all right,
how do you
welcome to
think
your
about
interview
that?
here at YouTube. Do you
Two
suck cock?"
examples is
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
a
well,
huge
there's
fan
your
of
fucking height.
people what Brown say, and then one diversity. I wasn't even aware of a channel called
Come on, you
Veritas,
slut.
which is a great science, physics, whatever channel. So one version of diversity is showing me Derek's Veritasium's channel, which I was really excited to discover actually, and now watch a lot of his videos.
Okay, so you're a person who's watching some math channels, and you might be interested in some other science or math channels. So, like you mentioned, the first kind of diversity is just show you some things from other channels that are related. Not just not all the 3 blue 1 brown channels, throw in a couple others. So that's maybe the first kind of diversity that we started with many years ago. Taking a bigger leap is about. I mean, the mechanisms we use for that is we basically cluster videos and channels together, mostly videos. We do almost everything at the video level, and so we'll make some kind of a cluster via some embedding process, and then measure, what is the likelihood that users who watch one cluster might also watch another cluster that's very distinct. So we may come to find that people who watch science videos also like jazz. This is possible, right? And so because of that relationship that we've identified through the embeddings and the measurement of the people who watch both, we might recommend a jazz video once in a while.
So there's this clustering in the embedding space of jazz videos and science videos, and you kind of try to look at aggregate statistics where if a lot of people that jump from science cluster to the jazz cluster tend to remain as engaged, become more engaged, then that means those two they should hop back and forth and they'll be happy.
Right. There's a higher likelihood that the person who's watching science would like jazz than the person watching science would like, I don't know, backyard railroads or something else, right? And so we can try to measure these likelihoods and use that to make the best recommendation we can.
So we'll talk about the machine learning of that, but I have to linger on things that either you or anyone have an answer to. There's gray areas of truth, which is, for example, now I can't believe I'm going there, but politics. It happens so that certain people believe certain things and they're very certain about them. Let's move outside the red versus blue politics in today's world, but there's different ideologies. For example, in college, I read quite a lot of Ayn Rand. I studied, and that's a particular philosophical ideology I found it interesting to explore. Okay, so that was that kind of space. I've kind of moved on from that cluster intellectually, but it nevertheless is an interesting cluster. I was born in the Soviet Union. Socialism, communism is a certain kind of political ideology that's really interesting to explore. Again, objectively, just there's a set of beliefs about how the economy should work and so on. And so it's hard to know what's true and not in terms of people within those communities are often advocating that this is how we achieve utopia in this world, and they're pretty certain about it. So how do you try to manage politics in this chaotic, divisive world? Not politics or any kind of ideas in terms of filtering what people should watch next, and in terms of also not letting certain things be on YouTube. It's exceptionally difficult responsibility.
Right. Well, the responsibility to get this right is our top priority. And the first comes down to making sure that we have good, clear rules of the room, right? Like, just because we have freedom of speech doesn't mean that you can literally say anything, right? Like, we as a society have accepted certain restrictions on our freedom of speech. There are things like libel laws and things like that. And so where we could draw a clear line, we do, and we continue to evolve that line over time. However, as you pointed out, wherever you draw the line, there's going to be a borderline. And in that borderline area, we are going to maybe not remove videos, but we will try to reduce the recommendations of them or the proliferation of them by demoting them. And then alternatively, in those situations, try to raise what we would call authoritative or credible sources of information. So we're not trying to, I mean, you mentioned Ayn Rand and communism. Those are two like valid points of view that people are going to debate and discuss, and of course, people who believe in one or the other of those things are going to try to persuade other people to their point of view, and so we're not trying to settle that or choose a side or anything like that. What we're trying to do is make sure that the people who are expressing those point of view and offering those positions are authoritative and credible.
So let me ask, a question about people I don't like personally. You heard me. I don't care if you leave comments on this. Sometimes they're brilliantly funny. They're just trolls. So people who kind of mock. I mean, the internet is full. The Reddit of mock style comedy where people just kind of make fun of, point out that the emperor has no clothes. And there's brilliant comedy in that, but sometimes it can get cruel and mean. So on the mean point, I'm sorry to linger on these things that have no good answers, but actually, I totally hear you that this is really important. You're trying to solve it, but how do you reduce the meanness of people on YouTube?
I understand that anyone who uploads YouTube videos has to become resilient to a certain amount of meanness. I've heard that from many creators, and we are trying in various ways, comment ranking, allowing certain features to block people to reduce or make that meanness or that trolling behavior less effective in YouTube.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it's very important, but it's something that we're going to keep having to work on, and you know, as we improve it, like maybe we'll get to a point where people don't have to suffer this sort of meanness when they upload YouTube videos. I hope we do, but you know, but it just does seem to be something that you have to be able to deal with as a YouTube creator now.
Do you have a hope that, so you mentioned two things that I kind of agree with. So there's like a machine learning approach of ranking comments based on how much they contribute to the healthy conversation. Let's put it that way. Then the other is almost an interface question of how does the creator filter, so block, or how do humans themselves, the users of YouTube, manage their own conversation? Do you have hope that these two tools will create a better society without limiting freedom of speech too much? Without I don't even like saying that. People are like, what do you mean limiting? Curating speech.
I mean, I think that overall is our whole project here at YouTube. Right? Like, we fundamentally believe, and I personally believe very much, that YouTube could be great. It's been great for my kids. I think it could be great for society. But it's absolutely critical that we get this responsibility part right. And that's why it's our top priority. Susan Wojcicki, who's the CEO of YouTube, she says something that I personally find very inspiring, is that we want to do our jobs today in a manner so that people 20 and 30 years from now will look back and say, oh, YouTube, they really figured this out. They really found a way to strike the right balance between the openness and the value that the openness has, and also making sure that we are meeting our responsibilities to users in society.
So the version on YouTube actually is quite incredible. And one thing that people don't give enough credit to the seriousness and the magnitude of the problem. So I personally hope that you do solve it. A lot is in your hand. A lot is riding on your success. So besides just put money to start the company, you also creating the content of the internet and the conversation on the internet. That's a powerful thing. So one thing that people wonder about is how much of it can be solved with pure machine learning. So looking at the data, studying the data, and creating algorithms that curate the comments, curate the content, and how much of it needs human intervention, meaning people here at YouTube in a room sitting and thinking about what is the nature of truth? What are the ideals that we should be promoting? That kind of thing. So algorithm versus human. What's your sense?
I mean, my own experience has demonstrated that you need both of those things. Algorithms, I mean, you're familiar with machine learning algorithms, and the thing they need most is data. and the data is generated by humans. And so, for instance, when we're building a system to try to figure out which are the videos that are misinformation or borderline policy violations, well, the first thing we need to do is get human beings to make decisions about which of those videos are in which category. And then we use that data and basically, take that information that's determined and governed by humans and extrapolate it or apply it to the entire set of billions of YouTube videos. And we couldn't get to all the videos on YouTube well without the humans. And we couldn't use the humans to get to all the videos on YouTube. So there's no world in which you have only one or the other of these things. And just as you said, a lot of it comes down to people at YouTube spending a lot of time trying to figure out what are the right policies, what are the outcomes based on those policies, are they the kinds of things we want to see, and then once we kind of get an agreement or build some consensus around what the policies are, well, then we've got to find a way to implement those policies across all of YouTube, and that's where both the human beings, we call them evaluators or reviewers, come into play to help us with that. And then once we get a lot of training data from them, then we apply the machine learning techniques to take it even further.
Do you have a sense that these human beings have a bias in some kind of direction? Sort of, that's an interesting question. We do sort of in autonomous vehicles and computer vision in general, a lot of annotation. And we rarely ask, what bias do the annotators have? Even in the sense that they're better at annotating certain things than others. For example, people are much better at annotating segmentation, at segmenting cars in a scene versus segmenting bushes or trees. There's specific mechanical reasons for that, but also because it's semantic gray area, and just for a lot of reasons, people are just terrible at annotating trees. Okay, so in the same kind of sense, do you think of, in terms of people reviewing videos or annotating the content of videos, is there some kind of bias that you're aware of or seek out in that human input?
Well, we take steps to try to overcome these kinds of biases or biases that we think would be problematic. So, for instance, we ask people to have a bias towards scientific consensus. That's something that we instruct them to do. We ask them to have a bias towards demonstration of expertise or credibility or authoritativeness. But there are other biases that we want to make sure to try to remove. And there's many techniques for doing this. One of them is you send the same thing to be reviewed to many people. And so that's one technique. Another is that you make sure that the people that are doing these sorts of tasks are from different backgrounds and different areas of the United States or of the world. But then, even with all of that, it's possible for certain kinds of what we would call unfair biases to creep into machine learning systems, primarily, as you said, because maybe the training data itself comes in a biased way. And so we also have worked very hard on improving the machine learning systems to remove and reduce unfair biases when it goes against or is involved some protected class, for instance.
Thank you for exploring with me some of the more challenging things. I'm sure there's a few more that we'll jump back to, but let me jump into the fun part, which is maybe the basics of the quote-unquote YouTube algorithm. What does the YouTube algorithm look at to make recommendation for what to watch next, from a machine learning perspective? Or when you search for a particular term, how does it know what to show you next? Because it seems to, at least for me, do an incredible job. Well,
that's kind of you to say. it didn't used to do a very good job, but it's gotten better over the years. Even I observed that it's improved quite a bit. Those are two different situations. Like when you search for something, YouTube uses the best technology we can get from Google to make sure that the YouTube search system finds what someone's looking for. And of course, the very first things that one thinks about is, okay, well, does the word occur in the title, for instance? But there are much more sophisticated things where we're mostly trying to do some syntactic match or maybe a semantic match based on words that we can add to the document itself. For instance, maybe is this video watched a lot after this query? Right, that's something that we can observe, and then as a result, make sure that document would be retrieved for that query. Now, when you talk about what kind of videos would be recommended to watch next, that's something, again, we've been working on for many years, and probably the first real attempt to do that well was to use collaborative filtering. So
Can you describe what collaborative filtering is?
Sure, it's just basically what we do is we observe which videos get watched close together by the same person. And if you observe that, and if you can imagine creating a graph where the videos that get watched close together by the most people are sort of very close to one another in this graph, and videos that don't frequently get watched close together by the same person or to the same people are far apart, then you end up with this graph that we call the related graph that basically represents videos that are very similar or related in some way. And what's amazing about that is that it puts all the videos that are in the same language together, for instance. And we didn't even have to think about language. It just does it, right? And it puts all the videos that are about sports together, and it puts most of the music videos together, and it puts all of these sorts of videos together just because that's sort of the way the people using YouTube behave.
So that already cleans up a lot of the problem. It takes care of the lowest hanging fruit, which happens to be a huge one of just managing these millions of videos.
That's right. I remember a few years ago I was talking to someone who was trying to propose that we do a research project concerning people who are bilingual. And this person was making this proposal based on the idea that YouTube could not possibly be good at recommending videos well to people who are bilingual. And so she was telling me about this, and I said, well, can you give me an example of what problem do you think we have on YouTube with the recommendations? So she said, well, I'm a researcher in the U.S. and when I'm looking for academic topics, I want to see them in English. And so she searched for one, found a video, and then looked at the watch next suggestions, and they were all in English. And so she said, oh, I see. YouTube must think that I speak only English. And so she said, now, I'm actually originally from Turkey, and sometimes when I'm cooking, let's say I want to make some baklava, I really like to watch videos that are in Turkish. And so she searched for a video about making the baklava, and then selected it, and it was in Turkish, and the watch next recommendations were in Turkish. And she just couldn't believe how this was possible. And how is it that you know that I speak both these two languages and put all the videos together? And it's just as sort of an outcome of this related graph that's created through collaborative filtering.
So for me, one of my huge interests is just human psychology, right? And that's such a powerful platform on which to utilize human psychology to discover what individual people want to watch next. But it's also just fascinating to me. You know, Google search has the ability to look at your own history. And I've done that before, just where I've searched 30 years, many, many years. It's a fascinating picture of who I am, actually. And I don't think anyone's ever summarized that. I personally would love that. A summary of who I am as a person on the internet, to me. Because I think it reveals, I think it puts a mirror to me or to others, that's actually quite revealing and interesting. Just maybe the number of, it's a joke, but not really. It's the number of cat videos I've watched, the videos of people falling, stuff that's absurd. That kind of stuff. It's really interesting, and of course, it's really good for the machine learning aspect to show to figure out what to show next. But it's interesting. Hey, have you, just as a tangent, played around with the idea of giving a map to people, sort of, as opposed to just using this information to show what's next, showing them, here are the clusters you've loved over the years, kind of thing?
Well, we do provide the history of all the videos that you love.
Yes.
So you can definitely search through that and look through it and search through it to see what it is that you've been watching on YouTube. And we have actually, in various times, experimented with this sort of cluster idea, finding ways to demonstrate or show people what topics they've been interested in or what clusters they've watched from. It's interesting that you bring this up because in some sense, the way the recommendation system of YouTube sees a user is exactly as the history of all the videos they've watched on YouTube. And so you can think of yourself or any user on YouTube as kind of like a DNA strand of all your videos, right? That sort of represents you. You can also think of it as maybe a vector in the space of all the videos on YouTube. And so, now once you think of it as a vector in the space of all the videos on YouTube, then you can start to say, okay, well, which videos, which other vectors are close to me and to my vector, and that's one of the ways that we generate some diverse recommendations, because you're like, okay, well, these people seem to be close with respect to the videos they watched on YouTube, but here's a topic or a video that one of them has watched and enjoyed, but the other one hasn't. That could be an opportunity to make a good recommendation.
I gotta tell you, I know I'm gonna ask for things that are impossible, but I would love to cluster them human beings. Like, I would love to know who has similar trajectories to me. Because you probably would want to hang out, right? There's a social aspect there. Like, actually finding some of the most fascinating people I find on YouTube have like no followers, and I start following them. They create incredible content, and on that topic, I just love to ask. There's some videos that just blow my mind in terms of quality and depth, and just in every regard are amazing videos, and they have like 57 views. Okay, how do you get videos of quality to be seen by many eyes? So the measure of quality, is it just something? Yeah. How do you know that something is good?
Well, I think it depends initially on what sort of video we're talking about. So in the realm of, let's say, you mentioned politics and news. In that realm, quality news or quality journalism relies on having a journalism department, right? Like you have to have actual journalists and fact checkers and people like that. And so in that situation, and in others, maybe science or medicine, quality has a lot to do with the authoritativeness and the credibility and the expertise of the people who make the video. Now, if you think about the other end of the spectrum, what is the highest quality print video? Or what is the highest quality Minecraft video, right? That might be the one that people enjoy watching the most and watch to the end. Or it might be the one that when we ask people the next day after they watched it, were they satisfied? And so we, especially in the realm of entertainment, have been trying to get at better and better measures of quality or satisfaction or enrichment since I came to YouTube. And we started with, well, the first approximation is the one that gets more views. But we both know that things can get a lot of views and not really be that high quality, especially if people are clicking on something and then immediately realizing it's not that great and abandoning it. And that's why we moved from views to thinking about the time people spend watching it, with the premise that, in some sense, the time that someone spends watching a video is related to the value that they get from that video. It may not be perfectly related, but it has something to say about how much value they get. But even that's not good enough, right? Because I myself have spent time clicking through channels on television late at night and ended up watching Under Siege 2 for some reason I don't know. And if you were to ask me the next day, are you glad that you watched that show on TV last night, I'd say, yeah, I wish I would have gone to bed or read a book or almost anything else, really. And so that's why some people got the idea a few years ago to try to survey users afterwards. And so we get feedback data from those surveys and then use that in the machine learning system to try to not just predict what you're going to click on right now, what you might watch for a while, but when we ask you tomorrow, you'll give 4 or 5 stars to.
So, just to summarize, what are the signals from a machine learning perspective that the user can provide? So you mentioned just clicking on the video, views, the time watched, maybe the relative time watched, the clicking like and dislike on the video, maybe commenting on the video, and all of those things. And then the one I wasn't actually quite aware of, even though I might have engaged in it, is a survey afterward, which is a brilliant idea. Is there other signals? I mean, that's already a really rich space of signals to learn from. Is there something else?
Well, you mentioned commenting, also sharing the video. If you think it's worthy to be shared with someone else you know.
Within YouTube or outside of YouTube as well?
Either. Let's see, you mentioned like, dislike.
Yeah, like and dislike, how important is that?
It's very important, right? We want it's predictive of satisfaction, but it's not perfectly predictive. Subscribe. If you subscribe to the channel of the person who made the video, then that also is a piece of information that signals satisfaction. Although over the years we've learned that people have a wide range of attitudes about what it means to subscribe. We would ask some users who didn't subscribe very much why, but they watched a lot from a few channels. We'd say, well, why didn't you subscribe? And they would say, well, I can't afford to pay for it. And, we tried to let them understand, actually it doesn't cost anything. It's free. It just helps us know that you are very interested in this creator. But then we've asked other people who subscribe to many things and don't really watch any of the videos from those channels, and we say, well, why did you subscribe to this if you weren't really interested in any more videos from that channel? And they might tell us, well, I thought the person did a great job, and I just want to kind of give them a high five.
Yeah.
Right? And so,
yeah, that's where I said I actually subscribe to channels where this person is amazing. I like this person, but then I like this person. I really want to support them. That's how I click subscribe. Right. Even though I may never actually want to click on their videos when they're releasing it, I just love what they're doing, and it's maybe outside of my interest area and so on. Which is probably the wrong way to use the subscribe button. But I just want to say congrats. This is great work.
Well,
so you have to deal with all the space of people that see the subscribe button is totally different.
That's right. And so we can't just close our eyes and say, sorry, you're using it wrong. We're not going to pay attention to what you've done. We need to embrace all the ways in which all the different people in the world use the subscribe button or the like and dislike button.
So in terms of signals of machine learning, using for the search and for the recommendation, you mentioned titles with metadata, like text data that people provide, description and title and maybe keywords. Maybe you can speak to the value of those things in search, and also this incredible, fascinating area of the content itself. So the video content itself, trying to understand what's happening in the video. So YouTube released a data set that, in the machine learning computer vision world, this is just an exciting space. How much is that currently? How much are you playing with that currently? How much is your hope for the future of being able to analyze the content of the video itself?
Well, we have been working on that also since I came here.
Analyzing the content.
Analyzing the content. And what I can tell you is that our ability to do it well is still somewhat clear. We can tell if it's a music video. We can tell if it's a sports video. We can probably tell you that people are playing soccer. We probably can't tell whether it's Manchester United or my daughter's soccer team. So these things are kind of difficult, and using them, we can use them in some ways. So for instance, we use that kind of information to understand and inform these clusters that I talked about. And also maybe to add some words like soccer, for instance, to the video if it doesn't occur in the title or the description, which is remarkable that often it doesn't. One of the things that I ask creators to do is please help us out with the title and the description. For instance, we were a few years ago having a live stream of some competition for World of Warcraft on YouTube. And it was a very important competition, but if you typed World of Warcraft in search, you wouldn't find it.
World of Warcraft wasn't in the title?
World of Warcraft wasn't in the title. It was match 478, A team versus B team, and World of Warcraft wasn't in the title. It's like, come on.
Being literal on the internet is actually very uncool, which is the problem.
Oh, is that right?
Well, I mean, in some sense, some of the greatest videos, I mean, there's a humor to just being indirect, being witty, and so on, and actually being, machine learning algorithms want you to be, literal, right? You just want to say what's in the thing, be very, very, very simple. And in some sense, that gets away from wit and humor, so you have to play with both, right? So, but you're saying that for now, sort of the content of the title, the content of the description, the actual text is one of the best ways to for the algorithm to find your video and put them in the right cluster.
That's right, and I would go further and say that if you want human beings, to select your video in search, then it helps to have, let's say, World of Warcraft in the title. Because why would a person, if they're looking at they type World of Warcraft and they have a bunch of videos, all of whom say World of Warcraft, except the one that you uploaded, well, even the person is going to think, maybe this isn't, somehow search made a mistake. This isn't really about World of Warcraft. So it's important not just for the machine learning systems, but also for the people who might be looking for this sort of thing. They get a clue that it's what they're looking for by seeing that same thing prominently in the title of the video.
Okay, let me push back on that. So I think from the algorithm perspective, yes, but if they typed in World of Warcraft and saw a video that with the title simply winning, and the thumbnail has like a sad orc or something, I don't know, right? Like, I think that's much. It gets your curiosity up, and then if they could trust that the algorithm was smart enough to figure out somehow that this is indeed a World of Warcraft video, that would have created the most beautiful experience. I think in terms of just the wit and the humor and the curiosity that we human beings naturally have. But you're saying, I mean, realistically speaking, it's really hard for the algorithm to figure out that the content of that video will be a World of Warcraft video.
And you have to accept that some people are going to skip it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, and so you're right. The people who don't skip it and select it are going to be delighted.
Yeah.
But other people might say, yeah, this is not what I was looking for.
And making stuff discoverable, I think, is what you're really working on and hoping. So, yeah. So from your perspective, put stuff in the title.
And remember, the collaborative filtering part of the system starts by the same user watching videos together. right? So the way that they're probably going to do that is by searching.
That's a fascinating aspect. It's like ant colonies. That's how they find stuff. So, I mean, to what degree for collaborative filtering in general is one curious ant, one curious user essential? Sort of just the person who is more willing to click on random videos and sort of explore these cluster spaces. In your sense, how many people are just like watching the same thing over and over and over and over, and how many are just like the explorers that just kind of like click on stuff and then help the other ant in the ants colony discover the cool stuff? You have a sense of that at all?
I really don't think I have a sense for the relative sizes of those groups, but I would say that people come to YouTube with some certain amount of intent, and as long as they to the extent to which they try to satisfy that intent, that certainly helps our system, right? Because our systems rely on kind of a faithful amount of behavior, right? Like, and there are people who try to trick us, right? There are people and machines that try to associate videos together that really don't belong together, but they're trying to get that association made because it's profitable for them. And so we have to always be resilient to that sort of attempt at gaming system.
So speaking to that, there's a lot of people that, in a positive way, perhaps, I don't know, I don't like it, but like to want to try to game this, get more attention. Everybody, creators, in a positive sense, want to get attention, right? So how do you work in this space when people create more and more sort of clickbaity titles and thumbnails? Sort of Veritasium Derek has made a video where basically describes that it seems what works is to create a high quality video, really good video, where people would want to watch and once they click on it, but have clickbaity titles and thumbnails to get them to click on it in the first place. And he's saying, I'm embracing the fact, I'm just going to keep doing it, and I hope you forgive me for doing it. And you will enjoy my videos once you click on them. So in what sense do you see this kind of clickbait style attempt to manipulate, to get people in the door, to manipulate the algorithm or play with the algorithm, game the algorithm?
I think that you can look at it as an attempt to game the algorithm, but even if you were to take the algorithm out of it and just say, okay, well, all these videos happen to be lined up, which the algorithm didn't make any decision about which one to put at the top or the bottom, but they're all lined up there. Which one are the people going to choose? And I'll tell you the same thing that I told Derek is, I have a bookshelf, and they have two kinds of books on it, science books. I have my math books from when I was a student, and they all look identical except for the titles on the covers. They're all yellow, they're all from Springer, and every single one of them, the cover is totally the same. Right?
Yeah.
On the other hand, I have other more pop science type books, and they all have very interesting covers, right? And they have provocative titles and things like that. I mean, I wouldn't say that they're clickbaity because they are indeed good books. And I don't think that they cross any line, but that's just a decision you have to make, right? Like the people who write classical recursion theory by Piero di Credi, he was fine with the yellow title and nothing more. Whereas I think other people who wrote a more popular type book understand that they need to have a compelling cover and a compelling title, and I don't think there's anything really wrong with that. We do take steps to make sure that there is a line that you don't cross. And if you go too far, maybe your thumbnail is especially racy, or it's all caps with too many exclamation points. We observe that users are kind of sometimes offended by that, and so for the users who are offended by that, we will then depress or suppress those videos.
And which reminds me, there's also another signal where users can say, I don't know if it's recently added, but I really enjoy it. Just saying, something like I don't want to see this video anymore, or something like, like this is
Like there's certain videos that just cut me the wrong way. Like just jump out and it's like I don't want this, and it feels really good to clean that up. To be like that's not for me. I don't know. I think that might have been recently added, but that's also a really strong signal.
Yes, absolutely. We don't want to make a recommendation that people are unhappy with.
And that particular one makes me feel good as a user in general and as a machine learning person, because I feel like I'm helping the algorithm. My interaction on YouTube don't always feel like I'm helping the algorithm. Like I'm not reminded of that fact. Like for example, Tesla and Autopilot and Elon Musk create a feeling for their customers, for people that own Teslas, that they're helping the algorithm of Tesla vehicles.
Right.
Like they're all like are really proud they're helping
Right.
the fleet learn. I think YouTube doesn't always remind people that you're helping the algorithm get smarter. And for me, I love that idea. Like we're all collaboratively, like Wikipedia gives that sense. They're all together creating a beautiful thing. YouTube doesn't always remind me of that. It's this conversation is reminding me of that, but
well, that's a good tip. We should keep that fact in mind when we design these features. I'm not sure I really thought about it that way, but that's a very interesting perspective.
It's an interesting question of personalization that I feel like when I click like on a video, I'm just improving my experience. It would be great. It would make me personally, people are different, but make me feel great if I was helping also the YouTube algorithm broadly say something. You know what I'm saying? Like there's that. I don't know if that's human nature, but you want the products you love, and I certainly love YouTube. Like you want to help it get smarter and smarter and smarter because there's some kind of coupling between our lives together, being better. If YouTube was better, then my life would be better, and there's that kind of reason. I'm not sure what that is, and I'm not sure how many people share that feeling. It could be just a machine learning feeling, but on that point, how much personalization is there in terms of next video recommendations? So is it kind of all really boiling down to the clustering, like you find linear clusters to me and so on, and that kind of thing, or is it how much personalized to me the individual completely?
It's very, very personal. So your experience will be quite a bit different from anybody else's who's watching that same video, at least when they're logged in. And the reason is that we found that users often want two different kinds of things when they're watching a video. Sometimes they want to keep watching more on that topic or more in that genre. And other times they just are done and they're ready to move on to something else. And so the question is, well, what is the something else? And one of the first things one can imagine is, well, maybe something else is the latest video from some channel to which you've subscribed. And that's going to be very different for you than it is for me, right? And even if it's not something that you subscribe to, it's something that you watch. Again, that'll be very different on a person-by-person basis. And so even the watch next, as well as the homepage, of course, is quite personalized.
So we mentioned some of the signals, but what does success look like? What does success look like in terms of the algorithm creating a great long-term experience for a user? Or put another way, if you look at the videos I've watched this month, how do you know the algorithm succeeded for me?
I think, first of all, if you come back and watch more YouTube, that's one indication that you found some value.
Just the number of hours is a powerful indicator.
Well, I mean, not the hours themselves, but the fact that you return on another day. So that's probably the most simple indicator. People don't come back to things that they don't find value in, right? There's a lot of other things that they could do. But like I said, I mean, ideally we would like everybody to feel that YouTube enriches their lives and that every video they watched is the best one they've ever watched since they've started watching YouTube. And so that's why we survey them and ask them, like, is this 1 to 5 stars? And so our version of success is every time someone takes that survey, they say it's 5 stars. And if we ask them, is this the best video you've ever seen on YouTube? They say yes, every single time. So it's hard to imagine that we would actually achieve that. Maybe asymptotically we would get there, but that would be what we think success is.
It's funny, I've recently said somewhere, I don't know, maybe tweeted, but that Ray Dalio has this video on the economic machine. I forget what it's called, but it's a 30-minute video. And I said it's the greatest video I've ever watched on YouTube. It's like, I watched the whole thing, and my mind was blown. It's a very crisp, clean description of how at least the American economic system works. It's a beautiful video. And I wanted to click on something to say this is the best thing. This is the best thing ever. Please let me. I can't believe I discovered it. I mean, the views and the likes reflect its quality, but I was almost upset that I haven't found it earlier and wanted to find other things like it. I don't think I've ever felt that this is the best video I've ever watched. And that was that. And to me, the ultimate utopia, the best experience is where every single video, where I don't see any of the videos I regret, and every single video I watch is one that actually helps me grow, helps me enjoy life, be happy, and so on. Well, so that's a heck of that's one of the most beautiful and ambitious, I think, machine learning tasks. So when you look at a society as opposed to an individual user, do you think of how YouTube is changing society when you have these millions of people watching videos, growing, learning, changing, having debates? Do you have a sense of what the big impact on society is? Because I think it's huge. Do you have a sense of what direction we're taking this world?
Well, I mean, I think, openness has had an impact on society already. There's a lot of...
What do you mean by openness?
Well, the fact that unlike other mediums, there's not someone sitting at YouTube who decides before you can upload your video whether it's worth having you upload, right? Or worth anybody seeing it, really, right? And so, there are some creators who say, like, I wouldn't have this opportunity to reach an audience. Tyler Oakley often said that, he wouldn't have had this opportunity to reach this audience if it weren't for YouTube. And so I think that's one way in which YouTube has changed society. I know that there are people that I work with from outside the United States, especially from places where literacy is low, and they think that YouTube can help in those places because you don't need to be able to read and write in order to learn something important for your life. Maybe, how to do some job or how to fix something. So that's another way in which I think YouTube is possibly changing society. So I work with YouTube for 8 and it's fun because I meet people. You tell them where you work. You say you work on YouTube, and they immediately say, "I love YouTube."
Yeah.
Right, which is great. Makes me feel great. But then, of course, when I ask them, "Well, what is it that you love about YouTube?" Not one time ever has anybody said that the search works outstanding or that the recommendations are great. What they always say when I ask them, what do you love about YouTube, is they immediately start talking about some channel or some creator or some topic or some community that they found on YouTube and that they just love.
Yeah.
And so that has made me realize that YouTube is really about the video and connecting the people with the videos. And then everything else kind of gets out of the way.
So beyond the video, it's interesting because you kind of mentioned creator. What about the connection with just the individual creators as opposed to just individual videos? So like I gave the example of Ray Dalio video, that the video itself is incredible. But there's some people who are just creators that I love. One of the cool things about people who call themselves YouTubers or whatever is they have a journey. They usually, almost all of them, they suck horribly in the beginning, and they kind of grow, and then there's that genuineness in their growth. So, YouTube clearly wants to help creators connect with their audience in this kind of way. So how do you think about that process of helping creators grow, helping them connect with their audience, develop not just individual videos, but the entirety of the creator's life?
Well, I mean, we're trying to help creators find the biggest audience that they can find. And the reason why you brought up creator versus video. The reason why creator channel is so important is because if we have a hope of people coming back to YouTube, well, they have to have in their minds some sense of what they're going to find when they come back to YouTube. If YouTube were just the next viral video, and I have no concept of what the next viral video could be. One time it's a cat playing a piano, and the next day it's some children interrupting a reporter, and the next day it's some other thing happening. Then it's hard for me to when I'm not watching YouTube say, gosh, I really would like to see something from someone or about something, right? And so that's why I think this connection between fans and creators is so important for both, because it's a way of sort of fostering a relationship that can play out into the future.
Let me talk about kind of a dark and interesting question in general. And again, a topic that you or nobody has an answer to. But social media has a sense of, it gives us highs and it gives us lows. In the sense that creators often speak about having kind of burnout and having psychological ups and downs and challenges mentally in terms of continuing the creation process.
Look who it is.
Momentum. There's a huge excited audience.
What up, Kings and Coin? How you living, pimp?
Feel great. And I think it's more than just fighting. I think it's
Hope you're doing well.
Just, they love that sense of community. It's part of the reason I upload to YouTube. I don't care about money, never will. But this momentum.
Okay, I'm working on something right now, so perhaps another time if that's okay.
For some reason don't feel like creating. So, but burnout, this mental exhaustion that some YouTube creators go through. Is that something we have an answer for? Is that something, how do we even think about that?
Well, the first thing is we want to make sure that the YouTube systems are not contributing to this sense, right? And so we've done a fair amount of research to demonstrate that you can absolutely take a break. If you are a creator and you've been uploading a lot, we have just as many examples of people who took a break and came back more popular than they were before, as we have examples of going the other way.
Yeah, can we pause on that for a second? So the feeling that people have, I think, is if I take a break, the party will leave, right? So if you could just linger on that. So in your sense that taking a break is okay.
Yes, taking a break is absolutely okay. And the reason I say that is because we can observe many examples of creators coming back very strong and even stronger after they have taken some sort of break. And so I just want to dispel the myth that this somehow necessarily means that your channel is going to go down or lose views. That is not the case. We know for sure that this is not a necessary outcome. And so we want to encourage people to make sure that they take care of themselves. That is job one, right? You have to look after yourself and your mental health. And, I think that it probably, in some of these cases, contributes to better videos once they come back, right? Because a lot of people, I know myself, if I burn out on something, then I'm probably not doing my best work, even though I can keep working until I pass out. And so I think that taking a break may even improve the creative ideas that someone has.
Okay, I think that's a really important thing to dispel. I think that applies to all of social media. Like literally, I've taken a break for a day every once in a while. Sorry if that sounds like a short time. But even like email, just taking a break from email or only checking email once a day, especially when you're going through something psychologically in your personal life or so on, or really not sleeping much because of work deadlines, it can refresh you in a way that's profound. And so the same applies.
Yeah, it was there when you came back.
It's there, like, and it looks different actually when you come back. You're sort of brighter eyed, some coffee, everything. The world looks better. So it's important to take a break when you need it. So you've mentioned kind of the YouTube algorithm isn't, E equals MC squared. It's not a single equation. It's potentially sort of more than a million lines of code. Sort of, is it more akin to what successful autonomous vehicles today are, which is they're just basically patches on top of patches of heuristics and human experts really tuning the algorithm and have some machine learning modules? Or is it becoming more and more a giant machine learning system with humans just doing a little bit of tweaking here and there? What's your sense? First of all, do you even have a sense of what is the YouTube algorithm at this point? And however much you do have a sense, what does it look like?
Well, we don't usually think about it as the algorithm because it's a bunch of systems that work on different services. The other thing that I think people don't understand is that what you might refer to as the YouTube algorithm from outside of YouTube is actually a bunch of code and machine learning systems and heuristics, but that's married with the behavior of all the people who come to YouTube every day.
So the people part of the code, essentially.
Exactly, right? Like if there were no people who came to YouTube tomorrow, then the algorithm wouldn't work anymore, right? So that's a critical part of the algorithm. So when people talk about, well, the algorithm does this, the algorithm does that, it's sometimes hard to understand, well, it could be the viewers are doing that, and the algorithm is mostly just keeping track of what the viewers do and then reacting to those things in sort of more fine-grained situations. And I think that this is the way that the recommendation system and the search system and probably many machine learning systems evolve is, you start trying to solve a problem, and the first way to solve a problem is often with a simple heuristic, right? And you want to say, what are the videos we're going to recommend? Well, how about the most popular ones, right? And that's where you start.
Right.
And over time, you collect some data and you refine your situation so that you're making less heuristic, so that you're building a system that can actually learn what to do in different situations based on some observations of those situations in the past. And you keep chipping away at these heuristics over time. And so I think that just like with diversity, I think the first diversity measure we took was, okay, not more than 3 videos in a row from the same channel, right? It's a pretty simple heuristic to encourage diversity. It worked, right? Who needs to see 4, 5, 6 videos in a row from the same channel? And over time, we try to chip away at that and make it more fine-grained and basically have it remove the heuristics in favor of something that can react to individuals and individual situations.
So how do you mentioned, we know that something worked. How do you get a sense when decisions are the kind of A/B testing that this idea was a good one, this was not so good? How do you measure that, and across which time scale, across how many users, that kind of thing?
Well, you mentioned the A/B experiments, and so just about every single change we make to YouTube, we do it only after we've run a A/B experiment. And so in those experiments, which run from 1 week to months, we measure literally hundreds of different variables and measure changes with confidence intervals in all of them. Because we really are trying to get a sense But ultimately, does this improve the experience for viewers? That's the question we're trying to answer. And an experiment is one way, because we can see certain things go up and down. So for instance, if we notice in the experiment, people are dismissing videos less frequently, or they're saying that they're more satisfied. They're giving more videos 5 stars after they watch them. Then those would be indications of that the experiment is successful, that it's improving the situation for viewers. But we can also look at other things, like we might do user studies where we invite some people in and ask them, like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? How do you feel about this? And other various kinds of user research. But ultimately, before we launch something, we're going to want to run an experiment so we get a sense for what the impact is going to be, not just to the viewers, but also to the different channels and all of that.
An absurd question. Nobody knows. Well, actually, it's interesting. Maybe there's an answer, but if I want to make a viral video, how do I do it?
I don't know how you make a viral video. I know that we have, in the past, tried to figure out if we could detect when a video was going to go viral. And those were, you take the first and second derivatives of the view count and maybe use that to do some prediction. But I can't say we ever got very good at that. Oftentimes we look at where the traffic was coming from. If a lot of the viewership is coming from something like Twitter, then maybe it has a higher chance of becoming viral than if it were coming from search or something. But that was just trying to detect a video that might be viral. How to make one? Like, I have no idea. I mean, so, you get your kids to interrupt you while you're on the news.
Absolutely. But after the fact, on one individual video, so ahead of time predicting is a really hard task. But after the video viral in analysis, can you sometimes understand why it went viral? From the perspective of YouTube broadly, first of all, is it even interesting for YouTube that a particular video is viral? Or does that not matter for the individual, for the experience of people?
Well, I think people expect that if a video is going viral and it's something they would be interested in, I think they would expect YouTube to recommend it to them.
Right. So if someone's going viral, it's good to just let people ride the wave of its viralness.
Well, I mean, we want to meet people's expectations in that way, of course.
So, like I mentioned, I hung out with Derek Mueller a while ago, a couple of months back. He's actually the person who suggested I talk to you on this podcast.
All right. Well, thank you, Derek.
At that time, he just recently posted an awesome science video titled, "Why Are 96 Million Black Balls on This Reservoir?" And in a matter of, I don't know how long, but like a few days, he got 38 million views, and it's still growing. Is this something you can analyze and understand why it happened? This video, any one particular video like it?
I mean, we could surely see where it was recommended, where it was found, who watched it, and those sorts of things.
So it's actually, sorry to interrupt, it is the video which helped me discover who Derek is. I didn't know who he is before. So I remember, usually I just have all of these technical, boring MIT Stanford talks in my recommendation because that's what I watch. And then all of a sudden there's this Black Balls in a Reservoir video with like an excited nerd and with like, why is this being recommended to me? So I clicked on it and watched the whole thing. And it was awesome. And then a lot of people had that experience, like, why was I recommended this? But they all, of course, watched it and enjoyed it, which is, what's your sense of this just wave of recommendation that comes with this viral video that ultimately people enjoy after they click on it?
Well, I think it's the system, basically doing what anybody who's recommending something would do, which is you show it to some people, and if they like it, you say, okay, well, can I find some more people who are a little bit like them? Okay, I'm going to try it with them. Oh, they like it too. Let me expand the circle some more, find some more people. Oh, it turns out they like it too. And you just keep going until you get some feedback that says, no, now you've got these people don't like it anymore. And so I think that's basically what happened. Now, you asked me about how to make a video go viral or make a viral video. I don't think that if you or I decided to make a video about 96 million balls, that it would also go viral. It's possible that Derek made like the canonical video about those black balls in the lake. And
Exactly.
so,
He did actually.
right.
Exactly.
And so I don't know whether or not just following along is the secret.
Yeah, but it's fascinating. I mean, just like you said, the algorithm sort of expanding that circle and then figuring out that more and more people did enjoy it, and that sort of phase shift of just a huge number of people enjoying it. And the algorithm quickly, automatically, I assume, figuring that out. That's I don't know, the dynamics and psychology of that is a beautiful thing. But what do you think about the idea of clipping? Like, too many people annoyed me into doing it, which is they were requesting it. They said it would be very beneficial to add clips and like the coolest points and actually have explicit videos. Like I'm re-uploading a video, like a short clip, which is what the podcasts are doing. Yeah. Do you see, it's supposed to, like I also add timestamps to the topics, people want the clip. Do you see YouTube somehow helping creators with that process or helping connect clips to the original videos? Or is that just on a long list of amazing features to work towards?
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that I think we've done yet, but I can tell you that I think clipping is great, and I think it's actually great for you as a creator. And here's the reason. If you think about, I mean, let's say the NBA is uploading videos of its games. Well, people might search for Warriors versus Rockets, or they might search for Steph Curry. And so, highlight from the game in which Steph Curry makes an amazing shot is an opportunity for someone to find a portion of that video. And so, I think that you never know how people are going to search for something that you've created. And so I would say you want to make clips and add titles and things like that so that they can find it as easily as possible.
Do you have a dream of the future, perhaps a distant future, when the YouTube algorithm figures that out? Sort of automatically detects the parts of the video that are really interesting, exciting, potentially exciting for people, and sort of clip them out in this incredibly rich space. If you talk even just this conversation, we probably covered 30, 40 little topics. And there's a huge space of users that would find, 30% of those topics really interesting. And that space is very different. It's something that's beyond my ability to clip out, right? But the algorithm might be able to figure all that out, sort of expands into clips. Do you think about this kind of thing? Do you have a hope, a dream that one day the algorithm will be able to do that kind of deep content analysis?
Well, we've actually had projects that attempt to achieve this, but it really does depend on understanding the video well, and our understanding of the video right now is quite crude. And so I think it would be especially hard to do it with a conversation like this. One might be able to do it with let's say a soccer match more easily, right? You could probably find out where the goals were scored. And then, of course, you need to figure out who it was that scored the goal, and that might require a human to do some annotation. But I think that trying to identify coherent topics in a transcript, like the one of our conversation, is not something that we're going to be very good at right away.
And I was speaking more to the general problem, actually, of being able to do both the soccer match and our conversation without explicit sort of almost. My hope was that there exists an algorithm that's able to find exciting things in video.
So Google now on Google search will help you find the segment of the video that you're interested in. So if you search for something like how to change the filter in my dishwasher, then there's a long video about your dishwasher, and this is the part where the person shows you how to change the filter, then it will highlight that area and provide a link directly to it.
And do you know if from your recollection, do you know if the thumbnail reflects, like, what's the difference between showing the full video and the shorter clip? Do you know how it's presented in search results?
I don't remember how it's presented. And the other thing I would say is that right now it's based on creator annotation.
It's not the thing I'm talking about.
But folks are working on the more automatic version. It's interesting. People might not imagine this, but a lot of our systems start by using almost entirely the audience behavior, and then as they get better, the refinement comes from using the content.
And I wish, I know there's privacy concerns, but I wish YouTube explored the space, which is sort of putting a camera on the users if they allowed it, right? To study their, like I did a lot of emotion recognition work and so on, to study actual sort of richer signal. One of the cool things when you upload 360, like VR video, to YouTube, and I've done this a few times, so I've uploaded myself, horrible idea. Some people enjoyed it, but whatever. The video of me giving a lecture in 360 with a 360 camera, and it's cool because YouTube allows you to then watch where did people look at. There's a heat map of where, you know, of where the center of the VR experience was, and it's interesting because that reveals to you like what people looked at. It's
not always what you were expecting.
It's not. In the case of the lecture, it's pretty boring. It is what we're expecting, but we did a few funny videos. There's a bunch of, and everybody, you know, in the beginning they all looked at the main person. Kind of that's a strong signal of what people found in the video. Just watch this. To measure this moment was super exciting for people. I don't know how you get that signal. Maybe comment. Is there a way to get that signal where this was like, this is when their eyes opened up and they're like, like for me with the Ray Dalio video, right? Like at first I was like, oh, okay, this is another one of these like dumb it down for you videos, and then you like start watching it, like, okay, there's this really crisp, clean, deep explanation of how the economy works. That's where I like set up and started watching. Right, that moment. Is there a way to detect that moment?
The only way I can think of is by asking people to just label.
You mentioned that we're quite far away in terms of doing video analysis, deep video analysis. Of course, Google, YouTube, you know, we're quite far away from solving the autonomous driving problem too. So it's
I don't know. I think we're closer to that.
Well, the you know, you never know. And the Wright brothers thought they're not going to fly for 50 years, 3 years before they flew. So what are the biggest challenges, would you say? Is it the broad challenge of understanding video, understanding natural language, understanding the challenge before the entire machine learning community of just being able to understand data? Or is there something specific to video that's even more challenging than understanding natural language understanding? What's your sense of what the biggest challenge is?
Video is just so much information. And so precision becomes a real problem. It's like you're trying to classify something and you've got a million classes. And the distinctions among them, at least from a machine learning perspective, are often pretty small, right? Like, you need to see this person's number in order to know which player it is, and there's a lot of players. Or you need to see, the logo on their chest in order to know like which team they play for. And so, and that's just figuring out who's who, right? And then you go further and saying, okay, well, was that a goal? Was it not a goal? Like, is that an interesting moment, as you said, or is that not an interesting moment? These things can be pretty hard.
So, okay, so Jan LeCun, I'm not sure if you're familiar sort of with his current thinking and work. So he believes that what he's referring to as self-supervised learning will be the solution sort of to achieving this kind of greater level of intelligence. In fact, the thing he's focusing on is watching video and predicting the next frame. So predicting the future of video, right?
So for now, we're very far from that. But his thought is because it's unsupervised, or as he refers to as self-supervised. If you watch enough video, essentially, if you watch YouTube, you'll be able to learn about the nature, reality, physics, the common sense reasoning required by just teaching a system to predict the next frame. He's confident this is the way to go. So you, from the perspective of just working with this video, how do you think an algorithm that just watches all of YouTube all day and night, watching YouTube, will be able to of the physics world, really just be able to do common sense and so on?
We have systems that already watch, but they're just looking for very specific things, right? They're learning systems that are trying or I don't know what predicting the next frame is, because I'm not a compression algorithms, and that's kind of what compression algorithms they try to express and where they got all the bits for the next frame there. So I believe frame because a bit of it.
Compression is that's correct. So trying to maintain the same while outside. Bigger perspective of what compression is. The idea you they're trying to form actually use that video and people are talking. Maybe they're saying so that's kind of the our world.
Text or with some kind of break and
So the problem is 100% solved, and 8 years ago it was 0% solved. Where are we? Right. So,
maybe quarter of the way.
What the fuck was that?
So, on that topic, what does YouTube look like 10, 20, 30 years from now?
I mean, I think that YouTube is evolving to take the place of TV. I grew up as a kid in the 70s, and I watched a tremendous amount of television. And I feel sorry for my poor mom because people told her at the time that it was going to rot my brain and that she should kill her television. But anyway, I mean, I think that YouTube is, at least for my family, a better version of television, right? It's one that is on demand. It's more tailored to the things that my kids want to watch, and also they can find things that they would never have found on television. And so I think that, at least from just observing my own family, that's where we're headed, is that people watch YouTube kind of in the same way that I watched television when I was young.
So, from a search and discovery perspective, what are you excited about in the 5, 10, 20, 30 years? Like, what kind of things? It's already really good. I think it's achieved a lot of course, we don't know what's possible. So it's the task of search, of typing in a text or discovering new videos by the next recommendation. I personally am really happy with the experience. I rarely watch a video that's not awesome from my perspective. But what else is possible? What are you excited about?
Well, I think introducing people to more of what's available on YouTube is not only very important to YouTube and to creators, but I think it will help enrich people's lives, because there's a lot that I'm still finding out is available on YouTube that I didn't even know. I've been working YouTube 8 years, and it wasn't until last year that I learned that I could watch USC football games from the 1970s. Like, I didn't even know that was possible until last year. I've been working here quite some time. So, what was broken about that? But it took me 7 years to learn that this stuff was already on YouTube even when I got it. So I think there's a big opportunity there. And then, as I said before, we want to make sure that YouTube finds a way to ensure that it's acting responsibly with respect to society and enriching people's lives. So we want to take all of the great things that it does and make sure that we are eliminating the negative consequences that might happen. And then lastly, if we could get to a point where all the videos people watch are the best ones they've ever watched, that would be outstanding too.
Do you see, in many senses, becoming a window into the world for people? It's, especially with live video, you get to watch events. I mean, it's the way you experience a lot of the world that's out there. It's better than TV in many, many ways. So do you see it becoming more than just video? Do you see creators creating visual experiences in virtual worlds? So if I'm talking crazy now, but sort of virtual reality and entering that space, or is that, at least for now, totally outside what YouTube is thinking about?
I mean, I think Google is thinking about virtual reality. I don't think about virtual reality too much. I know that we would want to make sure that YouTube is there, when virtual reality becomes something, or if virtual reality becomes something that a lot of people are interested in. But I haven't seen it really take off yet.
Take off. Well, the future is wide open. Christos, I've been really looking forward to this conversation. It's been a huge honor. Thank you for answering some of the more difficult questions I've asked. I'm really excited about what YouTube has in store for us. It's one of the greatest products I've ever used and continue using. So thank you so much for talking.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for asking me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it. Use code LEXPODCAST. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to become future leaders and innovators. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter. Now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from Marcel Proust. The real voyage of discovery consists not in seeking new landscapes, but in having new eyes. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I hate seeing people go through the harsh emotional turmoil of making payments on time, but like doing the right thing that they're supposed to do, right? I was told this is what my student loan payment needs to be, and doing the right thing every single month like clockwork, and then the balance continues to increase. It's so unnerving. Like I can't imagine.
Following is a conversation with David Chalmers. He's a philosopher, cognitive scientist, specializing in areas of philosophy of mind, philosophy of language, and consciousness. He's perhaps best known for formulating the hard problem of consciousness, which could be stated as, why does the feeling which accompanies awareness of sensory information exist at all? Consciousness is almost entirely a mystery. Many people who worry about AI safety and ethics believe that in some form consciousness can or should be engineered into AI systems of the future. So while there's much mystery, disagreement, and discoveries yet to be made about consciousness, these conversations, while fundamentally philosophical in nature, may nevertheless be very important for engineers of modern AI systems to engage in. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app from the App Store. When you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market in as little as $1. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, subsidiary of Square, a member SIPC. Since Cash App does fractional share trading, let me mention that the order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional orders is an algorithmic marvel. So big props to the Cash App engineers for solving a hard problem that in the end provides an easy interface that takes a step up to the next layer of abstraction of the stock market, making trading more accessible for new investors and diversification much easier. If you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to First, one of my favorite organizations that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world.
Come on, baby.
And now, here's my conversation with David Chalmers. Do you think we're living in a
Show me the
simulation?
red. Show me the red.
Rule it out.
Fuck yeah.
There's probably going to be a lot of
Big time.
simulations in the history of the cosmos. If the simulation is designed well enough, it'll be indistinguishable from a non-simulated reality. And although we could keep searching for evidence that we're not in a simulation, any of that evidence in principle could be simulated. So I think it's a possibility.
But do you think the thought experiment is interesting or useful to calibrate how we think about the nature of reality?
Yeah, I definitely think it's interesting and useful. In fact, I'm actually writing a book about this right now, all about the simulation idea, using it to shed light on a whole bunch of philosophical questions. So the big one is, how do we know anything about the external world? Descartes said, maybe you're being fooled by an evil demon who's stimulating your brain into thinking all this stuff is real, when in fact it's all made up. Well, the modern version of that is, how do you know you're not in a simulation? And the thought is, if you're in a simulation, none of this is real. So that's teaching us something about knowledge. How do you know about the external world? I think there's also really interesting questions about the nature of reality right here. If we are in a simulation, is all this real? Is there really a table here? Is it really a microphone? Do I really have a body? The standard view would be, no, we don't. None of this would be real. My view is actually that's wrong, and even if we are in a simulation, all of this is real. That's why I call this reality 2.0. New version of reality, different version of reality, still reality. So what's the difference between, quote unquote, real world and the world that we interact with the world by perceiving it? They only really exist through the window of our perception system and our mind. Those are different between something that's quote unquote real that exists perhaps without us being there, and the world as you perceive it. The world as we perceive it is a very simplified, distorted version of what's going on underneath. We already know that from science. You don't see too many, obviously, quantum mechanical effects in what we perceive, but we still know quantum mechanics is going on under all things. I like to think the world we perceive is this very kind of simplified picture of colors, shapes, existing in space, and so on. And we know that's what philosopher Wilfred Sellers calls the manifest image. Well, as it seems to us, we already know underneath all that is a very different scientific image of atoms, quantum wave functions, or superstrings, or whatever the latest thing is. And that's the ultimate scientific reality. So I think of the simulation idea as basically another hypothesis about what the ultimate, say, quasi-scientific or metaphysical reality is going on underneath the world of the manifest image. The world of the manifest image is this very simple thing that we interact with that's neutral on the underlying stuff of reality. Science can help tell us about that. Maybe philosophy can help tell us about that too. And if we eventually take the red pill and find out we're in a simulation, my view is that's just another view about what reality is made of. Philosopher Immanuel Kant said, what is the nature of the thing in itself? I've got a glass here and it's got all these, it appears to be a certain way, certain shape, it's liquid, it's clear. And he said, what is the nature of the thing in itself? Well, I think it's the simulation idea. It's a hypothesis about the nature of the thing in itself. It turns out if we're in a simulation, the thing in itself, nature of this glass, okay, it's actually a bunch of data structures running on a computer in the next universe up.
Yeah, that's what people tend to do when they think about simulation. They think about our modern computers and somehow trivially, crudely just scaled up in some sense. But do you think the simulation, in order to actually simulate something as complicated as our universe that's made up of molecules and atoms and particles and quarks and maybe even strings, all of that would require something just infinitely many orders of magnitude more of scale and complexity. Do you think we're even able to even conceptualize what it would take to simulate our universe? Or does it just slip into this idea that you basically have to build a universe, something so big to simulate it? Does it get this into this fuzzy area that's not useful at all?
Yeah, well, it's obvious. Our universe is obviously incredibly complicated, and for us, within our universe, to build a simulation of a universe as complicated as ours is going to have obvious problems here. If the universe is finite, there's just no way that's going to work. Maybe there's some cute way to make it work. If the universe is infinite, maybe an infinite universe could somehow simulate a copy of itself. But that's That's going to be hard. Nonetheless, just that we are in a simulation, there's no particular reason why we have to think the simulating universe has to be anything like ours.
You said before that it might be, so you could think of it, turtles all the way down. You could think of the simulating universe different than ours, but we ourselves could also create another simulating universe. So you said there could be these kind of levels of universes, and you've also mentioned this hilarious idea, maybe tongue in cheek, maybe not, that there may be simulations within simulations, arbitrarily stacked levels, and that we may be in level 42.
Oh yeah,
Along those stacks, referencing Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe. If we're indeed in a simulation within a simulation at level 42, what do you think level 0 looks like?
I would expect that level 0 is truly enormous. I mean, not just if it's finite, it's extraordinarily large finite capacity. Much more likely, it's infinite. Maybe it's got some very high set cardinality that enables it to support just any number of simulations. So high degree of infinity at level 0, slightly smaller degree of infinity at level 1. So by the time you get down to us at level 42, maybe plenty of room for lots of simulations of finite capacity. If the top universe is only a small finite capacity, then obviously that's going to put very, very serious limits on how many simulations are going to be able to get running. So I think we can certainly confidently say that if we're at level 42, then the top level is pretty damn big.
So it gets more and more constrained as we get down the levels, more and more simplified and constrained and limited in resources.
Yeah, we still have plenty of capacity here. What was it? Feynman said, he said there's plenty of room at the bottom. We're still a number of levels above the degree where there's room for fundamental computing, physical computing capacity, quantum computing capacity at the bottom levels. We got plenty of room to play with and make. We probably have plenty of room for simulations of pretty sophisticated universes, perhaps none as complicated as our universe, unless our universe is infinite, but still, at the very least, they're pretty serious finite universes, but maybe universes somewhat simpler than ours, unless, of course, we're prepared to take certain shortcuts in the simulation, which might then increase the capacity significantly.
Do you think the human mind has people, in terms of the complexity of simulation, is at the height of what the simulation might be able to achieve? Like if you look at incredible entities that could be created in this universe of ours, do you have an intuition about how incredible human beings are on that scale?
I think we're pretty impressive. We're not that impressive.
We're above average.
I think human beings are at a certain point in the scale of intelligence which made many things possible. You get through evolution, through organisms, through fish, mammals, primates. Something happens once you get to human beings. We just reach that level where we get to develop language, we get to develop certain kinds of culture, we get to develop certain kinds of collective thinking that has enabled all this amazing stuff to happen, science and literature and engineering and culture and so on. So we're just at the beginning of that, on the evolutionary threshold. It's kind of like we just got there, who knows, a few thousand or tens of thousands of years ago. So we're probably just at the very beginning for what's possible there. So I'm inclined to think among the scale of intelligent beings, we're somewhere very near the bottom. I would expect that, for example, if we're in a simulation, and the simulators who created us have got the capacity to be far more sophisticated. If we're at level 42, who knows what the ones at level 0 are like.
It's also possible that this is the epitome of what is possible to achieve. So we as human beings see ourselves maybe as flawed, see all the constraints, all the limitations, but maybe that's the magic of the beautiful thing. Maybe those limitations are the essential elements for an interesting, so that edge of chaos, that interesting existence. That if you make us much more intelligent, if if you make us more powerful in any kind of dimension of performance, maybe you lose something fundamental that makes life worth living. So you kind of have this optimistic view that we're this little baby that then there's so much growth and potential. But this could also be it. This is the most amazing thing is us.
Maybe what you're saying is consistent with what I'm saying. I mean, we still have levels of intelligence far beyond us. Maybe those levels of intelligence, on your view, would be kind of boring, and we kind of get spooked with everything, and life suddenly becomes unidimensional. So we're just inhabiting this one spot with like maximal romanticism and the history of evolution.
Yeah.
You get to humans, and it's like, yeah, and in years to come, our super intelligent descendants are gonna look back at us and say, those were the days when they just hit the point of inflection and life was interesting. I am an optimist, so I'd like to think that, if there is super intelligence somewhere in the future, they'll figure out how to make life super interesting and super romantic.
Well, you know what they're going to do. So what they're going to do is they realize how boring life is when you're super intelligent, so they create a new level of simulation and sort of live through the things they've created by watching them stumble about in their flawed ways. So maybe so you create a new level of the simulation every time you get really bored with how smart and
this would be kind of sad though, because we showed the peak of their existence would be like watching simulations for entertainment. It's like saying the peak of our existence now is Netflix.
No,
it's all right.
A flip side of that could be the peak of our existence for many people having children and watching them grow. That becomes very meaningful.
Okay,
so
you create a simulation. It's like creating a family.
Creating any kind of creation is it's kind of a powerful act. Do you think it's easier to stimulate the mind or the universe? So I've heard several people, including Nick Bostrom, think about ideas of maybe you don't need to simulate the universe, you can just simulate the human mind, or in general, just the distinction between simulating the entirety of it, the entirety of the physical world, or just simulating the mind. Which one do you see as more challenging?
Well, I think in some sense the answer is obvious. It has to be simpler to simulate the mind than to simulate the universe, because the mind is part of the universe. And in order to fully simulate the universe, you're going to have to simulate the mind. So I guess we're talking about partial simulation.
And I guess the question is, which comes first? Does the mind come before the universe, or does the universe come before the mind? So the mind could just be an emergent phenomenon in this universe. So simulation is an interesting thing. That it's not like creating a simulation perhaps requires you to program every single thing that happens in it. It's just defining a set of initial conditions and rules based on which it behaves. Simulating the mind requires you to have a little bit more, in a little bit of a crazy line, but it requires you to understand the fundamentals of cognition, perhaps of consciousness, of perception, of everything like that. That's not created through some kind of emergence from basic physics laws, but more requires you to actually understand the fundamentals of the mind.
How about if we said simulate the brain rather than the mind? The brain is just a big physical system. The universe is a giant physical system. To simulate the universe, at the very least, you're going to have to simulate the brain as well as all the other physical systems within it. And it's not obvious that the problems are any worse for the brain than for its particularly complex physical system. But if we can simulate arbitrary physical systems, we can simulate brains. There is this further question of whether, when you simulate a brain, will that bring along all the features of the mind with it? Like, will you get consciousness? Will you get thinking? Will you get free will? And so on. And that's something philosophers have argued over for years. My own view is if you simulate the brain well enough, that will also simulate the mind. But yeah, there's plenty of people who would say no, you'd merely get like a zombie system, a simulation of a brain without any true consciousness.
But for you, to put together a brain, consciousness, consciousness that arise.
Yeah, I don't think it's obvious.
That's your intuition.
My view is roughly that, what is responsible for consciousness? It's in the patterns of information processing and so on, rather than, say, the biology that it's made of. There's certainly plenty of people out there who think consciousness has to be, say, biological. So if you merely replicate the patterns of information processing in a non-biological substrate, you'll miss what's crucial for consciousness. I mean, just don't think there's any particular reason to think that biology is special here. You can imagine substituting the biology for non-biological systems, say silicon circuits that play the same role. The behavior will continue to be the same. And, I think just thinking about what is the true, I think about the connection, the isomorphisms between consciousness and the brain. The deepest connections to me seem to connect consciousness to patterns of information processing, not to specific biology. So I at least adopted as my working hypothesis that basically it's the computation and the information that matters for consciousness. At the same time, we don't understand consciousness, so all this could be wrong.
So the computation, the flow, the processing, manipulation of the station, the process is where the consciousness, the software is where the consciousness comes from, not the hardware.
Roughly the software, the patterns of information processing, at least in the hardware, which you view as software. It may not be something you just like program and load and erase and so on in the way we can with ordinary software, but it's something at the level of information processing rather than at the level of implementation.
So on that, what do you think of the experience itself, the experience of the world in a virtual world, in virtual reality? Is it possible that we could create sort of offsprings of our consciousness by existing in a virtual world long enough? So, can we be conscious in the same kind of deep way that we are in this real world by hanging out in the virtual world?
Yeah, well, the kind of virtual worlds we have now they're interesting but limited in certain ways. In particular, they rely on us having a brain and so on, which is outside the virtual world. They be able to strap on my VR headset or just hang out in a virtual world on a screen, but my brain and then my physical environment might be simulated if I'm in a virtual world. But right now, there's no attempt to simulate my brain. There might be some non-player characters in these virtual worlds that have simulated cognitive systems of certain kinds that dictate their behavior. But mostly they're pretty simple right now. I mean, some people are trying to combine a bit of AI and then non-player characters to make them smarter. But for now, inside virtual worlds, the actual thinking is interesting, distinct from the physics of those virtual worlds. In a way, actually, this is kind of reminiscent of the way that Descartes thought our physical world was. There's physics, and there's a mind, and they're separate. Now we think the mind is somehow connected to physics pretty deeply. But in these virtual worlds, there's the physics of a virtual world, and then there's this brain which is totally outside the virtual world that controls it and interacts with it. When anyone exercises agency in a video game, that's actually somebody outside the virtual world moving and controlling the interaction of things inside the virtual world. So right now, in virtual world, the mind is somehow outside the world. But you can imagine in the future, once we develop serious AI, artificial general intelligence, and so on, then we can come to a virtual world which have enough sophistication you can actually simulate a brain or have a genuine AGI, which would then presumably be able to act in equally sophisticated ways, maybe even more sophisticated ways inside the virtual world, how it might in the physical world. And then the question is going to come along, that'll be kind of a VR, a virtual world internal intelligence. And then the question is, could they have consciousness, experience, intelligence, free will, all the things that we have? And again, my view is, I don't see why not.
So lingering a little bit, I find virtual reality really incredibly powerful. Just even the crude virtual reality we have now. Perhaps there's psychological effects that make some people more amenable to virtual worlds than others, but I find myself wanting to stay in virtual worlds for crazy. Yes. So
with a headset or on a desktop?
No, with a headset.
Really interesting, because I am totally addicted to using the internet and things on a desktop. But when it comes to VR with a headset, I don't typically use it for more than 10 or 20 minutes. There's something just slightly immersive about it, I find. So I don't, right now, even though I have Oculus Rift and Oculus Quest and HTC Vive and Samsung this and that,
I don't want to stay in that world
for extended periods. You actually find yourself
something about it, like it's both a combination of just imagination and considering the possibilities of where this goes in the future. It feels like I want to almost prepare my brain for it. I want to explore sort of Disneyland when it's first being built in the early days.
Yeah.
And it feels like I'm walking around almost imagining the possibilities, and something through that process allows my mind to really enter into that world. But you say that the brain is external to that. It is, strictly speaking, true. But
if you're in VR and you do brain surgery on an avatar, you're going to open up that skull. What are you going to find? All right, nothing's there. The brain is elsewhere.
You don't think it's possible to kind of separate them? And I don't mean in a sense like Descartes, like a hard separation, but basically, you think it's possible with the brain outside of the virtual grid, when you're wearing a headset, create a new consciousness for prolonged periods of time. Really feel, really experience, forget that your brain is outside.
So this is going to be the case where the brain is still outside. But could living in the VR. I mean, we already find this, right, with video games.
Yeah.
That's completely immersive, and you get taken up by living in those worlds, and it becomes your reality for a while.
So they're not completely immersive, they're very immersive.
You don't forget the external world. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's what I'm asking. Yeah. It's almost possible to really forget the external world. Really immerse yourself.
What? To forget completely? Why would we forget? We got pretty good memories. Maybe you can stop paying attention to the external world, but this already happens a lot. I go to work and maybe I'm not paying attention to my home life. I go to a movie and I'm immersed in that. So that degree of immersion, absolutely. But we still have the capacity to remember it, to completely forget the external world. I'm thinking that would probably take some pretty serious drugs or something to make make your brain do that.
Possible. So, I mean, I guess I'm getting at is consciousness truly a property that's tied to the physical brain, or can you create sort of different offspring copies of consciousnesses based on the worlds that you enter?
Well, the way we're doing it now, at least with the standard VR, there's just one brain interacts with the physical world, plays a video game, puts on a video headset, interacts with this virtual world. And I think we typically say there's one consciousness here that nonetheless undergoes different environments, takes on different characters in different environments. This is already something that happens in a non-virtual world. I might interact one way in my home life, work life, social life, and so on. So at the very least, that will happen in a virtual world very naturally. People sometimes adopt the character of avatars very different from themselves, maybe in a different gender, different race, different social background. So that much is certainly possible. I would see that as a single consciousness, taking on different personas. It's one literal splitting of consciousness into multiple copies. I think it's going to take something more radical than that. Like maybe you can run different simulations of your brain in different realities, and then expose them to different histories, and then you'd split yourself into 10 different simulated copies, which then undergo different environments, and then ultimately do become 10 very different consciousnesses. Maybe that could happen, but now we're not talking about something that's possible in the near term. We're going to have brain simulations and AGI for that to happen.
Got it. So before any of that happens, it's fundamentally you see it as a singular consciousness, even though it's been experiencing different environments, for sure or not. It's still connected to the same set of memories, same set of experiences, and therefore one sort of joint conscious system.
Yeah, or at least no more multiple than the kind of multiple consciousness that we get inhabiting different environments in a non-virtual world.
So you said as a child you were a music color
Synesthete.
synesthete. So where songs had colors for you. So what songs had what colors?
This is funny. I didn't pay much attention to this at the time, but I'd listen to a piece of music and I'd get some kind of imagery of a kind of color. The weird thing is, mostly they were murky, dark greens and olive browns, and the colors weren't all that interesting. I don't know what the reason is. I mean, my theory is that maybe it's like different chords and tones provided different colors, and they all tended to get mixed together into these somewhat uninteresting browns and greens. But every now and then, there'd be something that had a really pure color. So this is a few that I remember. There was a Here, There, and Everywhere by the Beatles. It's bright red. It has this, very distinctive tonality and its chord structure at the beginning. So that was bright red. There was a song by the Alan Parsons Project called Ammonia Avenue. That was kind of a pure blue. Anyway, I've got no idea how would this happen. I didn't even pay that much attention until it went away when I was about 20. Just synesthesia often goes away.
So is it purely just the perception of a particular color, or was there a positive and negative experience with it? Like was blue associated with a positive and red with a negative? Or is it simply the perception of color associated with some characteristic of the song?
For me, I don't remember a lot of association with emotion or with value. It's just this kind of weird and interesting fact. I mean, at the beginning, I thought this was something that happened to everyone. Songs of colors. Maybe I mentioned it once or twice, and people said, no. It was like, I thought it was kind of cool when there was one that had one of these especially pure colors, but only much later, once I became a grad student, thinking about the mind, that I read about this phenomenon called synesthesia. It's like, hey, that's what I had. And now I occasionally talk about it in my classes, in intro class, and it still happens sometimes. A student comes up and says, hey, I have that. I never knew about that. I never knew it had a name.
You said that it went away at age 20 or so. And that you have a journal entry from around then saying songs don't have colors anymore. What happened?
Yeah, it was definitely sad that it was gone. That in retrospect, it's like, hey, that's cool. The colors are gone.
Yeah, when you think about that for a little bit, do you miss those experiences? Because it's a fundamentally different sets of experiences that you no longer have.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it just a nice thing to have had? You don't see them as that fundamentally different than you visiting a new country and experiencing the environment.
I guess for me, when I had these experiences, they were somewhat marginal. They were like a little bonus kind of experience. I know there are people who have much more serious forms of synesthesia than this, for whom it's absolutely central to their lives. I know people who, when they experience new people, they have colors, maybe they have taste, and so on. Every time they see writing, it has colors. Some people, whenever they hear music, it's got a certain really rich color pattern. And for some synesthetes, it's absolutely central. I think if they lost it, they'd be devastated. Again, for me, it's a very, very mild form of synesthesia, and it's like those interesting experiences. You might get under different altered states of consciousness and so on. Well, that's kind of cool, but not necessarily the single most important experiences in your life.
So let's try to go to the very simplest question. You've answered many times, but perhaps the simplest things can help us reveal, even in time, some new ideas. So what, in your view, Who is consciousness? What is qualia? What is the hard problem of consciousness?
Consciousness, I mean, the word is used many ways, but the kind of consciousness that I'm interested in is basically subjective experience. What it feels like from the inside to be a human being or any other conscious being. I mean, there's something it's like to be me. Right now, I have
Is it big time?
visual images that I'm
Big
experiencing.
time?
Hearing my voice. I've got maybe some emotional tone. I've got a stream of thought running through my head. These are all things that I experience from the first person point of view. I've sometimes called this the inner movie in the mind. It's not a perfect metaphor. It's not like a movie in every ways and in every way, and it's very rich. But yeah, it's just direct, subjective experience. And I call that consciousness, or sometimes philosophers use the word qualia, which you suggested. People tend to use the word qualia for things like the qualities of things like colors, redness, the experience of redness versus the experience of greenness, the experience of one taste or one smell versus another, the experience of the quality of pain. And, yeah, a lot of consciousness is the experience of those qualities.
Well, consciousness is bigger. The entirety of any kind of experience.
Consciousness of thinking is not obviously qualia. It's not like specific qualities like redness or greenness, but still I'm thinking about my hometown, I'm thinking about what I'm going to do later on. Maybe there's still something running through my head, which is subjective experience. Maybe it goes beyond those qualities or qualia. Philosophers sometimes use the word phenomenal consciousness for consciousness in this sense. Some people also talk about access consciousness, being able to access information in your mind, reflective consciousness, being able to think about yourself. But it looks like the really mysterious one, the one that really gets people going, is phenomenal consciousness. The fact that the subjective experience and all this feels like something at all. And then the hard problem is, why is it that there is phenomenal consciousness at all? And how is it that physical processes in a brain could give you subjective experience that looks like, on the face of it, you can have all this very complicated physical system in a brain running without it giving subjective experience at all. And yet we do have subjective experience. So the hard problem is just explain that.
Explain how that comes about. We haven't been able to build machines where a red light goes on that says it's not conscious. So how do we actually create that, or how do humans do it? How do we ourselves do it? But
we do every now and then create machines that can do this. We create babies,
yes,
that are conscious. They've got these brains.
As best
that brain does produce consciousness. But even though we can create it, we still don't understand why it happens. Maybe eventually we'll be able to create machines which, as a matter of fact, AI machines, which, as a matter of fact, are conscious. But that won't necessarily make the hard problem go away any more than it does with babies. Because we still want to know how and why is it that these processes give you consciousness.
You know, you just made me realize for a second, maybe it's a totally dumb realization, but nevertheless, that it's a useful way to think about the creation of consciousness is looking at a baby. So that there's a certain point at which that baby is not conscious. It's sort of, the big baby starts from maybe, I don't know, from a few cells, right? There's a certain point at which it becomes consciousness arrives. It's conscious. Of course, we can't know exactly that line. That's a useful idea that we do create consciousness. Again, a really dumb thing for me to say, but it's not until now that I realize we do engineer consciousness. We get to watch the process happen. We don't know which point it happens or where it is, but we do see the birth of consciousness.
Yeah, I mean, there's a question, of course, is whether babies are conscious when they're born. And it used to be, it seems, at least some people thought they weren't, which is why they didn't give anesthetics to newborn babies when they circumcised them. And so on. Now people think, oh, that's incredibly cruel. Of Of course, babies feel pain, and now the dominant view is that the babies can feel pain. Actually, my partner Claudia works on this whole issue of whether there's consciousness in babies and of what kind, and she certainly thinks that newborn babies come into the world with some degree of consciousness. Of course, then you can just extend the question backwards to fetuses. Suddenly you're into politically controversial territory. But the question also arises in the animal kingdom. Where does consciousness start or stop? Is there a line in the animal kingdom where the first conscious organisms are? It's interesting. Over time, people are becoming more and more liberal about ascribing consciousness to animals. People used to think maybe only mammals could be conscious. Now most people seem to think, sure, fish are conscious. They can feel pain. And now we're arguing over insects. You'll find people out there who say plants have some degree of consciousness. So, who knows where it's going to end. The far end of this chain is the view that every physical system has some degree of consciousness. Philosophers call that panpsychism. I take that view.
I mean, that's a fascinating way to view reality. So if you could talk about, if you can linger on panpsychism for a little bit, what does it mean? So it's not just plants are conscious. I mean, it's that consciousness is a fundamental fabric of reality. What does that mean to you? How are we supposed to think about that?
Well, we're used to the idea that some things in the world are fundamental, right? Physics, like what? Techniques like space or time, or space-time, mass, charge, as fundamental properties of the universe. You don't reduce them to something simpler. You take those for granted. You've got some laws that connect them. Here is how mass and space and time evolve. Theories like relativity or quantum mechanics or some future theory that will unify them both. But everyone says you've got to take some things as fundamental. And if you can't explain one thing in terms of the previous fundamental things, you have to expand. Maybe something like this happened with Maxwell. You ended up with fundamental principles of electromagnetism and charge as fundamental, because it turned out that was the best way to explain it. So I at least take seriously the possibility something like that could happen with consciousness. Take it as a fundamental property like space, time, and mass, instead of trying to explain consciousness wholly in terms of the evolution of space, time, and mass, and so on. Take it as a primitive, and then connect it to everything else by some fundamental laws. So, I mean, there's this basic problem that the physics we have now looks great for solving the easy problems of consciousness, which are all about behavior. They give us a complicated structure and dynamics. They tell us how things are going to behave, what kind of observable behavior they'll produce, which is great for the problems of explaining how we walk, how we talk, and so on. Those are the easy problems of consciousness. But the hard problem was this problem about subjective experience. Just doesn't look like that kind of problem about structure, dynamics, how things behave. It's hard to see how existing physics is going to give you a full explanation of that.
Certainly, trying to get a physics view of consciousness, yes, there has to be a connecting point, and it could be at the very axiomatic, at the very beginning level. But, I mean, first of all, there's a crazy idea that everything has properties of consciousness. So at that point, the word consciousness is already beyond the reach of our current understanding, like far, because it's so far from, at least for me, if you can correct me, it's far from the experiences that we have, that I have as a human being. To say that everything is conscious, that means that basically, another way to put that, if that's true, then we understand almost nothing about that fundamental aspect of the world.
How do you feel about saying an ant is conscious? Do you get the same reaction to that, or is that something you can understand?
I can understand ants. I can't understand an atom.
A plant.
So I'm comfortable with living things on Earth being conscious, because there's some kind of agency where they're similar size to me, and they can be born and they can die, and that is understandable intuitively. Of course, you anthropomorphize. You put yourself in place of the plant. But I can understand it. I mean, I'm not like, I don't believe actually that plants are conscious or that plants suffer, but I can understand that kind of belief, that kind of idea.
How do you feel about robots? The kind of robots we have now. I told you like that, a Roomba has some degree of consciousness, or some deep neural network.
I could understand that a Roomba has consciousness. I just had spent all day at iRobot. I personally love robots and I have a deep connection with robots, so I also probably anthropomorphize them. There's something about the physical object. So there's different than a neural network. A neural network running the software. To me, the physical object, something about the human experience allows me to really see that physical object as an entity. And if it moves, and moves in a way that I didn't program it, where it feels that it's acting based on its own perception, and yes, self-awareness and consciousness, even if it's a Roomba, then you start to assign it some agency, some consciousness. So, but to say that panpsychism, that consciousness is a fundamental property of reality, is a much bigger statement. That it's like turtles all the way. It doesn't end. The whole thing is so like how I know it's full of mystery, but if you can linger on it, like how do you think about reality if consciousness is a fundamental part of its fabric?
The way you get there is can we explain consciousness given the existing fundamentals? And then if you can't, at least right now, it looks like, that's something. It doesn't follow that you have to add consciousness. There's another interesting possibility is, we'll add something else. Let's call it proto-consciousness, or X.
Right.
And it turns out space, time, mass, plus X will somehow collectively give you the possibility for consciousness. So I don't rule out that view. Either I call that pan-proto-psychism, because maybe there's some other property, proto-consciousness, at the bottom level. And if you can't imagine there's actually genuine consciousness at the bottom level, well, I think we should be open to the idea there's this other thing, X, maybe we can't imagine somehow gives you consciousness. But if we are playing along with the idea that there really is genuine consciousness at the bottom level, of course, this is going to be way out speculative, but at least in, say, if it was classical physics, then you'd end up saying, well, every little atom, with a bunch of particles in space-time, each of these particles has some kind of consciousness whose structure mirrors maybe their physical properties, like its mass, charge, velocity, and so on. The structure of its consciousness would roughly correspond to that. And the physical interactions between particles. There's this old worry about physics. I mentioned this before in this issue about the manifest image. We don't really find out about the intrinsic nature of things. Physics tells us about how a particle relates to other particles and interacts. It doesn't tell us about what the particle is in itself. That was Kant's thing in itself. So here's a view. The nature in itself of a particle is something mental. Particles actually have a little conscious subject with properties of its consciousness that correspond to its physical properties. The laws of physics are actually ultimately relating these properties of conscious subjects. So in this view, the Newtonian world actually would be a vast collection of little conscious subjects at the bottom level, way, way simpler than we are, without free will or rationality or anything like that. But that's what the universe would be like. Now, of course, that's a vastly speculative view. No particular reason to think it's correct. Furthermore, non-Newtonian physics, say quantum mechanical wave function, suddenly it starts to look different. A vast collection of conscious subjects. Maybe there's ultimately one big wave function for the whole universe. Corresponding to that might be something more like a single conscious mind whose structure corresponds to the structure of the wave function. People sometimes call this cosmopsychism. And now, of course, we're in the realm of extremely speculative philosophy. There's no direct evidence for this, but if you want a picture of what that universe would be like, giant cosmic mind with enough richness and structure among it to replicate all the structure of physics.
I think, therefore, I am at the level of particles, and with quantum mechanics at the level of the wave function. It's kind of an exciting, beautiful possibility, of course, way out of reach of physics currently.
It is interesting that some neuroscientists are beginning to take panpsychism seriously. You find consciousness even in very simple systems. So, for example, the integrated information theory of consciousness, a lot of neuroscientists are taking seriously. Actually, I just got this new book by Christoph Koch just came in, The Feeling of Life Itself, why consciousness is widespread, but can't be computed. He basically endorses a panpsychist view, where you get consciousness with the degree of information processing or integrated information processing in a system, and even very, very simple systems, like a couple of particles, will have some degree of this. So he ends up with some degree of consciousness in all matter. And the claim is that this theory can actually explain a bunch of stuff about the connection between the brain and consciousness. Now, that's very controversial. I think it's very, very early days science of consciousness. It's interesting that it's not just philosophy that might lead you in this direction, but there are ways of thinking quasi-scientifically that lead you there too.
But maybe different than panpsychism. What do you think? So Alan Watts has this quote that I'd like to ask you about. The quote is, "Through our eyes, the universe is perceiving itself. Through our ears, the universe is listening to its harmonies. We are the witnesses to which the universe becomes conscious of its glory, of its magnificence." So that's not panpsychism. Do you think that we are essentially the tools, the senses the universe created to be conscious of itself?
It's an interesting idea. Of course, if you went for the giant cosmic mind view, then the universe was conscious all along. It didn't need us. We're just little components of the universal consciousness. Likewise, if you believe in panpsychism, then there was some little degree of consciousness at the bottom level all along, and we were just a more complex form of consciousness. So I think maybe the quote you mentioned works better. If you're not a panpsychist, you're not a cosmopsychist, you think consciousness just exists at this intermediate level, and of course that's the orthodox view.
That you would say is the common view? So is your own view of panpsychism a rarer view?
I think it's generally regarded certainly as a speculative view held by a fairly small minority of at least theorists. Most philosophers and most scientists who think about consciousness are not panpsychists. There's been a bit of a movement in that direction for the last 10 years or so. It seems to be quite popular, especially among the younger generation, but it's still very definitely a minority view. Many people think it's totally batshit crazy to use a technical term. But
philosophical term.
So the orthodox view, I think, is still consciousness is something that humans have, and some good number of non-human animals have, and maybe AIs might have one day, but it's restricted. On that view, then there was no consciousness at the start of the universe, and maybe none at the end. But it is this thing which happened at some point in the history of the universe, consciousness developed. And yes, that's a very amazing event on this view, because many people are inclined to think consciousness is what somehow gives meaning to our lives. Without consciousness, there'd be no meaning, no true value, no good versus bad, and so on. So with the advent of consciousness, suddenly the universe went from meaningless to somehow meaningful. Why did this happen? I guess the quote you mentioned was this was somehow destined to happen, because the universe needed to have consciousness within it to have value and have meaning. Maybe you combine that with a theistic view or a teleological view. The universe is inexorably evolving towards consciousness. Actually, my colleague here at NYU, Tom Nagel, wrote a book called Mind and Cosmos, a few years ago where he argued the teleological view of evolution toward consciousness, saying this that the problems of Darwinism is got him on. It was very, very controversial. Most people didn't agree. I myself agree with this teleological view, but it's at least a beautiful speculative view of the cosmos.
What do you think people experience? What do they see when they believe in God from this kind of perspective?
I'm not an expert on thinking about God and religion. I'm not myself religious at all.
When people sort of pray, communicate with God in whatever form, I'm not speaking sort of the practices and the rituals of religion. I mean the actual experience of that people really have a deep connection with God in some cases. What do you think that experience is? It's so common, at least throughout the history of civilization, that it seems like we seek that.
At the very least, an interesting conscious experience that people have when they experience religious awe or prayer and so on. Neuroscientists are trying to examine what bits of the brain are active and so on. But yeah, this deeper question of what are people looking for when they're doing this? Like I said, with no real expertise on this, but it does seem that one thing people are after is a sense of meaning and value, a sense of connection to something greater than themselves that will give their lives meaning and value. And maybe the thought is if there is a God, and God somehow is a universal consciousness who has invested this universe with meaning, and some connection to God might give your life meaning. I think I can kind of see the attractions of that. But it still makes me wonder, why is it exactly that a universal consciousness, God, would be needed to give the world meaning? If universal consciousness can give the world meaning, why can't local consciousness give the world meaning too? So I think my consciousness gives my world meaning.
Is the origin of meaning for your world.
Yeah, I experience things as good or bad, happy, sad, interesting, important. So my consciousness invests this world with meaning. Without any consciousness, maybe it would be a bleak, meaningless universe. But I don't see why I need someone else's consciousness or even God's consciousness to give this universe meaning. Here we are, local creatures with our own subjective experiences. I think we can give the universe meaning ourselves. So, maybe to some people that feels inadequate. Yeah, our own local consciousness is somehow too puny and insignificant to invest any of this with cosmic significance, and maybe God gives you a sense of cosmic significance. But I'm just speculating here.
So it's a really interesting idea that consciousness is the thing that makes life meaningful. If you could maybe just briefly explore that for a second. So I suspect, just from listening to you now, you mean in a normal trivial sense, just the day-to-day experiences of life have, because of you attach an identity to it, they become, I guess I want to ask something I would always wanted to ask a legit, world-renowned philosopher. What is the meaning of life? So I suspect you don't mean consciousness gives any kind of greater meaning to it all,
Yeah.
and more to day to day. But is there greater meaning to it all?
I think life has meaning for us because we are conscious. So without consciousness, no meaning. Consciousness invests our life with meaning. So consciousness is the source, of my view, of the meaning of life. I wouldn't say consciousness itself is the meaning of life. I'd say what's meaningful in life is basically what we find meaningful, what we experience as meaningful. So if you find meaning and fulfillment and value in, say, intellectual work, like understanding, then that's a very significant part of the meaning of life for you. If you find it in social connections or in raising a family, then that's the meaning of life for you. The meaning that comes from what you value as a conscious creature. I think there's no, on this view, there's no universal solution. No universal answer to that question, what is the meaning of life? The meaning of life is where you find it as a conscious creature, but as consciousness that somehow makes value possible, experiencing some things as good or as bad or as meaningful, somehow comes from within consciousness.
So you think consciousness is a crucial component, ingredient of assigning value to things?
I mean, there's a kind of a fairly strong intuition that without consciousness, there wouldn't really be any value. If we had a purely universe of unconscious creatures, would anything be better or worse than anything else? Certainly when it comes to ethical dilemmas, you know about the old trolley problem. Do you kill one person or do you switch to the other track to kill five? Well, I've got a variant on the zombie trolley problem, where there's one conscious being on one track and five humanoid zombies, let's make them robots, who are not conscious on the other track. You given the choice, you kill one conscious being or the five unconscious robots. Most people have a fairly clear intuition here.
Yeah.
Kill the unconscious beings because they don't have a meaningful life. They're not really persons, conscious beings.
Of course,
at all.
We don't have a good intuition about something like an unconscious being. So, in philosophical terms, what you refer to as a zombie, it's a useful thought experiment, construction in philosophical terms, but we don't yet have them. So that's kind of what we may be able to create with robots. And I don't necessarily know what that even means.
Yeah, they're merely hypothetical. For now, they're just a thought experiment. They may never be possible. I mean, the extreme case of a zombie is a being which is physically, functionally, behaviorally identical to me, but not conscious. That's a mere, I don't think that could ever be built in this universe. The question is just, does that hypothetically make sense? That's kind of a useful contrast class to raise questions like, why aren't we zombies? How does it come about that we're conscious? And we're not like that. But there are less extreme versions of this, like robots, which are maybe not physically identical to us, maybe not even functionally identical to us. Maybe they've got a different architecture, but they can do a lot of sophisticated things, maybe carry on a conversation, but they're not conscious. But that's not so far out. We've got simple computer systems is tending in that direction now, and presumably this is going to get more and more sophisticated over years to come, but we may have some pretty, at least quite straightforward to conceive of some pretty sophisticated robot systems that can use language and be fairly high functioning without consciousness at all. And I stipulate that. I mean, of course, there's this tricky question of how you would know whether they're conscious. But let's say we've somehow solved that. We know that these high-functioning robots are conscious. Then the question is, do they have moral status? Does it matter how we treat them?
What does moral status mean?
Does basically society? Can they suffer? Does it matter how we treat them? For example, if I mistreat this glass, this cup, by shattering it, then that's bad. Well, why is it bad? That's going to make a mess. It's going to be annoying for me and my partner. And so it's not bad for the cup. No one would say the cup itself has a moral status. Hey, you hurt the cup, and that's doing it a moral harm. Likewise, plants. Well, again, if they're not conscious, most people think by uprooting a plant, you're not harming it. But if a being is conscious, on the other hand, then you are harming it. So Siri, or I dare not say the name of Alexa. Anyway, you don't think we're morally harming Alexa by turning her off or disconnecting her or even destroying her, whether it's the system or the underlying software system, because we don't really think she's conscious. On the other hand, you move to like the disembodied being in the movie Her, Samantha, because she was kind of presented as conscious, and then if you if you destroyed her, you'd suddenly be committing a serious harm. So I think our strong sense is if a being is conscious and undergoes subjective experiences, then it matters morally how we treat them. So if a robot is conscious, it matters. But if a robot is not conscious, then they're basically just meat or a machine, and it doesn't matter. So I think at least maybe how we think about this stuff is fundamentally wrong, but I think a lot of people who think about this stuff seriously, including people who think about, say, the moral treatment of animals and so on, come to the view that consciousness is ultimately kind of the line between systems that where we have to take them into account in thinking morally about how we act, and systems in which we don't.
And I think I've seen either write or talk about the demonstration of consciousness from a system like that, from a system like Alexa or a conversational agent, that is what you would be looking for is kind of at the very basic level for the system to have an awareness that I'm just a program, and yet why do I experience this? Or not to have that experience, but to communicate that to you. So that's what us humans would sound like. If you all of a sudden woke up one day, like Kafka, right, in the body of a bug or something, but in a computer, you all of a sudden realize you don't have a body, and yet you would feel what you're feeling, you would probably say those kinds of things. So do you think a system essentially becomes conscious by convincing us that it's conscious through the words that I just mentioned? So by being confused about the fact that why am I having these experiences? So basically,
I don't think this is what makes you conscious, but I do think being puzzled about a consciousness is a very good sign that a system is conscious. If I encountered a robot that actually seemed to be genuinely puzzled by its own mental states and saying, yeah, I have all these weird experiences, I don't see how to explain them. I know I'm just a set of silicon circuits, but I don't see how that would give you my consciousness. I would at least take that as some evidence that there's some consciousness going on there. I don't think a system needs to be puzzled about consciousness. To be conscious, many people aren't puzzled by their consciousness. Animals don't need to be puzzled at all. I still think they're conscious. But I don't think that's a requirement on consciousness. But I do think if we're looking for signs for consciousness, say in AI systems, one of the things that will help convince me that an AI system is conscious is if it shows signs of introspectively recognizing something like consciousness and finding this philosophically puzzling in the way that we do.
it's such an interesting thought, though, because a lot of people sort of would, at the shallow level, criticize the Turing test for language, and it's essentially what I heard, like Dan Dennett criticize it in this kind of way, which is it really puts a lot of emphasis on lying.
Yeah. And being able to imitate human beings.
Hey, there she is. I was just saying. I like literally within the 2 minutes. I was hoping everything's okay with you. What's up? All right. Like literally, I was like within the last minute. I said to the camera, "I hope everything's okay with Audie." That did not sound good. So what happened? You do. You do you. Do you want to talk about it? It's okay if you don't. Yeah, it sounds like he's super creepy. You're okay. You're okay. Wow, that's a lot. Would you like my opinion? Hey, certainly. Well, it sounds like this man is a danger to you. He just lost his wife and obviously cannot respect normal boundaries. He's put his hands on you. He's a complete stranger, or he's not a member of your family, essentially. If I were you, this is what I would do. I would unblock him for a moment. I would text him and say, please do not contact me for any reason. You make me feel uncomfortable. And then I would send it. I would unblock or I would reblock him. I would tell my grandmother I don't want him around. He makes me feel uncomfortable. He's he's touched me. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Well, you need to. You need. No, I know. I understand. You have to do it with the phone. You need evidence. Okay. If you just tell him, you have no evidence of it. Okay. And then I ever have any kind of, if I have to have any kind of interaction with him, I'm whipping my phone out and I'm recording the whole thing. And then the second that he says something or whatever, I call the police and I say, look, I've said to this man that I don't want any interaction with him and that he makes me feel uncomfortable. Here is the video of him touching me or coming on our property or whatever. I don't want him here. Either you guys make a report of this, that he's trespassing, or at least you can't what? The key would be this. You need to make sure that you have had it written. Text message is fine. Communicated to him that you don't want contact with him anymore. You can just say that. You don't have to even say that it makes you feel uncomfortable. Just tell him I don't want any contact with you anymore. And then whenever he comes around or whatever, you whip that phone out and you record the entire thing like it's a body cam of a police officer. And if he if he talks to you, if he talks if he talks to you, well, he obviously has feelings for you. And look, I don't want to. Hey, what's going on, Smokey? Smokey, how you living, man? Okay, I mean that's not what you do. You need you need it in writing. You need it in writing, and you don't have it right now. It's just one text message. Do not contact me. That's all you need. Yes, Yeah, then you have no evidence. And then he just thinks that he can come on over and talk with you and things. If you make it clear in one text message, do not contact me. Do not do not contact me. Right. And and if you put it in writing to him, then you won't have this anymore. Because the second that he does not follow that and has any contact with you, then you can say to him, "Look, now I'm going to call the police on you. I told you I don't want any contact with you," and you get a no contact order against him, and he's never around anymore. Now I know that's a lot of work. I don't want you to have to do any of that, but right now you don't have any evidence against him that you have communicated to him that you don't want contact with him. He came into your house. He creepily put his wife's dead sweater on your shoulder. It helps. Exact words are, "Do not contact me anymore. Thank you." That's it. Actually, you don't even have to say thank you. Just do not. I'm very kind. Do not contact me anymore. All right. So what's his name? Tony. You just say Tony colon. Do not contact me anymore. Period. Once you do that, then I'm going to be on your side because then you've done what you need to do to protect yourself. If I have to be. Exactly, and I don't want that to happen to you anymore. So now if you communicate that to him, then you have exactly. Seriously. And then you don't have to worry about it anymore. If you don't communicate it though, then he's just going to come back over with his dead wife's creepy clothes and put his hands on you, and you don't want that and I don't want that. Exactly. So get your phone and just text him, unblock him for a second, say, "Do not contact me, Tony colon, do not contact me anymore, period." Send it to him. When it says sent, you take a screenshot of that, email it to yourself, and you're good. Then I'm all in your corner. Not that I'm not, but there's just some things that you have to do. If you don't do that, then you will not have documented this, and then I don't want to hear about it anymore because you won't have done what the prudent action is. No, you know I'm right. It just sends a message that you don't want contact with him anymore. That way he keeps his wife's dead wife's clothes and he doesn't bother you with all the yeah, that doesn't that isn't any evidence. Okay? You need to provide you need it because what's gonna happen is he's gonna come over with a cake or some other creepy container or whatever. He's gonna make it okay. No, I'm not. No, 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 no. No, I'm not saying any of that. I'm not saying any of that. I feel very sad for you. I don't want you to be shaken up anymore. I don't want your whole day ruined because of Tony. So when I know that you've communicated this to him, then you don't have anything to worry about. Then it's in the past, and you go about living your life in normal conditions. And then I'm all about your plan. Like if you're outside, just ignoring him. I'm totally cool with that. Everything else I agree with, and I agree with what you did. I mean, you got him out of the house. You have to understand, and I'm sure you do, that this guy feels like he's far too comfortable where you live, and you don't want him on your property anymore. I know you were totally fine. You don't want his cake. You don't want his cake. You don't want to know what he's put in that cake. You don't want exactly. So just communicate. You just need to send one text message, Tony, colon, do not contact me anymore. Period. Send, screenshot, email it to yourself, and you're done. You don't man, no, I'm not mad at you. I'm proud of you for doing this. You're in a difficult situation. I heard that. You were like totally normal. Okay, it you know what to do. Tony, colon, do not contact me anymore. Period. Send and then screenshot, email it, and you're done. Adi, how you doing? Did you send it? No, I just maybe you got distracted or maybe he sent you a message or something. I don't know. Okay, I understand. Okay, so you have a copy of it in your email? Yes, a screenshot. Yes, because if let's just say your house burns down, God forbid, and your phone's in there, you have access to it, and for whatever reason, or you lose your just as my mother would say, humor me. Take a screenshot, email it to yourself as an attachment. Then you've got it. Name it the subject of the email, Tony text message. That's it. Then you have a digital archive of it. Then you can go back to living your normal life. We'll watch AI videos. We can play games if you want. Whatever you want. You were having a completely normal day. If I may ask, did he just come into your house or did you let him in? Your grandma let him in? Okay. Totally understandable. Okay. So you texted him? Did you take a screenshot and email it to yourself? Okay. I will shut up. I will. Okay.
You are really hard, and I don't know if you may run into him in the what is your ER that you work out of? In the best place to get sick, if you can see Dr. Michael Daniel. My God. I hope I get sick in Torrance if I need to. So appreciate your input. All kidding aside, thank you for bringing some light to this emerging issue with the medical funding and research funding that may happen in California and talking to some of Thanks a lot, Dr. Daniel. My pleasure. All right, talk soon. He's terrific. Really just a window on so very much. When we come back, I have more of the interview that Donald Trump did with Christian Wells, Meet the Press, talking about the border deportations and the Constitution. We'll get to all of that. That's covered in my mentee's notes. She has a new podcast. It's fascinating. It's very related to her world as a foster child. We'll hear more about that in the next hour as well. Mark Thompson here on KFI AM 644, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KOST HD2 Los Angeles, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Tragedy from above. Putting the Parabella live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A small plane has crashed in a neighborhood in sunny Valley. ABC's Melissa Dodd says 2 people and a dog on board were killed and 2 homes were damaged. FAA and NTSB investigate. Firefighters were able to extinguish the flames and safely evacuate the residents inside the homes. The plane was flying from Lancaster to Camarillo yesterday afternoon. New data shows a decrease in crime in California in 2024. Governor Newsom says it's a reflection of a record $1 billion in state resources focusing on public safety, local law enforcement, and prosecutions. Working with additional CHP officers, they've been involved in now over 3,700 investigations. Over 4,200 suspects have been arrested, and they've recovered 1.3 million stolen goods. He says smart strategies and partnerships. Burglary is down almost 14% in larceny, nearly 19% compared to pre-pandemic levels. LA Metro has expanded its weapons detection program to another train station. Metro officials announced the Sea Lights Work Station is the next step of technology which scans passengers for concealed weapons. Metro Board Chair LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn says Norwalk will be an example.
Are you okay, Audie?
Weapons do not belong on our metro system. There is no, in my opinion, compromise on
Are you done emailing it to yourself? Excellent. You want to play a game? Okay, absolutely. You let me know. I'm here for you. What you did was not easy, and now you don't have to worry about it anymore, okay? Good for you. I'm proud of you.
There's this cartoon of the AI system studying for the Turing test. It's got to read this book called Talk Like a Human. It's like, man, why do I have to waste my time learning how to imitate humans? Maybe the AI system is going to be way beyond the hard problem of consciousness. That's got to be the thing. Why do I need to waste my time pretending that I recognize the hard problem of consciousness in order for people to recognize me as conscious?
Yeah, it just feels like, I guess the question is, do you think we can never really create a test for consciousness? Because it feels like we're very human-centric. And so the only way we would be convinced that something is conscious is basically the thing demonstrates the illusion of consciousness. We can never really know whether it's conscious or not. And in fact, that almost feels like it doesn't matter then. Or does it still matter to you that something is conscious or it demonstrates consciousness? You still see that fundamental distinction.
I think to a lot of people, whether a system is conscious or not matters hugely for many things, like how we treat it, can it suffer, and so on. But still, that leaves open the question, how can we ever know? And it's true that it's awfully hard to see how we can know for sure whether a system is conscious. I suspect that sociologically, the thing that's going to convince us that the system is conscious is in part things like social interaction, conversation, and so on, where they seem to be conscious. They talk about their conscious states, or just talk about being happy or sad, or finding things meaningful, or being in pain. That will tend to convince us if we don't. The system genuinely seems to be conscious. We don't treat it as such. Eventually, it's going to seem like a strange form of racism or speciesism, or somehow not to acknowledge them.
I truly believe that, by the way. I believe that there is going to be something akin to the civil rights movement, but for robots. I think the moment you have a Roomba say, "Please don't kick me, that hurts," just say it.
Yeah.
I think that will fundamentally change the fabric of our society.
And you're probably right, although it's going to be very tricky because to say we've got the technology where these conscious beings can just be created and multiplied by the thousands by flicking a switch.
So,
and the legal status is going to be different, but ultimately the moral status ought to be the same. And yeah, the civil rights issue is going to be a huge mess.
So if one day somebody clones you, another very real possibility. In fact, I find the conversation between two copies of David Chalmers quite interesting.
Very thought.
Just,
who is this idiot? He's not making any sense.
So what do you think he would be conscious?
I do think he would be conscious. I do think in some sense, I'm not sure it would be me. There would be two different beings at this point. I think they'd both be conscious, and they both have many of the same mental properties. I think they both, in a way, have the same moral status. That it'd be wrong to hurt either of them or to kill them, and so on. Still, there's some sense in which probably their legal status would have to be different. If I'm the original and that one's just a clone, then creating a clone of me, presumably the clone doesn't, for example, automatically own the stuff that I own, or I've got to sort of connect to things that people I interact with, my family, my partner, and so on. I'm going to somehow be connected to them in a way in which the clone isn't. So
because you came slightly first.
Yeah,
because the clone would argue that they have really as much of a connection.
They have all the memories of that connection. Then in a way, you might say it's kind of unfair to discriminate against them. But say you've got an apartment that only one person can live in, or a partner who only one person.
Well, why should it be you? The original.
It's an interesting philosophical question, but you might say, because I actually have this history, if I am the same person as the one that came before, and the clone is not, then I have this history that the clone doesn't. Of course, there's also the question, isn't the clone the same person too? This is the question about personal identity. If I continue and I create a clone over there, I want to say this one is me and this one is someone else. But you could take the view that a clone is equally me. Of course, in a movie like Star Trek, where they have a teletransport, it basically creates clones all the time. They treat the clones as if they're the original person. Of course, they destroy the original body in Star Trek. If there's only one left around, and only very occasionally do things go wrong and you get two copies of Captain Kirk. And somehow our legal system, at the very least, is going to have to sort out some of these issues, and maybe that what's moral and what's legally acceptable are going to come apart.
What question would you ask a clone of yourself? Is there something useful you can find out from him about the fundamentals of consciousness even?
I mean, kind of in principle, I know that if it's a perfect clone, it's going to behave just like me. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able to, I can discover whether it's a perfect clone by seeing whether it answers like me. But otherwise, I know what I'm going to find is a being which is just like me, except that it's just undergone this great shock of discovering that it's a clone. So just say you woke me up tomorrow and said, hey Dave, sorry to tell you this, but you're actually the clone. And you would provide me really convincing evidence, showed me the film of my being cloned, and then all right to here being here and waking up. So you prove to me I'm a clone. Well, yeah, okay, I would find that shocking, and who knows how I would react to this. So maybe by talking to the clone, I'd find something about my own psychology that I can't find out so easily, like how I'd react upon discovering that I'm a clone. I can certainly ask the clone if it's conscious and what its consciousness is like and so on, but I guess I kind of know if it's a perfect clone, it's going to behave roughly like me. Of course, at the beginning, there'll be a question about whether a perfect clone is possible. So I may want to ask it lots of questions to see if its consciousness and the way it talks about its consciousness and the way it reacts to things in general is like me. And that will occupy us for a long time. Yeah.
It's a basic unit testing in the early models. Yeah. So if it's a perfect clone, say it's going to behave exactly like you. So that takes us to free will. So is there free will? Are we able to make decisions that are not predetermined from the initial conditions of the universe?
Philosophers do this annoying thing of saying it depends what you mean. So in this case, it really depends on what you mean by free will. If you mean something which was not determined in advance, could never have been determined, then I don't know, we have free will. I mean, there's quantum mechanics, and who's to say if that opens up some room, but I'm not sure we have free will in that sense. I'm also not sure that's the kind of free will that really matters. What matters to us is being able to do what we want and to create our own futures. We've got this distinction between having our lives be under our control and under someone else's control. But we've got the sense of actions that we are responsible for, but versus ones that we're not. I think you can make those distinctions even in a deterministic universe. And this is what people call the compatibilist view of free will, where it's compatible with determinism. I think for many purposes, the kind of free will that matters is something we can have in a deterministic universe. And I can't see any reason in principle why an AI system couldn't have free will of that kind. If you mean super duper free will, the ability to violate the laws of physics and doing things that in principle could not be predicted, I don't know, maybe no one has that kind of free will.
What's the connection between the reality of free will and the experience of it, the subjective experience, in your view? So how does consciousness connect to the experience of, to the reality and the experience of free will?
It's certainly true that when we make decisions and when we choose and so on, we feel like we have an open future.
Yes.
We feel like, I could do this, I could go into philosophy, or I could go into math. I could go to a movie tonight, I could go to a restaurant. So we experience these things as if the future is open, and maybe we experience ourselves as exerting a kind of effect on the future that's somehow picking out one path from many paths that were previously open. And you might think that actually if we're in a deterministic universe, there's a sense in which objectively those paths weren't really open all along. Subjectively they were open. And I think that's what really matters in making a decision. So our experience of making a decision is choosing a path for ourselves. I mean, in general, our introspective models of the mind, I think, are generally very distorted representations of the mind. So it may well be that our experience of ourselves in making a decision, our experience of what's going on, doesn't terribly well mirror what's going on. I mean, maybe there are antecedents in the brain way before anything came into consciousness, and so on. Those aren't represented in our introspective models. So, in general, our experience of perception, like I experience the perceptual image of the external world. It's not a terribly good model of what's actually going on in my visual cortex and so on, which has all these layers. It's just one little snapshot of one bit of that. So in general, introspective models are very oversimplified, and it wouldn't be surprising if that was true of free will as well. This also, incidentally, can be applied to consciousness itself. There is this very interesting view that consciousness itself is an introspective illusion. In fact, we're not conscious, but the brain just has these introspective models of itself, or oversimplifies everything, and represents itself as having these special properties of consciousness. It's a really simple way to kind of keep track of itself and so on. And then on the illusionist view, yeah, that's just an illusion. I find this view, I find it implausible. I do find it very attractive in some ways, because it's easy to tell some story about how the brain would create introspective models of its own consciousness, of its own free will, as a way of simplifying itself. I mean, similar way when we perceive the external world, we perceive it as having these colors that maybe it doesn't really have. Of course, that's a really useful way of keeping track.
Did you say that you find it not very plausible? Because I find it both plausible and attractive in some sense, because that kind of view is one that has the minimum amount of mystery around it. You can kind of understand that kind of view. Everything else says we don't understand so much of this picture.
No, it is very attractive. I recently wrote an article about this kind of issue called the meta problem of consciousness. The hard problem is, how does the brain give you consciousness? The meta problem is, why are we puzzled by the hard problem of consciousness? Because, our being puzzled by it, that's ultimately a bit of behavior. We might be able to explain that bit of behavior as one of the easy problems of consciousness. So maybe there'll be some computational model that explains why we're puzzled by consciousness. The meta problem has come up with that model, and I've been thinking about that a lot lately. There's some interesting stories you can tell about why the right kind of computational system might develop these introspective models of itself that attribute to itself these special properties. So that meta problem is a research program for everyone. And then if you've got attractions, simple views, desert landscapes, and so on, then you can go all the way with what people call illusionism. And say, in fact, consciousness itself is not real. What is real is just these introspective models we have that tell us that we're conscious. So the view is very simple, very attractive, very powerful. The trouble is, of course, it has to say that deep down, consciousness is not real. We're not actually experiencing right now, and it looks like it's just contradicting a fundamental datum of our existence. And this is why most people find this view crazy, just as they find panpsychism crazy in one way. People find illusionism crazy in another way. So yes, it has to deny this fundamental datum of our existence. Now, and the view that makes the view sort of frankly unbelievable for most people. On the other hand, the view developed right might be able to explain why we find it unbelievable, because these models are so deeply hardwired into our head,
and they're all integrated. So it's not, you can't escape that the illusion. And it's a crazy possibility. Is it possible that the entirety of the universe, our planet, all the people in New York, all the organisms on our planet, including me here today, are not real in that sense? They're all part of an illusion inside of Dave Chalmers' head.
I think all this could be a simulation.
No, but not just a simulation.
Yeah.
Because the simulation kind of is outside of you.
A dream?
What if it's all an illusion? Yes, a dream that you're experiencing. It's all in your mind, right? Is that? Can you take illusionism that far?
Well, there's illusionism about the external world and illusionism about consciousness, and these might go in different. Illusionism about the external world kind of takes you back to Descartes, and could all this be produced by an evil demon? Descartes himself also had the dream argument. He said, how do you know you're not dreaming right now? How do you know this is not an amazing dream? And it's at least a possibility. This could be some super duper complex dream in the next universe up. I guess my attitude is that just as when Descartes thought that if the evil demon was doing it, it's not real. A lot of people these days say if a simulation is doing it, it's not real. As I was saying before, I think even if it's a simulation, that doesn't stop this from being real. It just tells us what the world is made of. Likewise, if it's a dream, it could turn out that all this is like my dream created by my brain, and the next universe up. My own view is that wouldn't stop this physical world from being real. It would turn out this cup, at the most fundamental level, was made of a bit of, say, my consciousness in the dreaming mind at the next level up. Maybe that would give you a kind of weird kind of panpsychism about reality, but it wouldn't show that the cup isn't real. It would just tell us it's ultimately made of processes in my dreaming mind. So I resist the idea that if the physical world is a dream, then it's an illusion.
That's right. By the way, perhaps you have an interesting thought about it. Why is Descartes' demon or genius considered evil? Why couldn't it have been a benevolent one that had the same powers?
Yeah, I mean, Descartes called it the malign genie, the evil genie or evil genius. Malign, I guess, was the word. But it's an interesting question. I mean, a later philosophy, Berkeley, said, no, in fact, all this is done by God. God actually supplies you all of these perceptions and ideas, and that's how physical reality is sustained. And interestingly, Berkeley's God is doing something that doesn't look so different from what Descartes' evil demon was doing. It's just that Descartes thought it was deception, and Berkeley thought it was not. And I'm actually more sympathetic to Berkeley here. Yeah, this evil demon may be trying to deceive you, but I think, okay, well, the evil demon may just be working under a false philosophical theory. It thinks it's deceiving you, it's wrong. It's like those machines in the Matrix. They thought they were deceiving you that all this stuff is real. I think, no, if we're in a Matrix, it's all still real. Yeah, the philosopher O.K. Busma had a nice story about this about 50 years ago about Descartes' evil demon, where this demon spends all of his time trying to fool people, but fails, because somehow all the demon ends up doing is constructing realities for people. So yeah, I think that maybe it's a very natural to take this view that if we're in a simulation or evil demon scenario or something, then none of this is real. But I think it may be ultimately a philosophical mistake, especially if you take on board sort of the view of reality. Well, what matters to reality is really its structure, something like its mathematical structure and so on. Seems to be the view that a lot of people take from contemporary physics, and it looks like you can find all that mathematical structure in a simulation, maybe even in a dream, and so on. So as long as that structure is real, I would say that's enough for the physical world to be real. Yeah, the physical world may turn out to be somewhat more intangible than we had thought, have a surprising nature, but we've already gotten very used to that from modern science.
See, you've kind of alluded that you don't have to have consciousness for high levels of intelligence, but to create truly general intelligence systems, AGI systems, at human level intelligence, perhaps superhuman level intelligence, you've talked about that you feel like that kind of thing might be very far away, but nevertheless, when we reach that point, you think consciousness from an engineering perspective is needed, or at least highly beneficial for creating an AGI system?
Yeah, no one knows what consciousness is for functionally, so right now there's no specific thing we can point to and say, you need consciousness for that. Still, my inclination is to believe that in principle AGI is possible. At the very least, I don't see why someone couldn't simulate a brain, ultimately have a computational system that produces all of our behavior, and if that's possible, so vastly many other computational systems of equal or greater sophistication are possible with all of our cognitive functions and more. And my inclination is to think that once you've got all these cognitive functions, perception, attention, reasoning, introspection, language, emotion, and so on, it's very likely you'll have consciousness as well. So it's very hard for me to see how you'd have a system that had all those things while bypassing somehow consciousness.
So just naturally, it's integrated quite naturally. There's a lot of overlap about the kind of function that required to achieve each of those things. That's so you can't disentangle them even when you're
at least in us, but we don't know what the causal role of consciousness in the physical world, but it does. I mean, just say it turns out consciousness does something very specific in the physical world, like collapsing wave function, as on one common interpretation of quantum mechanics. Then ultimately we might find some place where it actually makes a difference, and we could say, here's where in collapsing wave functions it's driving the behavior of a system, and maybe it could even turn out that for AGI, it needs something playing that. I mean, if you wanted to connect this to free will, some people think consciousness collapsing wave functions. That would be how the conscious mind exerts effect on the physical world and exerts its free will. And maybe it could turn out that any AGI that didn't utilize that mechanism would be limited in the kinds of functionality that it had. I don't myself find that plausible. I think probably that functionality could be stimulated. But you can imagine once we had a very specific idea about the role of consciousness in the physical world, this would have some impact on the capacity of AGIs. And if it was a role that could not be duplicated elsewhere, then we'd have to find some way to either get consciousness in the system to play that role or to simulate it.
If we can isolate a particular role to consciousness, of course, it's incredibly, seems like an incredibly difficult thing. Do you have worries about existential threats of conscious, intelligent beings that are not us? So certainly, I'm sure you're worried about us from an existential threat perspective, but outside of us, AI systems.
There's a couple of different kinds of existential threats here. One is an existential threat to consciousness generally. I mean, yes, I care about humans and the survival of humans and so on, but just say it turns out that eventually we're replaced by some artificial beings that aren't humans, but are somehow our successors. They still have good lives, they still do interesting and wonderful things with the universe. I don't think that's not so bad. That's just our successors. We were one stage in evolution. Something different, maybe better, came next. If, on the other hand, all of consciousness was wiped out, that would be a very serious moral disaster. One way that could happen is by all intelligent life being wiped out. And many people think that, once you get to humans, AI is an amazing sophistication where everyone has got the ability to create weapons that can destroy the whole universe just by pressing a button. Then maybe it's inevitable all intelligent life will die out. That would certainly be a disaster. We've got to think very hard about how to avoid that. But another interesting kind of disaster is that maybe intelligent life is not wiped out, but all consciousness is wiped out. So just say you thought, unlike what I was saying a moment ago, is that there are two different kinds of intelligent systems, some which are conscious and some which are not. And just say it turns out that we create AGI with a high degree of intelligence, meaning high degree of sophistication in its behavior, but with no consciousness at all. That AGI could take over the world, maybe, but then there'd be no consciousness in this world. This would be a world of zombies. Some people have called this the zombie apocalypse. Because it's an apocalypse for consciousness. Consciousness is gone. You've merely got super intelligent, non-conscious robots. And I would say that's a moral disaster in the same way. In almost the same way that the world with no intelligent life is a moral disaster. All value and meaning may be gone from that world. So these are both threats to watch out for. Now, my own view is if you get super intelligence, you're almost certainly going to bring consciousness with it. So I hope that's not going to happen. But of course, I don't understand consciousness. No one understands consciousness. This is one reason, at least among many, for thinking very seriously about consciousness and thinking about the kind of future we want to create with in a world with humans and/or AI.
How do you feel about the possibility, if consciousness so naturally does come with the AGI systems, that we are just a step in the evolution, that we will be just something, a blimp on the record, that be studied in books by the AGI systems centuries from now?
I mean, I think I'd probably be okay with that, especially if somehow humans are continuous with AGI. I mean, I think something like this is inevitable. At the very least, humans are going to be transformed, they're going to be augmented by technology, already happening in all kinds of ways. We're going to be transformed by technology, where our brains are going to be uploaded, computationally enhanced, and eventually that line between what's a human and what's an AI may be kind of hard to draw. How much does it matter, for example, that some future being 1,000 years from now that's somehow descended from us actually still has biology? And I think it would be nice if you kind of point to its cognitive system, point to some parts that had some roots in us and trace a continuous line there. That would be selfishly nice for me to think that, okay, I'm connected to this thread line through the future of the world. But if it turns out like it is a jump there, they found a better way to design cognitive systems. They designed a whole new kind of thing, and the only line is some causal chain of designing and systems that design better systems. Is that so much worse? I don't know. We're still at least part of a causal chain of design. Yes, they're not humans, but still they're our successors. So ultimately, I think probably inevitable that something like that will happen. At least we were part of the process. It'd be nice if they still cared enough about us to, maybe to engage with our arguments. I'm really hoping that the AGIs are going to solve all the problems of philosophy. They'll come back and read all this crappy work for the 20th and 21st century, hard problem of consciousness, and here is why they got it wrong. And if that happened, then I really feel like I was part of at least an intellectual process over centuries, and that would be kind of cool.
Well, I'm pretty sure they would clone, or they would recreate David Chalmers, and for the fun of it, sort of bring back other philosophers.
Yeah, bring back Descartes,
and just put them in a room and just watch. It'll be a Netflix of the future show where you bring philosophers from different 100% human philosophers from previous generations, put them in a room and see them.
I am totally up for that. Simulators, AGIs of the future. If you're watching this podcast, do that. I would like to be recreated.
Who would be Descartes would be the first. If you could hang out as part of such a TV show with a philosopher that's no longer with us from long ago, who would you choose?
Well, Descartes would have to be right up there. Oh, actually, a couple of months ago, I got to have a conversation with Descartes. An actor who was actually a philosopher came out on stage playing Descartes. I didn't know this was going to happen, and I just after I gave a talk, and a bit of a story about my ideas were crap and all derived from him, and so I made a long argument. This was great. I would love to see what Descartes would think about AI, for example, and the modern neuroscience. And so I suspect not much would surprise him, but William James. For a psychologist of consciousness, I think James was probably the richest. But there are Immanuel Kant. I never really understood what he was up to if I got to actually talk to him about some of this. Hey, there was Princess Elizabeth who talked with Descartes and who really got at the problems of how Descartes' ideas of the non-physical mind interacting with the physical body couldn't really work. She's been kind of, most philosophers think she's been proved right. So maybe put her in a room with Descartes and Princess Elizabeth, and we can all argue it out.
What kind of future? So we talked about with zombies, a concerning future, but what kind of future excites you? What do you think if we look forward, sort of, we're at the very early stages of understanding consciousness, and we're now at the early stages of being able to engineer complex, interesting systems that have degrees of intelligence. Maybe one day we'll have degrees of consciousness, maybe be able to upload brains, all those possibilities, virtual reality. What is there a particular aspect of this future world that just excites you?
I think there are lots of different aspects. I mean, frankly, I want it to hurry up and happen. It's like, yeah, we've had some progress lately in AI and VR, but in the grand scheme of things, it's still kind of slow. The changes are not yet transformative, and I'm in my 50s. I've only got so long left. So I'd like to see really serious AI in my lifetime and really serious virtual worlds. Because once people, I would like to be able to hang out in a virtual reality which is richer than this reality, to really get to inhabit fundamentally different kinds of spaces. Well, I would very much like to be able to upload my mind onto a computer, so maybe I don't have to die. If this maybe gradually replace my neurons with silicon chips and have it, like, selfishly, that would be wonderful. I suspect I'm not going to quite get there in my lifetime, but once that's possible, then you've got the possibility of transforming your consciousness in remarkable ways, augmenting it, enhancing it.
So let me ask then, if such a system is a possibility within your lifetime, and you were given the opportunity to become immortal in this kind of way, would you choose to be immortal?
Yes, I totally would. I know some people say they couldn't. It would be awful to be immortal. That'd be so boring or something. I really don't see why this might be. I mean, even if it's just ordinary life that continues on, ordinary life is not so bad. But furthermore, I kind of suspect that if the universe is going to go on forever or indefinitely, it's going to continue to be interesting. I don't think, your view was that we're just got this one romantic point of interest now, and afterwards it's not going to be boring, super intelligent space. I guess my vision is more like, no, it's going to continue to be infinitely interesting. Like as you go up the set theoretic hierarchy, you go from the finite cardinals to Aleph 0, and then through there to all the Aleph 1 and Aleph 2, and maybe the continuum, and you keep taking power sets. And in set theory, they've got these results that actually all this is fundamentally unpredictable. It doesn't follow any simple computational patterns. There's new levels of creativity as the set theoretic universe expands and expands. I guess that's my future. That's my vision of the future. That's my optimistic vision of the future of superintelligence. It will keep expanding and keep growing, but still being fundamentally unpredictable at many points. I mean, yes, this creates all kinds of worries, like it'll all be fragile and be destroyed at any point. So we're going to need a solution to that problem. But if we get to stipulate that I'm immortal, well, I hope that I'm not just immortal and stuck in a single world forever, but I'm immortal and get to take part in this process of going through infinitely rich, creative futures.
Rich, unpredictable, exciting. Well, I think I speak for a lot of people in saying, I hope you do become immortal, and there'll be that Netflix show, The Future, where you get to argue with Descartes, perhaps for all eternity. So, Dave, it was an honor. Thank you so much for talking today.
Thanks. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it. Use code LETSPODCAST. You'll get $10. $10 will go to FIRST, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support it on Patreon, simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now let me leave you with some words from David Chalmers. Materialism is a beautiful and compelling view of the world. But to account for consciousness, we have to go beyond the resources it provides. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Resources. They were tasked with solving homicides used in Spanish-speaking neighborhoods and rebuilding trust. They were given 90 days to solve as many cases as they could. This is a police story, but it's not the one who got this.
The following is a conversation with Jim Keller, legendary microprocessor engineer who has worked at AMD, Apple, Tesla, and now Intel. He's known for his work on the AMD K7, K8, K12, and Zen microarchitectures, Apple A4 and A5 processors, and co-author.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
The specification for the x86-64 instruction set and hypertransport interconnect. He's a brilliant first principles engineer, an out-of-the-box thinker, and just an interesting and fun human being to talk to. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter.
Welcome.
Spelled FRIDMAN. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1
How are
or 2
you?
minutes after introducing the episode, and never any ads. We can break the conversation.
Living the dream, dog.
Hope
Every
that
day is a
works for you.
holiday, the
Doesn't
feast.
hurt to listening.
What's good, Apollo?
Show is presented by Cash App. The app in the app.
Yes, sir.
I personally use
Did you
Cash
ever
App to send
launch your
free funds,
token?
but you can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit in just a second. Cash App has a new investing feature.
How have you been feeling?
Buy
How's your
fractions
health?
of the stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called First. That's known for petitions.
I'll do it. I'm cooking. I understand. How's your health been? Well, that's good. How's Romeo? Absolutely. Romeo is a wonderful name for a dog. I miss you too. How's long haul trucking been? Yeah, your career. Why is that? That's what I imagine. How's your truck been? How's your truck been running? Well, that's good. Okay. Well, that's good. Are you are you thinking that it's going to improve, or no? You think it'll get worse? Right. Correct. I saw the same about Seattle as well. Yeah, you do. You do. You well, you drive. You drive everywhere. Yeah. No, I understand that. Right. Right. Yep. Right. Right. Do they ever pay you in cash? Do you ever get paid in cash? Do you ever get paid in cash? Bank account. Well, I just wondered, like, when you go to these places, how they pay you. Like, is it they just direct deposit? I guess. Right? Got gotcha. Yeah. Why did they take a cut? Yep. I gotcha. I gotcha. I gotcha. Whatever happened with that? Was it a Ralph's in Irvine? Albertsons. Whatever happened to Albertsons? Right. No, I understand. So, what happened with delivery? Wow. Yeah. You're cutting out, Apollo. You're good. Oh, very nice. Go for it. Yeah. Dude, I do too. And I just I don't talk with him anymore. No, if you want to know what happened, he invited me into his server around the time when you did, and he asked me to stream it. and so I did. And he had this. We had a mutual. Um, I don't. There was someone who we both knew who was, I'll just say, did some really mean things, and I told Ass Munch about it, and Ass Munch, like, it was somebody, and Ass Munch took a look into the situation, and I told Ass Munch that I didn't like what happened, and I expected Ass Munch as my friend to essentially like tell the person that that wasn't cool. And he said that he did, and that was fine. Then I told Ass Munch that I just didn't want to be in the same server as this person, and so I was leaving, and so I did. So then a few months go by, and Ass Munch comes in here, and he makes some really weird jokes, like about kids, and I don't think that's cool. Like, I don't think it's cool to talk about raping children. That's not funny to me. I don't know what is funny about that. It's just not. It's I like to protect children. I don't like people talking badly about children. And then this one night he brought in like two other people, and they kept talking about like hurting children. And I just said, dude, don't do that again or I'm going to kick you out. And then they were just like, F you, F you, F you. And so then I just banned them. And another friend who we have who is seemingly a better person told me recently that they wanted, no, 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 that Ass Munch wanted to, that he wanted to rejoin. And I told him no, that I appreciated the request, but at this time, I'm not going to risk my entire server for him making jokes about children. And Discord is really, really strict about that kind of stuff. They always ban people for child endangerment, and I don't want that. And I just don't think it's cool either. So I explained to my friend that, hey, tell Ass Munch that I don't. Um, Ass Munch did some other things too that made me mad. I told him I had been streaming in this one streamer's Discord, and I asked him, "Hey, do you want to stream or do you want to go in there with me?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "Okay, whatever you do, don't don't um don't fuck up. Like, don't do anything to get us kicked out." And he's like, "I won't." And as soon as we went in there, he goes, "Amaranth wants to suck Rabbi's dick," and then she kicked us both out. And I was like, "Dude, I told you don't fuck this up. I've been streaming in there now and like getting to know her, and she's a big streamer, and then all of a sudden you want to go in there and fuck it up." So he just, it's kind of one of those things that should have been uh, fool me once, shame on you. And then he just did it again, and I didn't like that. And then, um, go, okay, yeah, no, 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 and I think that's a good move. And so I said to our mutual friend, I said, like respectfully, I understand that he wants to come back in this server, but he didn't respect it previously. And I'm not saying he's banned forever, but he's just he's not mature. Well, yeah, yeah, yeah. I just yeah, and that's weird because I haven't even talked to him in like 6 months, something like that. Like at least 4 months. Um, yeah, exactly. I don't understand. Um, Well, so here's the thing: is he got kicked out of there previously, and I fought to get him back in. Well, well, yeah, that's disgusting, um, and a lie. Um, I know the people in Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu, and if he said any of that about me in there, they would kick him out. But previously, he asked me to let him back in. I think he's just mad that I won't let him back into my server, and so he wants to bash me in the background, and that's fine. He's entitled to do that. But that's just not my prerogative. I don't let him get to me, and I think it's really sad that he is so obsessed with sexuality. I mean, it's fine to make a joke here or there, but he's obsessed with like sex, and all the jokes that he makes are about that. And it's even fine if you want to do that about adults, but when you start making jokes about children, that's not cool, and I don't want anything to have to do with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just kind of one of those things that I just try to be the bigger person. But I don't know. Those guys were I should have known when I went into their Discord. It was very sexualized, but there were some cool aspects of it, and I met some interesting people in there. But yeah, just it's very toxic, and so I do my best to avoid them. And as I said previously, in fact, I'll even read you what I said to my friend. Um, and what he said to me, he's like, "Hey, is there any way you can let Ass Munch back in?" And I said to him, uh, "I understand. My life and server are happier currently without him in them. I do not like some of the people with whom he interacts, the jokes he makes, or his overall immaturity. My mind may change eventually, but not right now." And then my friend said, "Yeah, no problem. I get it." And that's just kind of how I feel. So I don't let him get to me. And, you're going to have haters when you're as public a person as I am. But in that case, he is obsessed with some topics that with which I just don't like. And I've told him this. And you know, that's that. But yeah, it came down to in the beginning. I told him don't screw up with this big streamer, and immediately he got me banned from there. And then somebody did something in his server, and I really didn't like it. No one would like what happened, and instead of kicking that guy out, like I feel probably should have been done. He was just all he did was delete what the person wrote, and then I just told him, and I even wrote like a really nice message to his server. I said, I appreciate the opportunity to be here, but this is just not the server for me. Take care, everybody. And then he came in here. We brought a bunch of people, and they were just making disgusting jokes about children. And I even like explained a few times that's not cool. Yeah, I understand. I mean, that's fine. I mean, let him do. Yeah, I mean, you've got to understand that. Like, I'm in so many different servers. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on Instagram. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Twitch. I get people who talk shit about me all day long. So, like, he's just like, okay, whatever. I mean, I just don't let it get to me. I've had to build some strong skin in order to do what I do. So he can spread as much hate or lies about me as he wants, or make whatever immature jokes that he wants. I personally don't have to interact with him, so I don't. All right, that's the end of that subject. I appreciate you banning him. How is your Telegram server been? Aside, why'd you close it? Well, all you have to do is okay. Yeah, I understand. All you have to do is ban him, and then other people can be in there. I perhaps yeah. He brought like yeah, and I did too. And um, I think I could be wrong, but like those guys would come in here. They didn't do it a lot, but like just I remember this one night they just were just just being really immature. And I had other people in here and it was like, look, calm down. We don't need to do that. And then they just took it over the top. And I was like, all right, well, dude, I guess you're gonna get banned now. And I even warned him, like, if you continue to do this, I'm gonna ban you and I'm not gonna unban you. 10 minutes later, you're gonna stay banned. And he was like, all right, and then just kept doing it. And I'm like, all right, you're done. And then to have the audacity to ask somebody to come back in here, I just thought, you know what? Right? Yeah, nobody needs to see that. Right. He's done it to you twice. That's terrible. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he took a poop, but I do know that he just, I mean, I just gave him too many chances. And I get what he wants to do. He's very sexually motivated. And when he's bored, he has, yeah, exactly. Well, I can see that. He he told me that he was, yeah, I mean, I don't need to stoop to that level. I'm over it. I'm too big for that. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I get you. Anyway, so yeah, absolutely. I understand. Let's talk about other things. Have you been on Twitter recently? All right. Well, I transitioned from Twitter to Blue Sky. Do you know what Blue Sky is? So Blue Sky, no, no. Elon's allowed to do what he wants. It's his platform. But the thing that changed me from being on going from Twitter to Blue Sky is, I mean, I'm still on Twitter. I'm live on Twitter right now. I'm live in a Twitter space on video. So it's not like I'm not using Twitter. But Elon has made it pay for play basically to have anybody be able to see your posts. And what do I mean? Like you have to have a Twitter Blue account for anyone outside your friend group to be able to see your posts. And I don't want to have to pay whatever it is, $8 or $11 or whatever a month, and it just keeps going up, just so that people see what I post. Additionally, he keeps banning, or they keep banning people for no reason. And when I say, like, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10, you knew the cryptocurrency has had two of its main Twitter accounts banned. And when that happens, it nukes the coin. It literally destroys the coin because they get like 50,000 followers. They get a whole bunch of people following them. And then all of a sudden they get suspended and then they're down. They've got to start all over. And it really hurts because then when we have events and things, people don't know about it, or we're tweeting about news or whatever. People don't know about it. The coin had a market cap of $370 million, and now it's at like $60 million. And a lot of this has to do with nuking of their account. I also find that now I can't blame them. Like, I create lots of bot accounts. I created over 2,000 bot accounts on their platform, so I get it. They don't want me on there 100%. I understand, but there are people who don't do anything wrong and they get their accounts banned, and that, in my opinion, is wrong. And then on top of that, I can create like any other account, whatever it is. I don't care. It has nothing to do with me. It's not linked to me. I'll use like a different device or whatever, and it will get banned within like 10 minutes. Like, of what, I don't even mention who I am. It's just like a completely different account. But what I mean to say is their algorithm, or their automated bot system, is flawed. On top of that, Elon kind of creeps me out in some ways. Like, he basically has been doing this thing where he finds big influencers on Twitter and then impregnates them. And so he impregnated Ashley St. Clair. She's got one of his kids, and a couple other chicks from there. But then the chicks who say no to him, which, shout out to them for saying no. Like, that's got Tiffany Fong is one of them who had the courage to say no. They get their accounts demonetized. So he's basically using his, yeah, exactly. So if you want to know more about that story, that's Tiffany Funk. And like, literally, I've been on Twitter now for years, and I know who is in these Twitter chats, and it's always the same chicks. And like, it's like 50-to-1 guy to girl ratio. It's like tons of dudes are on there, and there are only a few pretty hot chicks. And the pretty hot chicks who are on there, Elon Musk went to every single one of them, DM'd them, asked them to come to his Twitter headquarters or whatever, gave them a tour, then had them sign all kinds of paperwork saying that they would have his children. And some of the women said no, and then they lost their blue check mark, and they got demonetized. And like, some of them were making like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month from just like perhaps that much for some of them, from the interactions they're having with people because they're big tweeters or whatever. And it went down to like $40,000. So, I mean, I think it's weird to run your company like that. Like, it's not sexual harassment, but it's like kind of borders on it. Basically, like, hey, I own this platform, and I pay you through your impressions or whatever, have sex with me. Or it's not even have sex with him. They're like artificially inseminated. But have a child with me, or you're not going to make as much money. I mean, like, there are so many platforms that he could do this on, which he could do this: Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. But he kind of just shits where he eats, and that's kind of weird to me. He's a weird guy. I'm not saying I don't think in some ways he can be brilliant, but he's just kind of weird. Well, that's not why I left Twitter. The reason why I left Twitter is because my robots just aren't really effective on there anymore, but they are very effective on um, Blue Sky. So I get a lot of people who tweet or like whatever post about me on Blue Sky, and so that's been successful. And I'm just going to continue to do that, and that's what I'm working on right now, is just making sure these robots are doing what I need them to do. and they seemingly are doing. Okay. I'm working through some troubleshooting with them, and I've been doing this now for like 2 months on Blue Sky, and every day I get a couple people who talk about me and talk about my bots, and it's just increasing. So I anticipate. You never know. I'll say this: I think that I might. I mean, I don't know, but I think I could go viral on here by um in 28 days, in 4 weeks. I think if I just keep pushing this, I think it'll be less than a month. You never know. I've been saying this for 3.5 years, but I've never had random strangers tweet about me as much as they do on Blue Sky, or it's not even tweeting, but whatever, post about me. So that's good. In other news, um, things are good in my personal life. That's been good. I've got the Discord keeps growing, and I get more and more people in here who are in here for long periods of time. So, there was Caspian C, who was like the only person in here for a long time, but now I've got like two or three other people who stay in here every night, and we just have like we do this thing where we play a game before bed, and then we have like a sleepover. So that's been really fun. Two girls, and that's a good thing too, having women in here. I just like the diversity. And there's this guy who I met 2 or 3 years ago on TikTok, and we got disconnected. However, I lost my account or whatever, but he refound me, and so he's been in here a lot more, every night or so, or at least every day, and so that's been cool. Caspian C got a dog, and that's been taking up a lot of his time, so he hasn't been in here as much. But he's still in here. Um, I've got another friend in here. Well, I've got this friend from Australia who comes in every night at like midnight or like 1 or 2 in the morning, and he keeps me up all night. But it's a lot of fun. We play a lot of games together, and I enjoy his company, and um, so that's been cool. It just throws off my hours because he's in Australia and I'm in the United States. The time difference is, major. So that's been keeping me up, but that's been good. I just finished. Do you know what Kill Tony is? It's the largest live podcast in the world, and it just went to Netflix. It was on YouTube. It's still on YouTube, but they just went to Netflix. So I just did a marathon of Kill Tony, which was like 710 plus episodes, and it took like 2 or 3 months to do them all. So I just watched those. Now I'm doing a Lex Friedman podcast, which is on like artificial intelligence, cybernetics. It's on self-driving, like automated vehicles. It's on like there's some international relations and stuff. So I'm on like episode 69 of 400 in this, and then I might watch a couple others, and then the plan is to do all the Joe Rogans, which is like 300 days worth of content. So I'm going to start those perhaps from episode 1 and work my way up. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. These bots are working really well. I'll see if anybody said anything about me in the last like hour or two. But when sure. Well, yeah, so I have savings from the position that I had as a certified project management professional. And I've worked projects for some cryptocurrencies. And if I ever need to make money, I can train AI, and I make a pretty good amount of money doing that. So I can do that remotely. And it's through a company called, uh, that's okay. Uh, yeah, so it's called data automation. And basically, what you do is you don't need. I mean, I don't think you need a college degree or anything, or certifications, but basically you just train AI models like ChatGPT, and what you can do is um, you take a test, and if you do well on the test, then it's not a hard test. The test is like they give you two different um, categories from which to choose in regards to like chat. Like, how would I put it? Okay, so they give you like two chat GPT responses, and you choose the better of the two and why. And then from there, you take like you can make like anywhere from like $20 to $100 an hour just training AI. So if I ever need to, I can do that, and that's how I make money. Um, well, I have it in my back pocket, and if I haven't needed to do it, but I just got that ability recently. So if I do need to work more, I can do that. I've had some cryptocurrencies that have come in here, and I basically do for them what I did for you, but they'll pay me anywhere between like $1,000 and $5,000 to do that, and it's pretty easy, and I have a quick turnaround on it. Now they asked me to do some other things too, like make videos and some other things, which I've done for them, and then they give me cryptocurrency as well. So that's basically I'm able to support myself. I don't know if you know the honey badgers. That was one of the projects that I helped, and a few others, but it could have been. I knew it with Old Man and Coin, but yeah, Old Man with Coin. But yeah, he has. So, but there have been some other projects that have requested my assistance. So I don't need that much to be able to survive. I just need to be able to pay my rent and food, and I keep everything else as limited as possible, meaning like I don't have data for my phone, and my Wi-Fi is included in my rent, and like I sold my car, so I don't. Yeah, I moved to a different room, but I'm in like a storage room, so I was able to negotiate a lower price, and I liked the other room, but I just couldn't afford it anymore. And so the owner of the house said that they would allow me to stay here, but I had to do some things around the house. But he hasn't asked me to do too much. But like whenever he needs help moving things, he'll knock on my door and I'll come help him move things. He's 72-year-old man, so sometimes he needs a little extra help. And it's for reduced rent, which is nice. And it's it is what it is. It's cozy. It pays it. The reason why I don't move to another place is because the expense, and then also everything's included here. So I don't have like a uh, Wi-Fi payment, which would be big for me. I don't have like a power bill. Everything's included, so that's been convenient. But um, if I of course, if I go viral, I'll move. But until then, this is what I've been doing. I get along with the roommates, and we always have different people here, and um, so we've got some people from Ukraine and Philippines and China, and it just kind of depends. A lot of them are students, and we've got like 12 people in the house at points. Some people from Iran. So it just I do my best to stay out of their hair. We share bathrooms and things like that. But yeah, that's what I do. Yeah. So, um, for a little bit of time, I had to move out, but I was able to move back, and just being able to negotiate where I've been able to live so that I could be able to afford it. I mean, I budgeted out the amount of money that I have, and I basically asked the owner of the house, "Hey, you've got that storage room. Is there any way I could make a room out of it? I'll help you with whatever you need around the house." And he was nice enough to be able to let me move in here. So that was really, yeah. I mean, he's got it in storage. There's a storage thing, like a storage shed in back. So he's allowed me to store some stuff in there. And then I have some stuff in his garage. So, but yeah, I mean, as you know, I had a lot of stuff. So like all my books and stuff are in storage, which, it is what it is. I had to do with it what I had to. He doesn't charge me storage fees or anything like that. He's been really cool. So I've known him for, I mean, you met him. I've known him for 8 years now, or no, 7 years now. Yeah, good question. I was looking for a place in my community in Irvine, and I looked on Craigslist, and I was just looking for a place that had Wi-Fi included, and this one did. And so I came. I was living in Long Beach at the time, and I went and I met with him. Met with his son, who actually owns the house. He's actually the property manager, um, but um, his son lives in Iran, so it's kind of like a complicated situation. No, it's Persia. It's like in the Middle East. It's it's next to Iraq. So his son was living here. His son is like in IT, but he moved to Iran. That's where they're originally from, and his dad still lives. No, they're Zoroastrian. It's just that's okay. It's it's just another religion. I think we have probably like six different religions in the house. So but we're all respectful of everybody else. It's owned by Zoroastrian. I think next door there are Persian Muslims. Upstairs there are Christians. Um, I'm Jewish. Yeah, absolutely, exactly. And then there's a Chinese guy who I don't know. It's probably Buddhist or doesn't believe in anything. I don't know. We don't really get into religion too much. Um, but yeah, so uh, the owner of the house actually lives in the garage. He just basically like cut out the every spot in the house, like to be able to make the mortgage payment, basically. And I don't go in there. There's like a washer and dryer in there, but there's also one. We have like two sets of washers and dryers, and he I call him the owner of the house, but he's really the manager, the guy you met. Um, they they stay in the garage, and it can get pretty hot, especially as it gets into the summer. So they have like some kind of air con. No, no, I the guy who his name's Alex. So and then he's got a girlfriend, so she lives in there. I think she's some kind of religion. I don't know. I don't really ask. And then we have like a shared kitchen, and then we have like sometimes like three or four guys who stay in the sunroom, and they like. I mean, I don't ask questions, but like that's not my business. But I think at most, the most we've ever had here, we had 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We even had a guy who slept on the floor every night. He was from Iran as well. He was studying. He was a nursing student. Like they literally sell out every part of the house that they can, and I mean, I get it. Like the guy who owns the house is in Iran, so it doesn't matter to him. So basically, wherever there's a spot, they'll rent it out either with like an Airbnb situation or just through word of mouth. So it's always got different people, but the guy, yeah. Well, yeah, it is. They absolutely. Yeah, yeah. No, I mean we're all respectful, and there's like management on site, so he like they're always sweeping and cleaning and making sure they keep it nice. And we had one guy, he slept on the floor of like a hard marble floor. He slept in there for like, I would say, like 2 years while being a nursing student. And then there's another guy who moved in from Ukraine and is learning English. And that guy's really fortunate to be here because if he was in Ukraine, they would have drafted him. So he got out just in time, and he goes to Irvine Community College. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's what you want to call him. I don't know if they formally drafted him, but I think he just saw the writing on the wall that there was going to be a war, and yeah, exactly. Um, so yeah, they have people. I mean, like I'm in a storage room. We have people who stay in a sunroom. We have another person in a different storage room. We have a couple people who sleep on the floor. Two people in the garage, and then all the other people in the bedroom. So they do everything that they can to like um, sell, rent out every part of the square footage that they can, which is smart. I mean, every month just think they probably bring in like 5 grand a month just doing that, more than that. But I mean, that's after they pay for everything. We have solar, so the power bill is nothing. They have to pay for the Wi-Fi and water and electric. They don't even have electricity. They actually get a reimbursement every year from Southern California Edison on the power because there's so much sunshine. So they make out really well on that. Um, so yeah, but in regards to me, I'm able. I mean, I don't have many expenses, but I don't live lavishly by any means. I eat very limited. Uh, yeah, okay. No, no. I mean, I do a little bit, but yeah. I mean, it's probably just natural metabolism. I certainly could lose weight. What do I eat? I eat a lot of cheese. I eat a lot of uh, in terms of vegetables or fruits and things. I like tomatoes. Um, in terms of cheese, I like provolone cheese and cottage cheese and mozzarella cheese. I've been eating those. I eat. Um, what else have I been eating recently? Like I had spaghetti last night. I have. Um, Yeah. So we have a shared kitchen, but I don't even need it. I can just boil some water. Um I I like I do like ramen, and I do like um sriracha. Um I like I've been eating sandwiches recently cuz just they're easy. So I'll eat just like turkey sandwiches. What else have I been eating recently? Yeah, so it was 1,200 and it was going up to 1,400, and I wasn't going to be able to pay that. Yeah, when I first started, it was six. When I first started, it was 600. So I made arrangements. Yeah, well, it keeps going up because every time they hear about like tariffs or anything, it just makes them think, hey, next year let's charge everybody more. So I was able to get tariffs, TARRIFF, yeah, um, TARRIFFS, and so all in all, everything is $1,000. But again, when I started, it was 600, but um, that includes everything: water, heat, air conditioning, all that stuff. There you go, big dog. You have not mentioned that at all. All right, well, um, go to go to data annotation dot. It's data annotation dot tech. Get paid to train AI on your schedule. $20 an hour starting pay. As many as you want. PayPal. It goes to your Yeah. They just direct deposit into your PayPal. No, you don't. Data annotation dot tech. Annotation dot tech. Yeah. You work. Yeah. You work wherever you want. Yeah. I mean, you have to verify your identity, but you work as a contractor, so you do your own taxes. Yeah. I mean, it's just like you choose the best answer. You choose the best answer from like ChatGPT answers. So some of them are better than others, and yeah. Okay. All right, my man. Do it. Excellent. Keep me posted. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be working on my bots, but if there's something you want to talk about, you can let me know. Thanks, big dog. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Sure. What is it? Sure. Okay. Very cool, man. Sure. You got it. You have a really nice website. Yep. Is that your truck? Cool. Is it Jab Trucking Sacramento? Yeah, Jab Trucking. Um, Interesting. Are you a broker, dude? Somebody wrote. Somebody wrote a Reddit entry on you. Somebody wrote a Reddit entry on you. They wrote, anyone know or use Jab Trucking? Hello, I was looking for different car carriers to ship a few cars across the U.S. and Jab Trucking came up. They didn't have many reviews, so I asked if they had a contract I could look at, and they sent me this certificate of liability insurance. Any advice into whether they are an honest company or if this contract actually protects me would be great. They said this is not a contract, this is a certificate of insurance, which, by the way, is different than Jab Trucking. This insured is JBS Transportation. How you came up the carrier is Jab Trucking, a carrier or broker. Yeah, so I don't know. There's somebody else with that name, though. Jab Trucking LLC.us. So you want to be on the lookout for them. I know, that's a better site. There you go, big dog. Can't beat that. It's really nice. It's a really nice website. Are you still with her? I gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah, that's the least of your issues. That's it's fine. Absolutely. Absolutely. The freight. Have you been to 48 states? Wow. Tell me. Okay. Okay. Familiar with both? Absolutely. All right. Okay. Okay. Wow. So you've been back and do you have a drop off there? Is it that old? Do you know what I'm talking about when I say there's a it's like a train truck stop. It's got a McDonald's in it. They have a train. They have a train. It's I think it's more for cars, but it's like a truck stop and an old train in Barstow. There's a McDonald's in it. That it's like an old train. Yeah, that's okay. It's right off the 15. It's not for. I don't think big trucks like yours. It's for right. Right. I said right. Yeah. There you go. Very, no, not at all. That's great. Absolutely. Yep. Can't beat that. Sure. Oh, I don't want to cut. It literally tells you. It literally tells you what you need to do on their website. Well, I mean, I went to school for that kind of stuff. Well, not necessarily this, but I mean, like I have certifications and experience in certainly. Yes, certainly. Yes, there are. In fact, if you want to, I mean, that's what I'm watching right now. If you want to learn about it, feel free to listen. Here we go.
They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating, Charity Navigator, which means that donated money is used to maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to First, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with Jim Keller. What are the differences and similarities between the human brain and the computer with the microprocessor at its core? Let's start with a philosophical question, perhaps.
Well, since people don't actually understand how human brains work, I think that's true.
And that's true.
So it's hard to compare them. Computers are, there's really two things. There's memory and there's computation. Right? To date, almost all computer architectures are global memory, which is a thing. Right, and then computation, where you pull data in, you do relatively simple operations on it, and write data back.
So it's decoupled in modern computers. And you think in the human brain, everything's a mess that's combined together.
What people observe is there's some number of layers of neurons which have local and global connections, and information is stored in some distributed fashion. And people build things called neural networks in computers where the information is distributed in some kind of fashion. There's a mathematics behind it. I don't know that the understanding of that is super deep. The computations we run on those are straightforward computations. I don't believe anybody has said a neuron does this computation. So to date, it's hard to compare them. Okay.
So let's get to the basics before we zoom back out. How do you build a computer from scratch? What is a microprocessor? What is a microarchitecture? What's an instruction set architecture? Maybe even as far back as what is a transistor?
So the special charm with computer engineering is there's a relatively good understanding of abstraction layers. So down at the bottom you have atoms, and atoms get put together in materials like silicon or doped silicon metal, and we build transistors. On top of that, we build logic gates, right? And then functional units like an adder, a subtractor, or instruction parsing unit, and we assemble those into processing elements. Modern computers are built out of probably 10 to 20 locally organic processing elements or coherent processing elements, and then that runs computer programs, right? So there's abstraction layers, and then software, there's an instructions that you run, and then there's assembly language, C, C++, Java, JavaScript, there's abstraction layers, essentially from the atom to the data center, right? So when you build a computer, first there's a target, like what's it for, how fast does it have to be, which, today there's a whole bunch of metrics about what that is. And then in an organization of, 1,000 people who build a computer, there's lots of different disciplines that you have to operate on. Does that make sense? And so
there's a bunch of levels of abstraction of in an organization like Intel and in your own vision. There's a lot of brilliance that comes in at every one of those layers. Some of it is science, some of it is engineering, some of it is art. But what's the most, if you could pick favorites, what's the most important, your favorite layer on these layers of abstraction? Where does the magic enter this hierarchy?
I don't really care. That's the fun, I'm somewhat agnostic to that. So I would say for relatively long periods of time, instruction sets are stable. So the x86 instruction set, the ARM instruction set.
What's an instruction set?
So it says, how do you encode the basic operations? Load, store, multiply, add, subtract, conditional branch. There aren't that many interesting instructions. Like if you look at a program that runs, 90% of the execution is on 25 opcodes, 25 instructions. And those are stable, right?
What does it mean stable?
Intel architecture has been around for 25 years.
It works.
It works. And that's because the basics, were defined a long time ago, right? Now, the way an old computer ran is you fetched instructions and you executed them in order. Do the load, do the add, do the compare. The way a modern computer works is you fetch large numbers of instructions, say 500, and then you find the dependency graph between the instructions, and then you execute in independent units those little micrographs. So a modern computer, like people like to say, computers should be simple and clean, but it turns out the market for simple, complete, clean, slow computers is zero, right? We don't sell any simple, clean computers. Now here's how you build it can be clean, but the computer people want to buy, that's say a phone, data center, fetches a large number of instructions, computes the dependency graph, and then executes it in a way that gets the right answers.
And optimize that graph somehow.
Yeah, they run deeply out of order, and then there's semantics around how memory ordering works and other things work. So the computer sort of has a bunch of bookkeeping tables that says what order should these operations finish in or appear to finish in. But to go fast, you have to fetch a lot of instructions and find all the parallels. Now, there's a second kind of computer, which we call GPUs today. And I call it the difference. There's found parallelism, like you have a program with a lot of dependent instructions. You fetch a bunch, and then you go figure out the dependency graph, and you issue instructions out of order. That's because you have one serial narrative to execute, which in fact can be done out of order.
Do you call it a narrative?
Yeah. So humans think of serial narrative. So read a book, right? There's the sentence after sentence after sentence, and there's paragraphs. Now you could diagram that. Imagine you diagram properly, and you said which sentences could be read in any order without changing the meaning, right?
That's a fascinating question to ask of a book. Yeah,
you could do that, right? So some paragraphs could be reordered, some sentences could be reordered. You could say, he is tall and smart and X, right? And it doesn't matter the order followed smart. But if you say the tall man is wearing a red shirt, what color is, like you can create dependencies, right? And so GPUs, on the other hand, run simple programs on pixels, but you're given a million of them, and the first order, the screen you're looking at doesn't care which order you do it in. So I call that given parallelism. Simple narratives around the large numbers of things, where you can just say it's parallel because you told me it was.
So found parallelism, where the narrative is sequential, but you discover like little pockets of parallelism versus
Turns out large numbers of parallelism.
large. So how hard is it to discover?
How hard is it? That's just transistor count. Right? So once you crack the problem, you say, here's how you fetch 10 instructions at a time. Here's how you calculate the dependencies between them. Here's how you describe the dependencies. Here's, these are pieces, right?
So once you describe the dependencies, then it's just a graph. It's an algorithm that finds what is that. I'm sure there's a graph theory, the theoretical answer here that's solvable. In general, modern programs that human beings write, how much found parallelism is there?
About 10.
What does 10x mean?
So if you execute it in order,
versus
you would get what's called cycles per instruction, and it would be about 3 cycles per instruction because of the latency of the operations and stuff. And a modern computer executes it like 0.2, 0.25 cycles per instruction. So it's about, we today find 10x. And there's two things. One is the found parallelism in the narrative, right? And the other is the predictability of the narrative, right? So certain operations, they do a bunch of calculations, and if greater than 1, do this.
Yeah.
That decision.
Okay. What you do is you mute one of them. So mute mine, or turn it down, and you'll be able to hear it better.
You have, let's say, if you fetch 600 instructions, it's every 6. You have to predict 99 out of 100 branches correctly for that window to be effective.
Okay, so parallelism, you can't parallelize branches, or you can.
You can.
What does predictive branch mean?
So imagine you do a computation over and over. You're in a loop. So while n is greater than 1, 2. And you go through that loop a million times. So every time you look at the branch, you say, it's probably still greater than 1.
And you say you could do that accurately.
Very accurate. Modern computer.
And mine is blown. How the heck do you do that? Wait a minute.
Well, you want to know? This is really sad. 20 years ago,
yes,
you simply recorded which way the branch went last time and predicted the same thing.
Right.
Okay.
What's the accuracy of that?
85%. So then somebody said, hey, let's keep a couple of bits and have a little counter. So when it predicts one way, we count up and then pins. So say you have a 3-bit counter. So you count up and then you count down. And if it's, you can use the top bit as the sign bit. So you have a signed 2-bit number. So if it's greater than 1, you predict it, take it, and then less than 1, you predict not take it, right? Or less than 0, whatever. And that got us to 92%. Okay, no, it gets better. This branch depends on how you got there. So if you came down the code one way, you're talking about Bob and Jane, right? And then said, does Bob like Jane? It went one way, but if you're talking about Bob and Jill, does Bob like Jane? You go differently, right? So that's called history. So you take the history and a counter. That's cool, but that's not how anything works. They use something that looks a little like a neural network. So modern, you take all the execution flows, and then you do basically deep pattern recognition of how the program is executed. And you do that multiple different ways. And you have something that chooses what the best result is. There's a little supercomputer inside the computer
that's trying to predict
that calculates which way branches go. So the effective window that is.
Hey, what's up, Zoot? How you living, pimp?
That's amazing.
Five. You ready to lose?
took 1,000 bits to get the 99.
459. Are you ready to lose?
Tens of megabits. Out of those,
I'm gonna beat your ass so badly you're not gonna be able to
a
sit.
window of say 50 instructions to 500. It took 3 or
No, you didn't.
Now, if you get the prediction of a branch wrong, what happens then?
slice the pipe.
Performance cost.
But it gets even better.
Yeah.
So we're starting to look at stuff that says, so they executed
I'll
down
let
this
you
path,
win.
and then you had 2 ways to go. But far away, there's something that doesn't matter which path. So you took the wrong path, you executed a bunch of stuff. Then you had the misprediction, you backed it up, and you remembered all the results you already calculated. Some of those are just fine. You read a book and you misunderstand the paragraph. Your understanding of the next paragraph is to that understanding.
Thanks,
Kind
big
of
dog.
anticipate that invariant.
Yeah, well, you can keep track of whether the data changed. And so when you come back to a piece of code, should you calculate it again or do the same thing?
Okay, how much of this is art and how much of it is science? Because it sounds pretty complicated. So,
Well, how do you describe a situation? So imagine you come to a point in the road, you have to make a decision. And you have a bunch of knowledge about which way to go. Maybe you haven't. Do you want to go the shortest way, or do you want to go the fastest way, or do you want to take the nicest road? So there's some set of data. So imagine you're doing something complicated like building a computer, and there's hundreds of decision points, all with hundreds of possible ways to go. And the ways you pick interact and complicated.
right.
And then you have to pick the right spot.
Right, so
So
that's
that already sounds like
you avoided the question. You just described the Robert Frost problem. What I was thinking.
I described the Robin Frost problem. That's what we do as computer designers.
What a shot! One of the best shots in global
Yeah, I
history.
don't know how to describe that because some people are very good at making intuitive leaps. It seems like this combination of things. Some people are less good at it, but they're really good at evaluating. Right?
That was
And
amazing, and
everybody
you
has
know
a
it.
different way to do it. And some people can't. Really good at
No,
analyzing
that
it.
shot was great
So
too.
you see, computers are designed by teams of people who have very different skill sets, and team has lots of different kinds of people. You would describe some of them as artistic, but not very many.
Unfortunately, or fortunately.
Well, no.
No way you making this.
And
No fucking way. So close.
but you still need the 99.
You got to do a lot of work, and then there are interesting things to do with everything.
At the end of the day, if you run multiple times,
I don't know.
Does it
Like,
always
is there
produce the same
is there a good way to do
is,
this?
is there some room for fuzziness there?
That's a math problem. So if you run the definition is every time you run it, you get the same answer.
Yeah, that's a math statement.
The language. So
Yes.
for years, when people did the acceleration,
Yeah, but you suck from there. Go in the water.
Same scene.
Oh, Zoot, that was great.
Right, and then some people thought it was a bad idea, and then the world used it for calculation. They thought it was a really bad idea. Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Now we're looking at
You suck
networks
dick at
where
this
the
hole.
precision of the data is low enough that the data is somewhat noisy. It is unbelievably noisy. So why should the calculation be not noisy? With algorithms as
Four
answers might
shots.
be noisy. Like as the network starts to converge, it starts out really wide and it gets narrower.
No,
You can say, is
three's
that last
impossible.
element that important, or should I start the graph on the next graph before we whittle all the way down to the answer, right? So you can create algorithms that are noisy. Now, if you're developing something, you get a different answer. It's really annoying. And so both, even today,
Yeah.
every time you run a program, you get the same answer.
No, I know, but the formal language.
There is a definition
No.
of languages that don't get the same answer, but people who use, you always, because you get a bad answer, and then you're wondering, is it because of something or because of this? And so everybody wants a little switch that says, no, do it deterministic. And it's really weird because almost everything going into modern calculations, it's noisy. So why are they clear? It's
Right, so where do you stand?
by design. Right. So if somebody says, I want a deterministic answer, like most
Deterministic answer.
is you get a deterministic answer even though the execution flow is very undetermined. So you run this program.
Dude, you're getting better.
Ever.
And the answer, same
But
answer.
it gets the same answer.
It's just amazing. Okay, you've achieved in the eyes of many people legend status as a chip architect. What design creation are you most proud of? Perhaps because it was challenging, because of its impact, or because of the set of brilliant ideas that that were involved in bringing it to
I
life.
find that description odd, and I have two small children, and I promise you, they think it's hilarious.
This question,
So
I do. For
so
them.
I'm really interested in building computers, and I've worked with really, really smart people. I'm not unbelievably smart. I'm fascinated by how they go together, both as a thing to do and as an endeavor that people do.
How people and computers go together.
Yeah, like how people think and build a computer. And I find sometimes that the best computer architects aren't that interested in people, or the best people managers aren't that good at designing computers.
So the whole stack of human beings is fascinating. So the managers, the individual engineers.
Yeah, I realized after a lot of years of building computers, we sort of build them out of transistors, logic gates, functional units, computational elements, that you could think of people the same way. So people are functional units. And then you could think of organizational design as a computer architecture problem. And then it's like, oh, that's super cool because the people are all different, just like the computational elements are all different. And they like to do different. And so I had a lot of fun, like reframing how I think about organization.
Just like with computers, we were saying execution paths. You can have a lot of different paths that end up at the same good destination. So what have you learned about the human abstractions, from individual functional human units to the broader organization? What does it take to create something special?
Most people don't think simple enough. Right. So you have the difference between a recipe and the understanding. There's probably a philosophical description of this. So imagine you're gonna make a loaf of bread.
Yeah.
The recipe says get some flour, add some water, add some yeast, mix it up, let it rise, put it in a pan, put it in the oven. It's a recipe. Right. Understanding bread, you can understand biology, supply chains, grain grinders, yeast, physics, thermodynamics. Like
I'm
there's
shutting
so
you
many
off.
levels of understanding. And then when people build and find things, right? And the problem with that is the recipes all have limited scope. Like if you have a really good recipe book for making bread, it won't tell you anything about how to make an omelet, right? But if you have a deep understanding of cooking, right, then bread, omelets, sandwich, there's a different, way of viewing everything. And most people, when you get to be an expert in something, you're hoping to achieve deeper understanding, not just a large set of recipes to go execute. And it's interesting to walk groups of people because executing reps piece is unbelievably efficient. If it's what you want to do. If it's not what you want to do, you're really stuck. And that difference is crucial. And everybody has a balance of, let's say, deeper understanding recipes. And some people are really good at recognizing when the problem is to understand something deep. Does that make sense?
Totally makes sense. Is it every stage of development, deep understanding on the team needed?
Well, this goes back to the art versus science question.
Sure.
If you constantly unpack everything for deeper understanding, you never get anything done. Right? And if you don't unpack understanding when you need to, you'll do the wrong thing. And then at every juncture, like human beings are these really weird things because everything you tell them has a million possible outputs, right? And then they all interact in a hilarious way. And then having some intuition about what you tell them, what you do, when you intervene, when you not. It's complicated.
Right. So
it's essentially computationally solvable.
Yeah, it's a intractable problem. Sure. Humans are a mess. But with deep understanding, do you mean also sort of fundamental questions of things like what is a computer, or why? Like the why question: why are we even building this? Like of purpose, or do you mean more like going towards the fundamental limits of physics, sort of really getting into the core of the science?
Well, in terms of building a computer, I think so. So common practice is to build a computer, and then when somebody says, "I want to make it 10%
But it's 18, dog.
You'll go in and make this buffer bigger, and maybe I'll add an add unit, or I have this 3 instructions wide. I'm going to make it 4 instructions wide, and what you see is each piece gets incrementally more complicated, right? And then at some point you hit this limit. Like adding another feature or buffer doesn't seem to make it faster. And then people will say, well, that's a limit. But you divide and the way that different features are interacting is limiting you, and it has to be rethought, rewritten, right? So then you refactor it and rewrite it. And what people commonly find is the rewrite is not only faster, but half as complicated.
From scratch?
Yes.
Your business have you seen is needed, maybe more generally, the whole thing out?
This is where I'm on one end of it, every 3 to 5 years.
Gender you want? Like
rewrite more often.
Right, and just
a lot of progress in computer architecture. Every 5 years, you should do one from scratch.
So, 664. How often do you?
I was the co-author of that back in '98. That's 20 years ago.
Yeah, so that's the.
It's been extended quite a few times.
Yes.
And instruction sets are less interesting than the implementation underneath. There's been, on x86 architecture, Intel's designed a few, AIM's designed a few, very different architectures. And I don't want to go into too much of the detail about how often, but there's a tendency to rewrite it every 10 years. You really should be able to.
So you're saying it's in the rewrite more often.
Well, and
Isn't it scary?
Yeah, of course. Scary to who?
Yo, pimp.
To everybody involved, because it is efficient. Companies want to make.
Dude, you're not that. I just had a huge word, and you're still not that far behind.
Improve, increase the buffer from 3 to 4.
This is where you get into the diminishing return curves. Job said this, right? So
Too bad.
You have a project, and you start here, and it goes up, and you have diminishing return. And to get to the next level, you have to do a new one, and the initial point will be lower than the old optimization point, but it'll get higher. So now, short term, long term disaster.
And your
grown-ups, right?
Yes.
Like people with a quarter by quarter business objective are terrified about changing everything.
Yeah.
And people who are trying to run a business or build a computer for a long-term objective know that the short-term limitations block them from long-term success. So if you look at leaders of companies that had really good long-term success, every time they saw that they had to redo something, they did.
It's just speak up.
Or you do multiple. But the marketing guys are always like, promise me that the new computer is faster on every single thing. And the computer architect says, well, the new distribution.
I'm sexy. What do you want me to do about it?
And you'll have some outliers that are slower. Very.
I know, I love it.
Served for me and millions of others as an inspiring beacon of what kind of amazing future brilliant engineers can build. I'm just making your kids laugh all of today.
That's great.
In your eyes, you could define for people who don't know.
Well, the simple statement from Gordon Moore was double the number of listeners every 2 years, something like that. And then my operational model is we increase the performance of computers by 2x every 2 or 3 years, and it's wiggled around substantially over time. And also in how we deliver performance has changed.
Right.
But the foundational idea was 2x the transistors every 2 years. The current cadence is something like, they call it a shrink factor, like 0.6 every 2 years, which is not 0.5.
But that's referring strictly again to the original definition.
Transistor count.
A shrink factor is just getting them smaller, smaller, smaller.
Well, as you for a constant chip area, if you make the transistors smaller by 0.6, then you get 1/0.6 more transistors.
So can you linger on it a little longer? What do you think should be the broader definition of Moore's law? When you mentioned how you think of performance, just broadly, what's a good way to think about Moore's law?
Well, first of all, I've been aware of Moore's law for 30 years.
In which sense?
Well, I've been designing computers for 40.
You're just watching it before your eyes, kind of thing.
Well, and somewhere where I became aware of it, I was also informed that Moore's law was going to die in 10 to 15 years. And I thought that was true at first, but then after 10 years, it was going to die in 10 to 15 years. And then at one point, it was going to die in 5 years. And then it went back up to 10 years. And at some point, I decided not to worry about that particular prognostication for the rest of my life, which is fun. And then I joined Intel, and everybody said Moore's law is dead. And I thought that's sad because it's the Moore's law company, and it's not dead, and it's always been going to die. And humans like these apocryphal kind of statements, like we'll run out of food, or run out of air, or run out of something.
Right, but it's still incredible that it's lived for as long as it has. There's many people who believe now that Moore's law is dead.
They can join the last 50 years of people who had the same.
Yeah, there's a long tradition, but why do you think, if you can try to understand it, why do you think it's not dead?
Well, let's just think, people think Moore's law is one thing, transistors get smaller, but actually under the seat there's lots of innovations. And all those innovations have their own diminishing return curves. So if you graph it, it looks like a cascade of diminishing return curves. I don't know what to call that, but the result is an exponential curve. But at least it has been. So, and we keep inventing new things. So if you're an expert in one of the things on the diminishing return curve, right, and you can see its plateau, well, this is done.
What the fuck, man?
People are doing something. So
dude, that's not normal. Cool at all. I don't like that. You're wasting my time when you pull that.
How small could a switching device? So modern transistor is something like 1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000 atoms, right? And you get quantum effects down around 2 to 10.
Dad, I don't want to talk if you're gonna pull that bullshit.
So you can imagine a transistor as small as 10 by 10.
Leave.
Smaller. And then the quantum computational people are working away at how to use quantum effects. So
1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000.
atoms.
That's a really clean way of putting it.
Well, a fan, like a modern transistor, if you look at the fan, it's like 120 atoms wide, but we can make that thinner. And then there's a gate wrapped around it, and then there's spacing. There's a whole bunch of geometry. And, you know, a competent transistor designer could count both atoms in every single direction. Like there's techniques now to already put down atoms in a single atomic layer. Right? And you can place atoms if you want to. It's just, you know, from a manufacturing process, the atom takes 10 minutes and you need to put, you know, 10 to the 23rd atoms together to make a computer. It would take a lot of time. So the methods are, you know, both shrinking things and then coming up with effective ways to control.
Manufacture stably and cheaply.
Yeah. So the innovation stack's pretty broad. You know, there's equipment, there's optics, there's chemistry, there's physics, there's material science, there's metallurgy. There's lots of ideas about when you put different materials together, how do they interact? Are they stable? Temperature? You know, like are they repeatable? You know, there's like literally thousands of technologies involved.
But just for the shrinking, you don't think we're quite yet close to the fundamental limits of physics?
I did a talk on Moore's Law, and I asked for a roadmap to a path about 100 after 2 weeks. They said we only got to 50.
100 what? Sorry.
100x shrink.
100x shrink? You only got to
50. And I said, why don't you give it another 2 weeks? Well, here's the thing about Moore's Law, right? So I believe that the next 10 or 20 years of shrinking is going to happen, right? Now, as a computer designer, you have two stances. You think it's going to shrink, in which case you're designing and thinking about architecture in a way that you'll use more transistors. Or conversely, not be swamped by the complexity of all the transistors you get, right? You have to have a strategy. You know.
So you're open to the possibility and waiting for the possibility of a whole new army of transistors ready to work.
I'm expecting more transistors every 2 or 3 years by a number large enough that how you think about design, how you think about architecture has to change. Like imagine you brick buildings out of bricks, and every year the bricks are half the size, or every 2 years. Well, if you kept building bricks the same way, you know, so many bricks per person per day, the amount of time to build a building would go up exponentially. Right? But if you said, I know that's coming, so now I'm going to design equipment that moves bricks faster, uses them better, because maybe you're getting something out of the smaller bricks, more strength in your walls, you know, less material efficiency out of that. So once you have a roadmap with what's going to happen, transistors, we're going to get more of them. Then you design all this collateral around it to take advantage of it, and also to cope with it. Like that's the thing people don't understand. It's like if I didn't believe in Moore's Law, and then Moore's Law transistors showed up, my design teams were all drowned.
So what's the hardest part of this inflood of new transistors? I mean, even if you just look historically throughout your career, what's the thing? What fundamentally changes when you add more transistors in the task of designing an architecture?
Well, there's two constants, right? One is people don't get smarter.
By the way, there's some science showing that we do get smarter because of nutrition, whatever.
Yeah.
Sorry to bring that up.
One effect.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Nobody understands it. Nobody knows that it's still going on. So that's
or whether it's real or not. But yeah, that's
I sort of.
Anyway, but not.
I would believe for the most part people aren't getting much smarter.
The evidence doesn't support it. That's right.
And then teams can't grow that much. Right. So human beings, we're really good at teams of 10. Up to teams of 100, they can know each other. Beyond that, you have to have organizational boundaries. So those are pretty hard constraints. Right. So then you have to divide and conquer. Like as the designs get bigger, you have to divide it into pieces. The power of abstraction layers is really high. We used to build computers out of transistors. Now we have a team that turns transistors into logic cells, and another team that turns them into functional units, and another one that turns them into computers. Right? So we have abstraction layers there. And you have to think about when you shift gears on that. We also use faster computers to build faster computers. So some algorithms run twice as fast on new computers, but a lot of algorithms are n squared. So, a computer with twice as many transistors, and it might take 4 times as long to run. So you have to refactor the software. But simply using faster computers to build bigger computers doesn't work.
So
you have to think about all this.
So in terms of computing performance and the exciting possibility that more powerful computers bring, is shrinking the thing we've just been talking about one of the biggest exciting possibilities of advancement in performance, or is there other directions that you're interested in, like in the direction of sort of enforcing given parallelism, or like doing massive parallelism in terms of many CPUs, stacking CPUs on top of each other, that kind of parallelism, or any kind of.
Well, think about it in a different way. So, old computers, slow computers, you said A will be plus B times D. Pretty simple, right? And then we made faster computers with vector units, and you can do proper equations and matrices, right? And then modern, like AI computations, are like convolutional neural networks, where you could evolve one large data set against another. And so there's sort of this hierarchy of mathematics, from simple equation to linear equations to matrix equations to deeper kind of computation. And the data sets are getting so big that people are thinking of data as a topology problem. Data is organized in some immense shape. And then the computation, which sort of wants to be get data from immense shape and do some computation on it. So what computers allow people to do is have algorithms go much further. So that paper you referenced, the Sutton paper, they talked about, like when AI started, it was apply rule sets to something. That's a very simple computational situation. And then when they did first chess thing, they solved deep searches. So have a huge database of moves and results, deep search, but it's still just a search. Right? Now we take large numbers of images and we use it to train these weight sets that we convolve across. It's a completely different kind of phenomenon. We call that AI. Now they're doing the next generation, and if you look at it, they're going up this mathematical graph, right? And then computations, both computation and data sets support going up that graph.
Yeah, the kind of computation though I would argue that all of it is still a search, right? Just like you said, a topology problem with data sets, you're searching the data sets for valuable data, and also the actual optimization of neural networks is a kind of search for the.
I don't know if you had looked at the inner layers of finding a cat. It's not a search. It's a set of endless projections. So, projection. Here's a shadow of this phone.
Yeah.
Right. And then you can have a shadow of that on something, a shadow on that of something. If you look in the layers, you'll see this layer actually describes pointy ears and round eyedness and fuzziness, but the computation to tease out the attributes is not search.
Right.
Like the inference part might be search, but the training is not search.
Okay. Well,
and then in deep networks, they look at layers and they don't even know it's represented. And yet, if you take the layers out, it doesn't work.
Okay. So
I don't think it's search.
All right. Well,
but you have to talk to the mathematician about
it. Well, we can disagree, but it's just semantics. I think it's not, but it's certainly not.
I would say it's absolutely not semantics.
Okay. All right. Well, if you want to go there, so optimization for me is search, and we're trying to optimize the ability of a neural network to detect cat ears, and the difference between chess and the space, the incredibly multi-dimensional 100 1,000-dimensional space that networks are trying to optimize over is nothing like the chessboard database. So it's a totally different kind of thing. And in that sense, you could say
Yeah.
it loses
I can see how you might say if you. The funny thing is the difference between given search space and found search space.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, maybe that's the different way.
That's a beautiful way to put it. Okay. But you're saying, what's your sense in terms of the basic mathematical operations and the architecture, the hardware that enables those operations? Do you see the CPUs of today still being a really core part of executing those mathematical operations?
Yes. Well, the operations, continue to be add, subtract, load, store, compare, and branch. It's remarkable. So it's interesting that the building blocks of computers are transistors. Under that atom, you got atoms, transistors, logic gates, computers, right? Functional units of computers. The building blocks of mathematics at some level are things like adds and subtracts and multiplies, but the space mathematics could describe is, I think, essentially infinite. But the computers that run the algorithms are still doing the same things. Now, a given algorithm may say, I need sparse data, or I need 32-bit data, or I need, like a convolution operation that naturally takes 8-bit data, multiplies it, and sums it up a certain way. So the data types in TensorFlow imply an optimization set, but when you go break down and look at the computers, it's saying that NOR gate's doing that to multiplies. Like that hasn't changed much. Now the quantum researchers think they're going to change that radically, and then there are people who think about analog computing because you look in the brain and it seems to be more analogish. That maybe there's a way to do that more efficiently. But we have a million X in computation. And I don't know the relationship between computational, let's say, intensity and the ability to hit mathematical abstractions. I don't know if you guys describe that, but just like you saw in AI, you went from rule sets to simple search to complex search to, say, found search. Like those are, orders of magnitude more computation to do. And as we get the next 2 orders of magnitude, my friend Roger Gadori said, like every order of magnitude changes the computation.
It fundamentally changes what the computation is doing.
Oh, the expression of difference in quantity is the difference in kind. The difference between ant and anthill, right? Or neuron and brain. There's indefinable place where the quantity changes the quality, right? And we've seen that happen in mathematics multiple times. And my guess is it's going to keep happening.
So your sense is, if you focus head down in shrinking the transistor.
Well, not just head down, we're aware of the software stacks that are running the computational loads. We're kind of pondering, what do you do with a petabyte of memory that wants to be accessed in a sparse way and have, the kind of calculations AI programmers want. So there's a dialogue interaction, but when you go in the computer chip, you find adders and subtractors and multipliers.
So if you zoom out then, with, as you mentioned, very suddenly, the idea that most of the development in the last many decades in AI research came from just leveraging computation and just the simple algorithms waiting for the computation to improve.
Well, software guys have a thing that they call it the problem of early optimization. Right. So you write a big software stack, and if you start optimizing, like the first thing you write, the odds of that being the performance of it is low. Right. But when you get the whole thing working, can you make it 2x faster by optimizing the right things? Sure. While you're optimizing that, could you have written a new software stack, which would have been a better choice? Maybe. I agree. So,
but the whole time as you're doing the writing, that's the software we're talking about. The hardware underneath gets faster.
This goes back to the Moore's Law. If Moore's Law is going to continue, then your AI research should expect that to show up, and then you make a slightly different set of choices. Then we've hit the wall, nothing's going to happen. And from here, it's just us rewriting algorithms. Like that seems like a failed strategy for the last 30 years of Moore's law stuff.
So can you just linger on it? I think you've answered it, but I'll just ask the same dumb question over and over. So why do you think Moore's law is not going to die? Which is the most promising, exciting possibility of why it won't die in the next 5-10 years? So is it the continued shrinking of the transistor, or is it another S curve that steps in a totally
shrinking the transistor is literally thousands of iterations.
Right. So there's
they're all, and there's a whole bunch of S curves just kind of running their course and being reinvented again. New things, the semiconductor fabricators and technologists have all announced what's called nanowires. So they took a fan which had a gate around it and turned that into little wires, so you have better control of that, and they're smaller. And then from there's some obvious steps about how to shrink that. The metallurgy around wire stacks and stuff has very obvious abilities to shrink. And there's a whole combination of things there to do.
Your sense is that we're going to get a lot if this innovation from just that shrinking.
Yeah, like a factor of 100 is a lot.
Yeah, I would say that's incredible. And it's totally unknown.
It's only 10 or 15 years.
Now you're smarter, you might know, but to me, it's totally unpredictable what that 100x would bring in terms of the nature of the computation that people will be.
Yeah, are you familiar with Bell's law? So for a long time, it was mainframes, minis, workstation, PC, mobile. Moore's law drove faster, smaller computers. And then when we were thinking about Moore's law, Roger Godori said every 10x generates a new computation. So scalar, vector, matrix, topological computation. Right? And if you go look at the industry trends, there was mainframes and then mini computers and then PCs, and then the internet took off, and then we got mobile devices, and now we're building 5G wireless with 1 millisecond latency. And people are starting to think about the smart world where everything knows you, recognizes you. Like the transformations are going to be like unpredictable.
How does it make you feel that architect of future? So we're not
What'd you say? What'd you say? You've got it, but I need you to repeat what you said. No, that's not why it happened. It happened because correlation does not necessarily mean causation. Are you feeling any better? Excellent. Well, I was worried about you and I was thinking about you, and I'm glad you took my advice, and now all that's in the past and you just focus on the future. Loved it.
About the architects of the high level people who build the Angry Bird apps and Snapchat.
Angry Bird apps. Who knows?
I'm gonna
Maybe
take a
that's the
stand.
whole point of the universe.
I'm going to take a stand at that and the attention distracting nature of mobile phones. I'll take a stand. But anyway, in terms of
That matters.
the side effects of smartphones or the attention distraction, which part?
Well, who knows? Where this is all leading? It's changing so fast.
Wait, so back to
My parents used to yell at my sisters for hiding in the closet with a wired phone with a dial on it. Stop talking to your friends all day.
Right.
Now my wife yells at my kids for talking to their friends all day on text. It's the same to me.
It's echoes of the same thing. Okay, but you are one of the key people architecting the hardware of this future. How does that make you feel? Do you feel responsible? Do you feel excited?
So we're in a social context. So there's billions of people on this planet. There are literally millions of people working on technology. I feel lucky to be, doing what I do and getting paid for it. And there's an interest in it. But there's so many things going on in parallel. It's like the actions are so unpredictable. If I wasn't here, somebody else would do it. The vectors of different things are happening all the time.
Welcome.
There's I'm sure some philosophers, wondering about how we transform our world.
So you can't deny the fact that these tools, these tools are changing our world.
That's right.
So do you think it's changing for the better?
So I read this thing recently. It said the two disciplines with the highest GRE scores in college are physics and philosophy, right? And they're both sort of trying to answer the question, why is there anything? Right? And the philosophers, are on the kind of theological side, and the physicists are obviously on the material side. And there's 100 billion galaxies with 100 billion stars. It seems, repetitive at best. So there's on our way to 10 billion people. I mean, it's hard to see what it's all for, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I guess I am.
Things do tend to significantly increase this complexity. And I'm curious about how computation, like our world, our physical world, inherently generates mathematics. It's kind of obvious, right? So we have XYZ coordinates. You take a sphere, you make it bigger, you get a surface that falls, grows by R squared. It generally generates mathematics, and the mathematicians and the physicists have been having a lot of fun talking to each other for years. And computation has been, let's say, relatively pedestrian. Computation in terms of mathematics has been doing binary algebra, while those guys have been gallivanting through the other realms of possibility, right? Now, recently, the computation lets you do mathematical computations that are sophisticated enough that nobody understands how the answers came out. Right?
Machine learning.
Yeah.
Right.
It used to be you get data set, you guess at a function. The function is considered physics if it's predictive of new functions, new data sets. Modern, you can take a large data set with no intuition about what it is and use machine learning to find a pattern that has no function. Right? And it can arrive at results that I don't know if they're completely mathematically describable. So computation has kind of done something interesting compared to A equals B plus C.
There's something reminiscent of that step from the basic operations of addition to taking a step towards neural networks. That's reminiscent of what life on Earth at its origins was doing. Do you think we're creating sort of the next step in our evolution in creating artificial intelligence systems that will?
I don't. There's so much in the universe already. It's hard to say.
where we stand in this whole
Are
thing.
human beings working on additional abstraction layers and possibilities? Yeah, it appears so. Does that mean that human beings don't need dogs? No. Like there's so many things that are all simultaneously interesting and useful.
But you've seen, throughout your career, you've seen greater and greater level of abstractions built in artificial machines, right? Do you think, when you look at humans, do you think that look at all the life on Earth as a single organism building this thing, this machine with greater and greater levels of abstraction? Do you think humans are the peak, the top of the food chain in this long arc of history on Earth, or do you think we're just somewhere in the middle? Are we the basic functional operations of a CPU? Are we the C++ program, the Python program, or the neural network? Or
like somebody's, people have calculated like how many operations does the brain do? And something, I've seen the number 10 to the 18th a bunch of times, arrive different ways. So could you make a computer that did 10 to the 20th operation?
Yeah.
Sure.
Do you think
we're going to do that? Now, is there something magical about how brains compute things? I don't know. My personal experience is interesting because, you think you know how you think, and then you have all these ideas and you can't figure out how they happened. And if you meditate, what you can be aware of is interesting. So I don't know if brains are magical or not. The physical evidence says no. Lots of people's personal experience says yes. So what would be funny is if brains are magical and yet we can make brains with more computation. I don't know what to say about that.
But do you think magic is an emergent phenomenon?
What could be? I have no explanation.
Let me ask Jim Keller, what in your view is consciousness?
What's consciousness?
Yeah, like what consciousness, love, things that are these deeply human things that seems to emerge from our brain. Is that something that we'll be able to encode in chips that get faster and faster and faster and faster?
It's like a 10-hour conversation. Nobody really knows.
Can you summarize it in a couple of words?
Many people have observed that organisms run at lots of different levels, right? If you had two neurons, somebody said you'd have one sensory neuron and one motor neuron. We move towards things and away from things. And we have physical integrity and safety or not, right? And then if you look at the animal kingdom, you can see brains that are a little more complicated. And at some point, there's a planning system, and then there's an emotional system that's, happy about being safe or unhappy about being threatened. Right? And then our brains have massive numbers of structures, like planning, and movement, and thinking, and feeling, and drives, and emotions. And we seem to have multiple layers of thinking systems. And we have a dream system that nobody understands whatsoever, which I find completely hilarious. And you can think in a way that those systems are more independent, and you can observe, the different parts of yourself can observe them. I don't know which one's magical. I don't know which one's not computational. So,
is it possible that it's all computation?
Probably. Is there a limit to computation? I don't think so.
Do you think the universe is a computer? Like you think
it's a weird kind of computer, because if it was a computer, right, like when they do calculations on how much calculation it takes to describe quantum effects is unbelievably high. So if it was a computer, wouldn't you build it out of something that was easier to compute? Right, that's a funny system. But then the simulation guys have pointed out that the rules are kind of interesting. Like when you look really close, it's uncertain. And the speed of light says you can only look so far, and things can't be simultaneous except for the entanglement problem where they seem to be. Like the rules are all kind of weird. And somebody said physics is like having 50 equations with 50 variables to define 50 variables. Like, it's like physics itself has been a shit show for thousands of years. It seems odd when you get to the corners of everything, it's either uncomputable or undefinable or uncertain.
It's almost like the designers of the simulation are trying to prevent us from understanding it perfectly.
But also the things that require calculations require so much calculation that our idea of the universe of computer is absurd, because every single little bit of it takes all the computation in the universe to figure out. So that's a weird kind of computer. You say the simulation is running in a computer, which has, by definition, infinite computation.
Not infinite. Oh, you mean if the universe is infinite?
Yeah. Well, every little piece of our universe seems to take infinite computation to figure out.
Just a lot.
Well, a lot's a pretty big number. Compute this little teeny spot, takes all the mass in the local 1 light year by 1 light year space. It's close enough to infinite.
So it's a heck of a computer for the
I know it's a weird description, because the simulation description seems to break when you look closely at it. But the rules of the universe seem to imply something that seems a little arbitrary.
The universe, the whole thing, the laws of physics.
Yeah.
It just seems like how did it come out to be the way it is?
Well, lots of people talk about that. It's like I said, the two smartest groups of humans are working on the same problem
From different
aspects, and they're both complete failures. So that's kind of cool.
They might succeed eventually.
Well, after 2,000 years, the trend isn't good.
Well, 2,000 years is nothing in the span of the history of the universe, so we have some time.
But the next 1,000 years aren't good either.
That's what everybody says at every stage, but with Moore's law, as you've described, not being dead, the exponential the growth of technology, the future seems pretty incredible.
Well, it'll be interesting, that's for sure.
That's right. So what are your thoughts on Ray Kurzweil says that exponential improvement in technology will continue indefinitely? Is that how you see Moore's law? Do you see Moore's law more broadly, in the sense that technology of all kinds has a way of stacking S-curves on top of each other where it'll be exponential, and then we'll see all kinds of...
What does an exponential of 1 million mean? That's a pretty amazing number, and that's just for a local little piece of silicon. Now let's imagine you, say, decided to get 1,000 tons of silicon to collaborate in one computer at 1 million times the density. Like now you're talking, I don't know, 10 to the 20th more computation power than our current already unbelievably fast computers. Like nobody knows what that's going to mean. The sci-fi guys call it, computronium. Like a local civilization turns the nearby star into a computer. I don't think that's true.
So just even when you shrink the transistor,
that's only one dimension.
The ripple effects of that.
Like people tend to think about computers as a cost problem, right? So computers are made out of silicon and minor amounts of metals, and this and that. None of those things cost any money. There's plenty of sand. Like you could just turn the beach and a little bit of ocean water in the computers. So all the cost is in the equipment to do it, and the trend on equipment is, once you figure out how to build the equipment, the trend of cost is zero. Rabbi Elon said, first you figure out what configuration you want the atoms in, and then how to put them there. Right?
Yeah.
Because his great insight is, people are how constrained. I have this thing, I know how it works, and then little tweaks to that will generate something, as opposed to what do I actually want, and then figure out how to build it. It's a very different mindset, and almost nobody has it, obviously.
Well, let me ask on that topic. You were one of the key early people in the development of autopilot, at least in the hardware side. Elon Musk believes that autopilot and vehicle autonomy, if you just look at that problem, can follow this kind of exponential improvement. In terms of the how question that we're talking about, there's no reason why it can't. What are your thoughts on this particular space of vehicle autonomy and your part of it, Elon Musk's and Tesla's vision for...
Well, the computer you need to build is straightforward. And you could argue, well, does it need to be 2 times faster or 5 times or 10 times? But that's just a matter of time or price. in the short run. So that's not a big deal. You don't have to be especially smart to drive a car. So it's not like a super hard problem. I mean, the big problem with safety is attention, which computers are really good at, not skills.
Well, let me push back on one. So everything you said is correct, but we as humans tend to take for granted how incredible our vision system is. So
you can drive a car with 20/50 vision, and you can train a neural network to extract the distance of any object and the shape of any surface from a video and data.
Yeah, but
that's really simple.
Simple.
That's a simple data problem.
It's not simple. It's because it's not just detecting object. It's understanding the scene, and it's being able to do it in a way that doesn't make errors. So the beautiful thing about the human vision system and our entire brain around the whole thing is we're able to fill in the gaps. It's not just about perfectly detecting cars. It's inferring the occluded cars. It's understanding the.
I think that's mostly a data problem.
So you think with data, with compute, with improvement of computation, with improvement in collection.
Well, there's when you're driving a car and somebody cuts you off, your brain has theories about why they did it. They're a bad person, they're distracted, they're dumb. You can listen to yourself. Right? So, if you think that narrative is important to be able to successfully drive a car, then current autopilot systems can't do it. But if cars are ballistic things with tracks and probabilistic changes of speed and direction, and roads are fixed and given, by the way, they don't change dynamically. Right? You can map the world really thoroughly. You can place every object really thoroughly. Right? You can calculate trajectories of things really thoroughly. Right?
But everything you said about really thoroughly has a different degree of difficulty. So
you could say at some point, computer autonomous systems will be way better at things that humans are lousy at. They'll be better at attention. They'll always remember there's a pothole in the road that humans keep forgetting about. They'll remember that this set of roads has these weirdo lines on it that the computer's figured out once. And especially if they get updates, so if somebody changes a given, like the key to robots and stuff, somebody said, is to maximize the givens.
Right.
So having a robot pick up this bottle cap is way easier to put a red dot on the top. Because then you don't have to figure out, if you want to do a certain thing with it, maximize the givens is the thing. And autonomous systems are happily maximizing the givens. Like humans, when you drive someplace new, you remember it because you're processing it the whole time. And after the 50th time you drove to work, you get to work, you don't know how you got there. Right? You're on autopilot. Right? Autonomous cars are always on autopilot. But the cars have no theories about why they got cut off or why they're in traffic.
So
they also never stop paying attention.
Right. So I tend to believe you do have to have theories, mental models of other people, especially with pedestrians and cyclists, but also with other cars. So everything you said is actually essential to driving. Driving is a lot more complicated than people realize, I think. So to push back slightly, but
to cut into traffic, right?
Yeah.
You can't just wait for a gap. You have to be somewhat aggressive. Yeah. You'd be surprised how simple a calculation that is.
I may be on that particular point, but there's maybe I should have to push back. I would be surprised. You know what? Yeah, I'll just stay where I stand. I would be very surprised, but I think it's you. You might be surprised how complicated it is.
I'd say that I tell people progress, disappointments in the short run, surprises in the long run.
It's very possible. Yeah,
I suspect in 10 years it'll be just taken for granted.
Yeah, but you're probably right. Now look at
it's going to be a $50 solution that nobody cares about. It's like GPS is wow, GPS is, we have satellites in space that tell you where your location is. It was a really big deal. Now everything is a GPS.
Yeah, it's true. But I do think that systems that involve human behavior are more complicated than we give them credit for. So we can do incredible things with technology that don't involve humans, but when
I think humans are less complicated than people frequently describe.
maybe I
We tend to operate out of large numbers of patterns and just keep doing it over and over.
But I can't trust you because you're a human. That's something a human would say. But my hope is on the point you've made is even if no matter who's right, I'm hoping that there's a lot of things that humans aren't good at that machines are definitely good at, like you said, attention, and things like that. Well, they'll be so much better that the overall picture of safety and autonomy will be obviously cars will be safer, even if they're not as good at understanding.
I'm a big believer in safety. I mean, there are already the current safety systems like cruise control that doesn't let you run into people and lane keeping. There are so many features that you just look at the Pareto of accidents and knocking off like 80% of those, super doable.
Just to linger on the autopilot team and the efforts there, it seems to be that there's a very intense scrutiny by the media and the public in terms of safety, pressure the bar put before autonomous vehicles. What are your sort of, as a person there working on the hardware, trying to build a system that builds a safe vehicle and so on? What was your sense about that pressure? Is it unfair? Is it expected of new technology?
Yeah, it seems reasonable. I was interested. I talked to both American and European regulators, and I was worried that the regulations would write into the rules technology solutions. Like modern brake systems imply hydraulic brakes. So if you read the regulations, to meet the letter of the law for brakes, it sort of has to be hydraulic, right? And the regulator said they're interested in use cases, like a head-on crash, an offset crash, don't hit pedestrians, don't run into people, don't leave the road, don't run a red light or a stoplight. They were very much into the scenarios, and and they had all the data about which scenarios injured or killed the most people, and for the most part, those conversations were like, what's the right thing to do to take the next step? Now, Elon's very interested also in the benefits of autonomous driving and frees people's time and attention, as well as safety. And I think that's also an interesting thing. But building autonomous systems so they're safe and safer than people since the goal is to be 10x safer than people, having the bar to be safer than people and scrutinizing accidents seems philosophically correct. So I think that's a good thing.
It's different than the things you worked on, the Intel, AMD, Apple, with autopilot chip design, hardware design. What are interesting or challenging aspects of building this specialized kind of computing system in the automotive space?
I mean, there's two tricks to building like an automotive computer. One is the software team, the machine learning team, is developing algorithms that are changing fast. So as you're building the accelerator, you have this worry or intuition that the algorithms will change enough that the accelerator will be the wrong one, right? And there's the generic thing, which is if you build a really good general purpose computer, say its performance is 1, and then GPU guys will deliver about 5x the performance for the same amount of silicon, because instead of discovering parallelism, you're given parallelism. And then special accelerators get another 2 to 5x on top of the GPU, because you say, I know the math is always 8-bit integers into 32-bit accumulators, and the operations are the subset of mathematical possibilities. So AI accelerators have a claimed performance benefit over GPUs because in the narrow math space, you're nailing the algorithm. Now, you still try to make it programmable, but the AI field is changing really fast. So there's a little creative tension there of, I want the acceleration afforded by specialization without being over specialized, so that the new algorithm is so much more effective that you would have been better off on the GPU. So there is a tension there. To build a good computer for an application like automotive, there's all kinds of sensor inputs and safety processors and a bunch of stuff. So one of Elon's goals is to make it super affordable. So every car gets an autopilot computer. So some of the recent startups we look at, they have a server in the trunk. because they're saying, I'm going to build this autopilot computer to replace this driver. So their cost budget's $10,000 or $20,000. And Elon's constraint was, I'm going to put one in every car, whether people buy autonomous driving or not. So the cost constraint he had in mind is great, right? And to hit that, you have to think about the system design. That's complicated. It's fun. It's craftsman's work. Like, a violin maker, right? You can say Stradivarius is this incredible thing. The musicians are incredible, but the guy making the violin, picked wood, and sanded it, and then he cut it, and he glued it, and he waited for the right day so that when he put the finish on it, it didn't, do something dumb. That's craftsmanship. Right. You may be a genius craftsman because you have the best techniques and you discover a new one, but most engineering is craftsman's work. And humans really like to do that.
Smart humans.
No, everybody.
Okay.
I don't know. I dug ditches when I was in college. I got really good at it. So
the digging ditches is also craftsman work.
Yeah, of course. So there's an expression called complex master behavior. So when you're learning something, that's fun because you're learning something. When you do something that's really simple, it's not that satisfying. But if the steps that you have to do are complicated and you're good at them, it's satisfying to do them. And then if you're intrigued by it all, as you're doing them, you sometimes learn new things that you can raise your game. But craftsman's work is good. And engineers, engineering is complicated enough that you have to learn a lot of skills, and then a lot of what you do is then craftsman's work, which is fun.
Autonomous driving, building a very resource-constrained computer, so a computer has to be cheap enough to put in every single car.
Yeah.
That essentially boils down to craftsman's work. It's engineering.
There's thoughtful decisions and problems to solve and trade-offs to make. You need 10 camera imports or 8. You're building for the current car, the next one. How do you do the safety stuff? There's a whole bunch of details. But it's fun. But it's not like I'm building a new type of neural network which has a new mathematics and a new computer work. That's like there's more invention than that. But the reduction to practice, once you pick the architecture, you look inside and what you see: adders and multipliers, memories, the basics. So computers is always this weird set of abstraction layers of ideas and thinking. That reduction to practice is transistors and wires and pretty basic stuff. And that's an interesting phenomenon. By the way, like factory work, lots of people think factory work is road assembly stuff. I've been on the assembly line. Like, the people who work there really like it. It's a really great job. It's really complicated. Putting cars together is hard, right? And the car is moving, and the parts are moving, and sometimes the parts are damaged, and you have to coordinate putting all the stuff together, and people are good at it. They're good at it. And I remember one day I went to work, and the line was shut down for some reason, and some of the guys sitting around were really bummed because they had reorganized a bunch of stuff, and they were going to hit a new record for the number of cars built that day, and they were all gung-ho to do it. These were big, tough buggers. So, but what they did was complicated. You couldn't do it.
Yeah, and I mean...
Well, after a while you could, but you'd have to work your way up because, like putting the what's called the brights, the trim on a car, on a moving assembly line, where it has to be attached 25 places in a minute and a half, is unbelievably complicated, and human beings can do it. It's really good. I think that's harder than driving a car, by the way.
Putting together, working
on the factory.
Two smart people can disagree.
Yay!
I think driving a car.
We'll get you in the factory someday, and then we'll see how
No,
you do.
not for us humans. Driving a car is easy. I'm saying building a machine that drives a car is not easy. No, okay. Driving a car is easy for humans because we've been evolving for billions of years.
Drive cars. Yeah, I noticed
do.
The tail of the cars are super cool.
Oh, now you join the rest of me in mocking me.
Okay. I just really mock you. I'm intrigued by your anthropology.
Yeah, it's
so I'll have to go dig into that.
There's some inaccuracies there. Yes. Okay, but in general, what have you learned in terms of thinking about passion, craftsmanship,
tension, chaos, the whole mess of it. Well, what have you learned, have taken away from your time working with Elon Musk, working in Tesla, which is known to be a place of chaos, innovation, craftsmanship, and all
I really like
things.
the way you talk. Like, you think you have an understanding about what first principles of something is, and then you talk to Elon about it, and you didn't scratch the surface. He has a deep belief that no matter what you do is a local maximum. Right? I had a friend, he invented a better electric motor, and it was like a lot better than what we were using. And one day he came by, he said, I'm a little disappointed because, this is really great. You didn't seem that impressed. When the super intelligent aliens come, are they going to be looking for you? Like, where is he? The guy who built the motor.
Yeah.
Probably not. But doing interesting work that's both innovative and, let's say, craftsman's work on the current thing is really satisfying. It's good. And that's cool. And then Elon was good at picking everything apart. Like, what's the deep first principle? Oh, no, what's really, that ability to look at it without assumptions and how constraints. Super wild. We built rocket ship.
Using
electric car, and everything. And that's super fun. And he's into it too. Like, when they first landed 2 SpaceX rockets to Tesla, we had a video projector in the big room, and like 500 people came down, and when they landed, everybody cheered, and some people cried. It was so cool. Right? But how did you do that? Well, it was super hard. And then people say, well, it's chaotic. Really? To get out of all your assumptions, you think that's not going to be unbelievably painful? And is Elon tough? Yeah, probably. Do people look back on it and say, boy, I'm really happy I had that experience to go take apart that many layers of assumptions? Sometimes super fun, sometimes painful.
So it could be emotionally and intellectually painful, that whole process, just stripping away assumptions.
Yeah, imagine 99% of your thought process is protecting your self-conception. And 98% of that's wrong. Now you got the math right. Now you think you're feeling when you get back to that one bit that's useful. And now you're open and you have the ability to do something different. I don't know if I got the math right. It might be 99.9, but it ain't 50.
Imagining it that 50% is hard enough.
Yeah. For a long time, I've suspected you could get better. Like, you can think better, you can think more clearly, you can take things apart. And there's lots of examples of people who do that. So,
and Elon is an example of that. You are an example. So
I don't know if I am. I'm fun to talk to.
Certainly.
I've learned a lot of stuff.
Right.
Well, here's the other thing is, like, I joke, like I read books. And people think, oh, you read books. Well, no, I've read a couple of books a week for 55 years. Well, maybe 50, because I didn't learn to read until I was 8 or something. And it turns out when people write books, they often take 20 years of their life where they passionately did something, reduce it to 200 pages. That's kind of fun. And then you go online and you can find out who wrote the best books, and who, like, that's kind of wild. So there's this wild selection process, and then you can read it, and for the most part, understand it. And then you can go apply it. Like, I went to one company and I thought, I haven't managed much before. So I read 20 management books. And I started talking to them, and basically, compared to all the VPs running around, I'd read 19 more management books than anybody else. It wasn't even that hard.
Yeah.
And half the stuff worked, like, first time. It wasn't even rocket science.
But at the core of that is questioning the assumption, or sort of entering the thinking, first principles thinking, sort of looking at the reality of the situation and using that knowledge, applying that knowledge. So
I would say my brain has this idea that you can question first assumptions, but I can go days at a time and forget that, and you have to kind of like circle back to the observation.
Because it is
Because it's
emotionally
hard.
challenging.
Well, it's hard to just keep it front and center because you operate on so many levels all the time, and getting this done takes priority, or being happy takes priority, or screwing around takes priority. Like how you go through life is complicated.
Yeah.
And then you remember, oh yeah, I could really think first principles and this shit. That's tiring, But you do for a while, and that's kind of cool.
So just as a last question, in your sense, from the big picture, from the first principles, do you think, you kind of answered already, but do you think autonomous driving is something we can solve on a timeline of years? So 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years, as opposed to a century?
Yeah, definitely.
Just to linger on it a little longer, where's the confidence coming from? Is it the fundamentals of the problem, the fundamentals of building the hardware and the software?
As a computational problem, understanding ballistics, roles, topography, it seems pretty solvable. I mean, and you can see this, like speech recognition for a long time, people are doing, frequency and domain analysis and all kinds of stuff, and that didn't work at all, right? And they did deep learning about it, and it worked great. And it took multiple iterations. And, autonomous driving is way past the frequency analysis point. Use radar, don't run into things. And the data gathering is going up, and the computation is going up, and the algorithm understanding is going up, and there's a whole bunch of problems getting solved like that.
The data side is really powerful, but I disagree with both you and Elon. I'll tell Elon once again, as I did before, that when you add human beings into the picture, it's no longer a ballistics problem. It's something more complicated, but I could be very well proven wrong.
And cars are highly damped in terms of rate of change. Like the steering system's really slow compared to a computer. The acceleration is really slow.
Yeah, on a certain time scale, on a ballistics time scale, but human behavior, I don't know. I shouldn't say.
Human beings are really slow too. Weirdly, we operate, half a second behind reality. Nobody really understands that one either. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
So,
we very well could be surprised. And I think with the rate of improvement in all aspects on both the compute and the software and the hardware, there's going to be pleasant surprises all over the place. Speaking of unpleasant surprises, many people have worries about a singularity in the development of AI. Forgive me for such questions. When AI improves exponentially and reaches a point of superhuman level general intelligence, beyond the point, there's no looking back. Do you share this worry of existential threats from artificial intelligence, from computers becoming superhuman level intelligent?
No, not really. Like we already have a very stratified society. And then if you look at the whole animal kingdom of capabilities and abilities and interests, and, smart people have their niche, and, normal people have their niche, and craftsmen have their niche, and, animals have their niche. I suspect that the domains of interest for things that, astronomically different, like something got 10 times smarter than us and wanted to track us all down because what? We like to have coffee at Starbucks. Like, it doesn't seem plausible. Now, is there an existential problem that how do you live in a world where there's something way smarter than you and you base your kind of self-esteem on being the smartest local person? Well, there's 0.1% of the population who thinks that, because the rest of the population's been dealing with it since they were born. So the breadth of possible experience that can be interesting is really big. And, super intelligence seems likely, although we still don't know if we're magical. But I suspect we're not. And it seems likely that it will create possibilities that are interesting for us. And its interests will be interesting for whatever it is. It's not obvious why its interests would somehow want to fight over some square foot of dirt or, whatever the usual fears are about.
So you don't think you'll inherit some of the darker aspects of human nature?
Depends on how you think reality is constructed. So for whatever reason, human beings are in, let's say, creative tension and opposition with both our good and bad forces. Like, there's lots of philosophical understanding of that. Right? I don't know why that would be different.
So you think the evil is necessary for the good? I mean, the tension.
I don't know about evil, but like, we live in a competitive world where your good is somebody else's, evil. There's the malignant part of it, but that seems to be self-limiting, although occasionally it's super horrible.
But yes, there's a debate over ideas, and some people have different beliefs, and that debate itself is a process, so that at arriving at something.
Yeah, and why wouldn't that continue?
Yeah. But you don't think that whole process will leave humans behind in a way that's painful? Emotionally painful, yes, for the 0.1%, they'll be.
Why isn't it already painful for a large percentage of the population? And it is. I mean, society does have a lot of stress in it about the 1%, and about the this and about the that. But everybody has a lot of stress in their life about what they find satisfying, and know yourself seems to be the proper dictum. And to pursue something that makes your life meaningful seems proper. And there's so many avenues on that. Like, there's so much unexplored space at every single level. I'm somewhat of, my nephew called me a jaded optimist. And so
there's a beautiful tension in that label. But if you were to look back at your life and could relive a set of moments, because they were the happiest times in your life outside of family, what would that be?
I don't want to relive any moments. I like that situation where you have some amount of optimism and then the anxiety of the unknown.
So you love the unknown, the mystery of it.
I don't know about the mystery. I'm sure it gets your blood pumping.
What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing, of life, on this pale blue dot?
Seems to be what it does. Like, the universe, for whatever reason, makes atoms, which makes us, which we do stuff. And we figure out things, and we explore things, and
that's just what it is.
It's not just.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Jim, I don't think there's a better place to end it. It's a huge honor. And
well, that's super fun.
Thank you so much for talking today.
All right, great.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEXPODCAST. You'll get $10. $10 will go to FIRST, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to become future leaders and innovators. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from Gordon Moore. If everything you try works, you aren't trying hard enough. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Still the same tiny capsule, works just as well, but now it's covered with a delicious, sweeter spearmint flavor. There's an exclusive KFI offer. Go to Zelvins.com/KFI. A 3-pack of spearmint when you order 3 packs or more.
The following is a conversation with Vladimir Vadnik, Part 2. Second time we spoke on the podcast. He's the co-inventor of support vector machines, support vector clustering, VC theory, and many foundational ideas of statistical learning. He was born in the Soviet Union, worked at the Institute of Control Sciences in Moscow, Then, in the U.S., worked at AT&T, NEC Labs, Facebook AI Research, and now is a professor at Columbia University. His work has been cited over 200,000 times. The first time we spoke on the podcast was just over a year ago, one of the early episodes. This time, we spoke after a lecture he gave titled Complete Statistical Theory of Learning, as part of the MIT series of lectures on deep learning and AI that I organized. I'll release the video of the lecture in the next few days. This podcast and the lecture are independent from each other, so you don't need one to understand the other. The lecture is quite technical and math heavy, so if you do watch both, I recommend listening to this podcast first, since the podcast is probably a bit more accessible. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, and member SIPC. Since Cash App allows you to send and receive money digitally, peer-to-peer, and security in all digital transactions is very important, let me mention the PCI Data Security Standard, PCI DSS Level 1, that Cash App is compliant with. I'm a big fan of standards for safety and security, and PCI DSS is a good example of that, where a bunch of competitors got together and agreed that there needs to be a global standard around the security of transactions. Now, we just need to do the same for autonomous vehicles and AI systems in general. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LEXPODCAST, you get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, one of my favorite organizations that's helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Vladimir Vapnik. You and I talked about Alan Turing yesterday a little bit, and that he, as the father of artificial intelligence, may have instilled in our field an ethic of engineering and not science, seeking more to build intelligence rather than to understand it. What do you think is the difference between these two paths of engineering intelligence and the science of intelligence?
It's completely different story. Engineering facilitation of human activity. You have to make a device which behaves as human behavior. And all the functions of the it does not matter how you do it. But to understand what is intelligence about is quite different problem. So I believe that it's somehow related to predicate we talked yesterday about. Because look at the Vladimir Probst. I think he just found 31 here predicates called units, which can explain human behavior, at least in Russian tales. Look at Russian tales and derive from that. And then people realize that it's more wise than Russian tales. It is TV, in movie series, and so on. So,
You're talking about Vladimir Probst,
right.
who in 1928 published a book, Morphology of the Folktale, describing 31 predicates that have this kind of sequential structure that a lot of the stories, narratives follow in Russian folklore and in other content. We'll talk about it. I'd like to talk about predicates in a focused way, but let me, if you allow me to stay zoomed out on our friend Alan Turing. And, you know, he inspired a generation with the imitation game.
Yeah.
Do you think, if we can linger in it a little bit longer, do you think we can learn? Do you think learning to imitate intelligence can get us closer to the science, to understanding intelligence? So, why do you think imitation is so far from understanding?
I think that it is different. Between you have different goals. So your goal is to create something useful, and that is great. And you can see how much things was done, and I believe that it will be done even more. It's self-driving cars and also doing business. It is great. And it was inspired by hearing vision. But understanding is very difficult. It's more or less philosophical to people. What is understandable? I believe this thing which starts from Plato, that there exists world of ideas. I believe that intelligence is world of ideas, but it is world of pure ideas. And when you combine these reality things, it creates, as in my case, variance, which is very specific. And that, I believe, is a combination of ideas in way to construct the variant is intelligence. But first of all, predicate. If you know predicate, and hopefully soon, not too much predicate pictures. For example, 31 predicate person in behavior is not a lot.
Vladimir Prompt used 31. You can even call them predicates, 31 predicates to describe stories, narratives. So you think human behavior, how much of human behavior, how much of our world, our universe, all the things that matter in our existence can be summarized in predicates of the kind that Prompt was working with?
I think that we have a lot of form of behavior, but I think that predicate is much less. Because even in these examples, which I gave you yesterday, you saw that predicate can construct one predicate can construct many different variants depending on your data. They apply different data and they give different variants. So, but your appears maybe not so much.
Not so many. But
I don't know about that. But my guess, I hope that's why I challenge about digital cognition. How much it is.
I think we'll talk about computer vision and 2D images a little bit in your challenge.
That's exactly about intelligence.
That's exactly about, that hopes to be exactly about the spirit of intelligence in the simplest possible way.
Absolutely, you should start with simple stuff. Otherwise, you will not be able to do it.
Well, there's an open question whether starting at the MNIST digit recognition is a step towards intelligence or it's an entirely different thing.
I think that to beat records using, say, 100, 200 times less examples, you need intelligence.
You need intelligence. So let's, because you use this term, and it'd be nice, I'd like to ask simple, maybe even dumb questions. Let's start with a predicate. In terms of terms and how you think about it, what is a predicate?
I don't know. I have a feeling formulas they exist. But I believe that predicate for 2D images, one of them is simple.
Hold on a second. Sorry to interrupt and put you back. At the simplest level, we're not being profound currently. A predicate is a statement of something that is true.
Yes.
Do you think of predicates as somehow probabilistic in nature, or is this binary? This is truly constraints of logical statements about the world.
In my definition of the simplest predicate is function, and you can use this function to make enough product. That is predicate.
What's the input and what's the output of the function?
Input is something which is in reality. So if you consider digital recognition, pixel space.
Yeah.
But it is functioning which in pixel space. But it can be any function in pixel space. And you choose them, and I believe that there are several functions which is important for understanding of images. One of them is not so simple construction as I described the derivative results and stuff. But another, I don't know how those structurized is picture.
Structurized?
Yeah.
What do you mean by structurized?
It is formal definition saying something heavy on the left corner, not so heavy in the middle and so on. You describe in general concept of what you see.
Concept. Some kind of universal concept.
Yeah. But I don't know how to formalize this.
So this is the thing. There's a million ways we can talk about this. I'll keep bringing it up. But we humans have such concepts when we look at digits. But it's hard to put them, just like you're saying now, it's hard to put them into words.
No, that is example. When critics in music trying to describe it, they use predicative. And not too many predicative, but in different combinations. But they have some special words for describing music. And the same should be for images. But maybe there are critics who understand the essence of what is images. But
Do you think there exists critics who can summarize the essence of images? Human beings.
I hope so, yes. But
that explicitly state them on paper. This the fundamental question I'm asking is: Do you think there exists a small set of predicates that will summarize images? It feels to our mind like it does. That the concept of what makes a 2 and a 3 and a 4.
No, it's not on this level. It should not describe all things. It describes some construction which allow you to create invariants.
And invariance, sorry to stick on this terminology.
Invariance, it is property of your image. Say, I can say, looking at my image, it is more or less symmetric, and I can give you a value of symmetry. Say, level of symmetry, using this function which I did yesterday. And you can describe that your image has these characteristics exactly in the way how musical critics describe music. So, but this is invariant applied to specific data, to specific music. I strongly believe in this flat ideas that there exists world of predicate and world of reality. Predicate and reality is somehow connected.
Let's talk about Plato a little bit. So you draw a line from Plato to Hegel to Wigner to today.
Yes.
So Plato has forms, the theory of forms. So there's a world of ideas and a world of things that you talk about, and there's a connection. And presumably the world of ideas is very small, and the world of things is arbitrarily big. But they're all what Plato calls them like it's a shadow. The real world is a shadow from the world of form.
Yeah, you have projection.
Very poetic.
In reality, realize this projection is invariant because it is projection on specific examples which creates specific features of specific objects. So,
So the essence of intelligence is, while only being able to observe the world of things, try to come up with a world of ideas.
exactly, like in this music story, intelligent musical critics knows to solve this war relativity about it.
I feel like that's a contradiction. Intelligent music critics. I think music is to be enjoyed in all its forms. The notion of critic, like a food critic,
No, I don't want touch emotion.
that's an interesting question. Does emotion, there's a certain elements of the human psychology, of the human experience, which seem to almost contradict intelligence and reason. Like emotion, like fear, like love, all of those things, are those not connected in any way to the space of ideas?
That's I don't know. I just want to be concentrated on very simple story, on digit recognition.
So you don't think you have to love and fear death in order to recognize digits?
I don't know, because it's so complicated. It involves a lot of stuff. Uh, but I know about digit recognition, and I know that for digit recognition, to get a record from small number of observations, you need predicting, but not special predicting for this problem. But you also predicate which understand world of images.
Of visual information?
Visual, yeah. But on the first step, they understand, say, the world of handwritten digits or some characters or something.
So, like you said, symmetry is an interesting.
No, that's what I think. One of the predicate is the level of symmetry.
Okay, degree of symmetry. So you think symmetry at the bottom is a universal notion, and there's degrees of a single kind of symmetry, or is there many kinds of symmetry?
Many kinds of symmetry. There is a symmetry, anti-symmetry, say, letter S. So it has vertical anti-symmetry. And it could be diagonal symmetry, vertical symmetry.
So when you cut vertically the letter S,
yeah, then the upper part and lower part in different directions.
along the y-axis.
Yeah.
But that's just like one example of symmetry, right? Isn't there like
Right, but there is a degree of symmetry. If you play all this derivative stuff to do tangent distance, whatever I described, you can have a degree of symmetry, and that is what describing reason of image. It is the same as you will describe this image, saying about digit S has anti-symmetry, digit C symmetric, more or less look for symmetry.
do you think such concepts like symmetry, predicates like symmetry, is it a hierarchical set of concepts, or are these independent, distinct predicates that we want to discover a subset of?
There is an idea of symmetry, and you can this idea of symmetry make very general, like degree of symmetry. The degree of symmetry can be zero, no symmetry at all, or the degree of symmetry, say, more or less symmetrical, but you have one of this description, and symmetry can be different. As I told, horizontal, vertical, diagonal, and anti-symmetrism also concept of symmetry.
What about shape in general? I mean, symmetry is a fascinating notion, but
No, I'm talking about digit. I would like to concentrate on all I would like to know predicate for digital recognition.
Yes, but symmetry is not enough for digit recognition, right?
It is not necessarily for digital recognition. It helps to create a variant which you can use when you will have examples for digital recognition. You have regular problem of digital recognition. You have examples of the first class, the second class. Plus, you know that there exists concept of symmetry, and you apply looking for decision rule. You will apply concept of symmetry of this level of symmetry which you estimate. So let's talk. Everything comes from weak convergence.
What is convergence? What is weak convergence? What is strong convergence? I'm sorry, I'm going to do this to you. What are we converging from and to?
You're converging. You would like to have a function. The function which, the indicator function which indicate your digit 5, for example.
A classification task.
So let's talk only about classification.
The classification means you will say whether this is a 5 or not, or say which of the 10 digits it is.
Right. I would like to have this function. Then I have some examples. I can consider property of these examples, say symmetry, and I can measure level of symmetry for every digit. And then I can take average, and from my training data, and I will consider only functions of conditional probability which I'm looking for my decision rule, which applying to digits will give me the same average as I observed in training data. So actually, this is different level of description of what you want. You want not just, you show not one digit, you show this predicate, show general property of all digits which you have in mind. If you have in mind digit 3, it gives you property of digit 3, and you select as admissible set of function only function which keeps this property. You will not consider other functions. So you're immediately looking for smaller subset of functions.
That's what you mean by admissible function.
Admissible function.
Which is still a pretty large. For the number 3,
It's pretty large, but if you have one predicate. But according to there is a strong and weak convergence. Strong convergence of convergence in function. You're looking at the function of one function. You're looking at the another function, and the square difference from them should be small. If you take difference in the points, make a square, make an integral, and it should be small. That is convergence function. Suppose you have some function in the function. So I say that some function converges to this function if integral from square difference between them is small.
That's the definition of strong convergence.
That definition.
Two functions, the integral of the difference.
Yes, it is convergence in functions. But you have the convergence in functionality. You take any function, you take some functions t, and take inner product this function with f. F0 function which you want to find. And that gives you some value. So you say that set of functions converge in inner product to this function if this value of inner product converge to value of f0. That is for one key. But V convergence requires that it converges for any function of Hilbert space. If it converges for any function of Hilbert space, then we would say that this is V convergence. You can think that when you take integral, that is integral property of function. For example, if you will take sine of a sine, it is coefficient of, say, Fourier expansion. So if it converges for all coefficients of Fourier expansion, so under some condition, it converges to the function below. But if convergence means any property, convergence not point-wise, but integral property of function. So big convergence means integral property of function. When I'm talking about predicate, I would like to formulate which integral properties I would like to have convergence. So, and if I will take one predicated function which I measure property, if I will use one predicate and say I will consider only function which gives me the same value as with this predicate, I select a set of functions from functions which is admissible in the sense that function which I'm looking for in this set of functions, because I check it in training, it's the same.
Yes, so it always has to be connected to the training data in terms of.
Yeah, but property you can know independent of training data. And this guy proper.
Yeah.
So that there is formal property. 31 property can be
Fairy tale, the Russian fairy tale.
But Russian fairy tale is not so interesting. More interesting that people apply this to movies, to theater, to different things. The same works. They're universal.
While, so I would argue that there's a little bit of a difference between the kinds of things that were applied to, which are essentially stories and digit recognition.
It is the same story.
You're saying digits, there's a story within the digit.
Yeah. So, but my point is why I hope that it's possible to beat record using not 60,000, but 300 times less, because instead you will give predicates. And you will select your decision not from wide set of functions, but from set of functions which gives us predicates. But predicate is not related just to digital technology.
Right. So,
like in Platte's case.
Do you think it's possible to automatically discover the predicates? So you basically said that the essence of intelligence is the discovery of good predicates.
Yeah.
Now, the natural question is, that's what Einstein was good at doing in physics. Can we make machines do these kinds of discovery of good predicates? Or is this ultimately a human endeavor?
I don't think that machine can do it. Because according to theory about weak convergence, any function from Hilbert space can be predicated. So you need to have infinite number of predicates in upper, and before you don't know which predicate. But whatever proof shown by people call it breakthrough, that there is not too many predicates which cover most of situations happening in the world.
So there's a sea of predicates, and most of only a small amount are useful for the kinds of things that happen in the world.
I think that I would say only a small part of predicate very useful, all of them.
Only very few are what we should, let's call them good predicates.
Very good.
Right? Very good predicates. So, can we linger on that? What's your intuition? Why is it hard for a machine to discover good predicates?
I even in my talk describe how to do predicate, how to find new predicate. I'm not sure that it is very good.
What did you propose in the talk?
In my talk, I gave example for diabetes. When we achieve some percent, so then we look for area where some sort of predicate, which I does not keeps invariant. So if it doesn't keep, I retrain my data. I select only function which keeps the level. And the way I did it, I improved my performance. I can look for this predicate. I know technically how to do that. And you can, of course, do it using machine, but I'm not sure that you will construct the smartest predicate.
But this is allow me to linger on it, because that's the essence, that's the challenge. That is artificial, that's the human level intelligence that we seek, is the discovery of these good predicates. You've talked about deep learning as a way to, the predicates they use and the functions are mediocre. So you can find better ones.
Let's talk about deep learning.
Sure, let's do it.
I know only Jan's LeCun, convolutional network. And what else? I don't know, and it's a very simple convolution.
There's not much else to
know. Left and right.
Yes.
I can do it like that. This one predicate. It is
convolution is a single predicate.
It's single. It's single.
Yes,
it is. You know exactly. You take the derivative for translation and predicate. This should be kept.
So that's a single predicate, but humans discovered that one, or at least.
But that is a reason not to many predicates. And that is big story because Jan did it 25 years ago and nothing so clear was added to and then I don't understand why you should talk about deep networks instead of talking about piecewise linear functions which keep this predicate.
Well, a counter argument is that maybe the amount of predicates necessary to solve general intelligence, say in the space of images, doing efficient recognition of handwritten digits, is very small. And so we shouldn't be so obsessed about finding. We'll find other good predicates like convolution, for example. There has been other advancements, like if you look at the work with attention, there's attentional mechanisms, especially used in natural language, focusing the network's ability to learn of which part of the input to look at. The thing is, there's other things besides predicates that are important for the actual engineering mechanism of showing how much you can really do given these predicates. That's essentially the work of deep learning, is constructing architectures that are able to be given the training data to be able to converge towards function that can approximate, it can generalize well. So it's an engineering problem.
You understand. But let's talk not on emotional level, but on mathematical level. You have set of piecewise linear functions. It is all possible neural networks. It's just piecewise linear functions. There's many pieces.
Large number of piecewise linear functions.
Exactly, but
very large.
Almost, but
feels like too large.
It's still simpler than the convolution of them reproducing kernel filter space, which we have within that set of functions.
What's Hilbert space?
It's space with infinite number of organisms, function by expansion. So it's much richer. So, and when I talking about closed form solution, I'm talking about this set of functions, not piecewise linear set, which is particular. They have. It is small part.
So neural networks is a small part of the space you're talking about, functions you're talking about.
Small set of functions. But it is fine. It is fine. I don't want to discuss it small or big. So you have some set of functions. So now, when you're trying to create architecture, you would like to create admissible set of functions. All your tricks to use not all functions, but some subset of this set of functions. So when you're introducing convolutional method, it is ways to make this subset useful for you. But from my point of view, convolutional, it is something you want to keep some invariants, like translation invariants. But now, if you understand this, and you cannot explain on the level of ideas what neural network does, you should agree that it is much better to have a set of functions. As I say, this set of functions should be admissible. It must keep this invariant, and that invariant. You know that as soon as you incorporate new invariants, that the function becomes smaller and smaller and smaller.
But all the invariants are specified by you, the human.
Yeah, but what I'm hoping that there is a standard predicate, like Rothschild, that's what I want to find a digital recognition. If you stop, it is completely new area of what is intelligence about on the level starting from Plato's idea. What is world of ideas? So, and I believe that it's not too many. Yeah. But you know, it is amusing that mathematicians doing something in their network, in general function, but people from literature, from art, they use it all the time.
That's right.
Variants say it is great how people describe music. We should learn from that. Something on this level, but so why Vladimir Krok, who was just theoretical, who studied theoretical literature, he found that.
You know what? Let me throw that right back at you, because there's a little bit of a that's less mathematical and more emotional, philosophical. Vladimir Krok. I mean, he wasn't doing math. No. And you just said another emotional statement, which is you believe that this Plato world of ideas is small.
I hope.
What's your intuition, though? If we can linger on it.
You know, it is not just small or big. I know exactly. Then when I introduce some predicate, I decrease set of functions. But my goal to decrease set of functions much.
By as much as possible.
By as much as possible. Good predicate which does this. Then I should choose next predicate which does this, which decrease set as much as possible. So set of good predicates, it is such that they decrease this amount of admissible functions.
So if each good predicate significantly reduces the set of admissible functions, that there naturally should not be that many predicates.
No, but if you reduce very well the DC dimension of the function of admissible set of functions is small, and you need not too much training data to do well.
And DC dimension, by the way, is a measure of capacity of this set of functions.
Right. Roughly speaking, how many functions. So decreasing, and it makes it easy for to find function you're looking for. So the most important part to create statistical set of functions. And it probably there are many ways, but the good predicate is such that can do that.
So
but
let's
for this duck, you should know a little bit about duck because
what are the three fundamental laws of ducks?
looks like a duck, seems like a duck, and walk like a duck.
You should know something about ducks to be able
Not
to.
necessarily. Looks like, say, horse. It's also good.
It's not.
And,
It generalizes
yes,
from
and
ducks.
talk like it might sound like horse or
Yeah.
something, and run like horse and moves like horse. It is general. It is general prediction. That this applies to duck, but for duck we can say play chess like that.
You cannot say play chess.
Why not?
So you're saying you can, but that would not be a good.
No, you will not reduce a lot.
You would not do. Yeah, you would not reduce the set.
So you can. The story is form of story, mathematical story, is that you can use any function you want like a table. But some of them are good, some of them are not, because some of them reduce a lot of functions to a decent set. Some of them.
So, but the question is, and I'll probably keep asking this question, but how do we find? What's your intuition? Handwritten recognition. How do we find the answer to your challenge?
Yeah, I understand exactly. I understand clock.
What to find?
What it means, I knew critically.
Yeah.
Like guy who understands music can say this word he described when he listens. He understands music. He uses not too many different. Oh, you can do like rock. You can make collection. What he talking about this or that. It's not too many different situations he describes.
Because we mentioned Vladimir Prabhupada, so let me just mention there's a sequence of 31 structural notions that are common in stories, and I think
You call it units.
And I think they resonate. I mean, it starts, just to give an example, abstention. A member of the hero's community or family leaves the security of the home environment. Then it goes to the interdiction. A forbidding edict or command is passed upon the hero. Don't go there, don't do this. The hero is warned against some action. Then, step 3, violation of interdiction. Break the rules, break out on your own. Then reconnaissance. The villain makes an effort to attain knowledge, needing to fulfill their plot. So on. It goes on like this. Ends in a wedding. Number 31.
Yeah.
Happily ever after.
No, he just gave description of all situations. He understands this world. Yeah, but not focus, but he focus on stories. And this story is not just for tales. The story is in detective serials as well.
And probably in our lives, we probably live.
At the end, they wrote this predicate is good for different situations. From movies, for theater.
By the way, there's also criticism, right? There's another way to interpret narratives from Claude Lévi-Strauss.
I'm not into this business.
No, I know it's theoretical literature, but it's looking at paradigms.
It's always the
philosophers argue. Yeah.
But at least there is a units. Not too many units that can describe, but this guy probably gives another units. Or another way.
Exactly. Another set of units.
Another set of predicates. It doesn't matter. But they exist. Probably.
My question is whether, given those units, whether without our human brains to interpret these units, they would still hold as much power as they have. Meaning, are those units enough when we give them to an alien species?
Let me ask you, do you understand digital images.
No, I don't understand.
No. When you can recognize these digit images, it means that you understand.
Yes,
You understand characters, you understand.
No. It's the imitation versus understanding question, because I don't understand the mechanism by which I.
No. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about predicates. You understand that it involves symmetry, maybe structure, maybe something else. I cannot formulate. I just was able to find symmetries.
But I guess
of symmetries.
that's really good. So this is a good line. I feel like I understand the basic elements of what makes a good hand recognition system my own. Like symmetry connects with me. It seems like that's a very powerful predicate. My question is there a lot more going on that we're not able to introspect? Maybe I need to be able to understand a huge amount in the world of ideas. Thousands of predicates, millions of predicates in order to do hand recognition. I guess. So both your hope and your intuition are such that very few predicates are not.
You're using digits, you're using examples as well. Theory says that if you introduce all possible functions from Hilbert space, all possible predicates, you don't need training data. You just will have admissible set of functions which contain one function.
Yes. So the trade-off is when you're not using all predicates, you're only using a few good predicates, you need to have some training data.
Yes, exactly.
The more good predicates you have, the less training data.
That's exactly. That is intelligent.
Still, okay. I'm going to keep asking the same dumb question. Handwritten recognition. Solve the challenge. You kind of propose a challenge that says we should be able to get state-of-the-art MNIST error rates by using very few, 60, maybe fewer examples per digit. What kind of predicates do you think
that is the challenge? So people who will solve this problem,
they will answer.
They will answer.
Do you think they'll be able to answer it in a human explainable way?
They just need to write something. That's it.
But so can that function be written, I guess, by an automated reasoning system? Whether we're talking about a neural network learning a particular function or another mechanism.
No, I'm not against neural network. I'm against admissible set of functions which create neural network. You did it by hand. You don't do it by invariance, by predicate, by reason.
But neural networks can then do the reverse step of helping you find a function. Just the task of a neural network is to find a disentangled representation, for example, what they call it. To find that one predicate function that's really captures some kind of essence. One, not the entire essence, but one very useful essence of this particular visual space. Do you think that's possible? Like, listen, I'm grasping, hoping there's an automated way to find good predicates, right? So the question is, what are the mechanisms of finding good predicates, ideas that you think we should pursue? A young grad student listening right now.
I give example. So find situation where predicate which you suggested don't create invariant. It's like in physics. Find situation where existing theory cannot explain.
Find a situation where the existing theory can't
explain this.
So you're finding contradictions.
Find contradiction. And then remove this contradiction. But in my case, what means contradiction? You find function which, if you will use this function, you do not keep it invariant.
So it's really the process of discovering contradiction.
Yeah. It is like in physics. Find situation where you have contradiction for one of the property, for one of the predicate. Then include this predicate, like invariant, and solve again this problem. Now we don't have it. But it is not the best way, probably, I don't know, to looking for predicate.
It's just one way. Okay.
That no, it is brute force way.
The brute force way. What about the ideas of what big umbrella term of symbolic AI? These, what in the 80s was expert systems, sort of logic, reasoning based systems. Is there hope there to find some, through sort of deductive reasoning, to find good predicates?
I don't think so. I think that just logic is not enough.
Kind of a compelling notion, though. You know, that when smart people sit in a room and reason through things, it seems compelling. And making our machines do the same is also compelling.
So everything is very simple. When you have infinite number of predicates, you can choose the function you want. You have invariants, you can choose the function you want. But you have to have not too many invariants to solve the problem. So, and have an infinite number of functions to select finite number and hopefully small number of functions, which is good enough to extract small set of admissible functions. So then you get admissible for sure, because every function just decreased set of functions limited admissible. But if you do small.
But why do you think logic based systems can't intuition, not
because you should know that. You should know like this guy like bro, he knows something and he tries to put in invariant his understanding.
So, but that's the human. Yeah, but see, you're putting too much value into Vladimir Prop knowing something.
No, if it's
might be misunderstood.
What means you know life? What it means?
Common sense.
No. You know something. Common sense with some rules.
You think so? Common sense is simply rules. Common sense is everything. It's mortality. It's fear of death. It's love. It's spirituality. It's happiness and sadness. All of it is tied up into understanding gravity, which is what we think of as common sense.
I don't really to discuss so wide. I want to discuss understand digital recognition.
Anytime I bring up love and death, you bring it back to digital recognition.
No, it is durable because there is a challenge.
Yeah.
Which I see how to solve. If I will have a student concentrate on this work, I will suggest something to solve.
You mean handwritten recognition? Yeah, it's a beautifully simple, elegant, and yet
I think that I know invariants.
You do.
I think so, yes. But it is not universal. It is maybe, I want some universal invariants which are good not only for digital recognition, for image understanding.
So let me ask, how hard do you think it's 2D image understanding? So if we can kind of intuit handwritten recognition, how big of a step, leap, journey is it from that? If I solved your challenge for handwritten recognition, how long would my journey then be from that
to understanding more general natural images?
Immediately, you will understand it as soon as you will make a record. Because it is not for free. As soon as you create several invariants which will help you to get the same performance that the best neural network did, using 100, maybe more than 100 times less examples, you have to have something smart to do that.
And you're saying
That is a variant. It is predictable. Because you should put some idea how to do that.
But okay, let me just pause. Maybe it's a trivial point, maybe not. But handwritten recognition feels like a 2D, two-dimensional problem. And it seems like how much complicated is the fact that most images are a projection of a three-dimensional world onto a 2D plane. It feels like for a three-dimensional world, we need to start understanding common sense in order to understand an image. It's no longer visual shape and symmetry. It's having to start to understand concepts understand life.
Yeah. You're talking that there are different variants, different predicates. Yeah.
And potentially much larger number.
Maybe. But let's start from simple.
Yeah, but you said that
No, I cannot think about things which I don't understand. This I understand. But I'm sure that I don't understand everything there.
Yeah, that's the
Like
difference.
things do as simple as possible, but not simpler. And that is exact case
With handwritten.
with Henry.
Yeah, but no, that's the difference between you and I. I welcome and enjoy thinking about things I completely don't understand. Because to me, it's a natural extension without having solved handwritten recognition to wonder how difficult is the next step of understanding 2D, 3D images. Because ultimately, while the science of intelligence is fascinating, it's also fascinating to see how that maps to the engineering of intelligence. And recognizing handwritten digits doesn't help you. It may not help you with the problem of general intelligence. We don't know. It'll help you a little bit. We don't know how much. It's unclear. It might vary.
But I would like to make a remark. I started from very primitive problem, like challenge problem. I started with very general problem, with Plato. So you understand, and it comes from Plato to digit recognition.
So you basically took Plato and the world of forms and ideas and mapped and projected into the clearest, simplest formulation of that big world.
I would say that I did not understand Plato until recently, and until I consider the convergence and then predicate and say, no, this is what Plato told.
So you linger on that, like why? How do you think about this world of ideas and world of things in Plato?
No, it's metaphor.
It's a metaphor for sure. It's a compelling, it's a poetic and a beautiful
metaphor.
But what can you?
But it is a way how you should try to understand how to attack ideas in the world. So from my point of view, it is very clear what it is lying. All the time people looking for that. Say Plato and Hegel, whatever reasonable exists, whatever existed is reasonable. I don't know what he had in mind reasonable.
Right, there's philosophers again.
No. It is next step of the mathematics to understand something in reality. It is the same Plato line. And then it comes suddenly to Vladimir Pro. Look, 31 again, 31 units describes everything.
there's abstractions, ideas that represent our world, and we should always try to reach into that.
Yeah, but you should make a projection on reality. But understanding it is abstract ideas. You have in your mind several abstract ideas which you can apply to reality.
And reality, in this case, so if we look at machine learning, is data.
Exactly,
Data. Okay, let me put this on you because I'm an emotional creature. I'm not a mathematical creature like you. I find compelling the idea. Forget this the space, the sea of functions. There's also a sea of data in the world, and I find compelling that there might be, like you said, teacher, small examples of data that are most useful for discovering good, whether it's predicates or good function, that the selection of data may be a powerful journey, a useful mechanism. Coming up with a mechanism for selecting good data might be useful too. Do you find this idea of finding the right data set interesting at all? Or do you kind of take the data set as a given?
I think that it is. My theory is very simple. You have huge set of functions. If you will apply, and you have not too many data, if you pick up function which describes this data, you will do not very well.
Like randomly.
Yeah, you will overfit. Yeah, it will be overfitting. So you should decrease set of function from which you're picking up one. So you should go somehow to a useful set of functions. And this, what about weak conversions? So, but from another point of view, to make admissible set of functions, you need just a gauge, just function which you will take in inner product, which you will measure property of your function. And that is how it works.
No,
So,
I get it, I understand it, but do you, the reality is...
Let's think about examples. You have huge set of functions and you have several examples. If you just trying to take function which satisfies these examples, you still will overfit. You need decrease, you need admissible set of functions.
No, absolutely. But say you have more data than functions. So sort of consider maybe not more data than functions because that's impossible. But what I was trying to be poetic for a second. You have a huge amount of data, a huge amount of examples.
But the function can be even
bigger. I understand. There's always a bigger boat.
Fall through the space.
I gotcha. But okay. But you don't find the world of data to be an interesting optimization space. Like the optimization should be in the space of functions.
Creating admissible set of functions. No, even from the classical position, from structuralist innovation, you should organize function in the way that they will be useful to you.
Right.
And that
yeah, but the way you're thinking about useful is you're given a small set of
small set of functions which contain function by looking.
Yeah, but as looking for based on the empirical set of small examples.
Yeah, but that is another story. I don't touch it because I believe that this small examples is not too small. Say 60 per class. Law of large numbers works. I don't need uniform law. The story is that statistics there are two laws. Law of large numbers and uniform law of large numbers. So I want to be in a situation where I use law of large numbers, but not uniform law of large numbers.
Right. So 60 is law of large. It's
I
large
hope,
enough.
I hope no,
It sounds.
it still needs some evaluation, some bounds. So, but idea is for following. If you trust, say, this average gives you something close to expectations, so you can talk about that, about this. And
Yeah.
that is basis of human intelligence.
Right. Good predicates is the discovery of good predicates is the basis of
No,
human
it
intelligence.
is discovery of your understanding of your methodology of understanding world. Because you have several functions which you will apply to reality.
Can you say that again? So
you have several functions predicate, but they abstract. Then you will apply them to reality, to your data, and you will create in this way predicate, which is useful for your task. But predicate are not related specifically to your task, to this your task. It is abstract functions which being applied to
many tasks that you might be interested in.
It might be many tasks, right?
Well,
Different tasks.
Well, they should be many tasks, right?
Yeah,
Otherwise,
it's like problem case. It was for fairy tales, but that's happened everywhere.
Okay, so we talked about images a little bit, but can we talk about Noam Chomsky for a second?
I believe I don't know.
Yeah, personally, well,
not personally, I don't know
his ideas. Well, let me just say, do you think language, human language, is essential to expressing ideas, as Noam Chomsky believes? So, like, language is at the core of our formation of predicates. The human language.
For me, language, all the story of language is very complicated. I don't understand this, and I thought about it.
Nobody does.
I'm not ready to work on that because it's so huge. It is not for me, and I believe not for our century.
The 21st century.
Not for 21st century.
So
we should learn something, a lot of stuff from simple tasks like digital recognition.
So you think digital recognition, 2D image, how would you more abstractly define it, digit recognition? It's 2D image, symbol recognition, essentially. I mean, I'm trying to get a sense, sort of thinking about it now, having worked with MNIST forever. How small of a subset is this of the general vision recognition problem and the general intelligence problem? Is it a giant subset? Is it not? And how far away is language?
Let me refer to Einstein. Take the simplest problem as simple as possible, but not simpler. And this is challenge, this simple problem. But it's simple by idea, but not simple to get it. When you will do this, you will find something which helps you.
But yeah, I mean, with Einstein, you look at general relativity. That doesn't help you with quantum mechanics.
That's another story. We don't have a universal instrument.
Yes, so I'm trying to wonder if which space we're in, whether handwritten recognition is like general relativity, and then language is like quantum mechanics. So you're still gonna have to do a lot of mess to universalize it. But I'm trying to see one. So, what's your intuition? Why handwritten recognition is easier than language? I think a lot of people would agree with that, but if you could elucidate sort of the intuition of why.
I don't know. No, I don't think in that direction. I just think in direction that this is problem which if you solve it well, we will create some abstract understanding of images. Maybe not all images. I would like to talk to guys who are doing real images in Columbia University.
What kind of images? Unreal?
Some real images.
Real.
Yeah. What their idea is, their predicate, what can be predicate. I still symmetry will play role in real life images, in any images, 2D images. Let's talk about 2D. Because that's what we know. A neural network was created for 2D images.
So the people I know in vision science, for example, the people who study human vision,
Yeah.
that they usually go to the world of symbols and like handwritten recognition, but not really. It's other kinds of symbols to study our visual perception system. As far as I know, not much predicate type of thinking is understood about our vision system.
They did not think in this direction.
They don't, yeah. But how do you even begin to think in that direction?
That is,
There's so much
I
going
would
on.
like to discuss with them.
Yeah.
Because if we will be able to show that it is not working, and theoretical scheme, it's not so bad.
So the unfortunate. So if we compare to language, language is like letters, a finite set of letters, and a finite set of ways you can put together those letters. So it feels more amenable to kind of analysis. With natural images, there is so many pixels.
No. Language is much more complicated. It involves a lot of different stuff, not just understanding of very simple class of tasks. I would like to see list of tasks where language involved.
Yes, so there's a lot of nice benchmarks now in natural language processing, from the very trivial, like understanding the elements of a sentence, to question answering, to much more complicated, where you talk about open domain dialogue. The natural question is, with handwritten recognition, is really the first step of understanding visual information.
Right? But even our records shows that we go in the wrong direction.
And that's
because we need 60,000 digits.
So even this first step, so forget about talking about the full journey. This first step should be taking in the right direction.
No, in the wrong direction, because 60,000 is unacceptable.
No, I'm saying it should be taken in the right direction.
Exactly.
Because 60,000 is not acceptable.
It is. You can talk great after center.
And hopefully the step from doing hand recognition using very few examples, the step towards what babies do when they crawl and understand their physical environment. I know you don't know about babies,
if
but
you will do from very small examples,
yeah,
you will find principles
that will
which
apply
are
to
different
babies.
from what we're using now. And theoretically, it's more or less clear. That means that you will use weak convergence, not just strong convergence.
Do you think these principles will naturally be human interpretable?
Oh yeah.
So like when we'll be able to explain them and have a nice presentation to show what those principles are, or are they going to be very kind of abstract kinds of functions?
Well, for example, I talked yesterday about symmetry. And we gave very simple examples, the same way.
You gave like a predicate of a basic for
symmetries.
Yes, for different symmetries, and you have for
degree of symmetry. That is important, not just symmetry. Exists or doesn't exist. The degree of symmetry.
Yeah, for handwritten recognition.
No, it's not for handwritten. It's for any images. But I would like to apply for
Right. It's in theory, it's more general. Okay. So a lot of the things we've been talking about we've been talking about philosophy a little bit, but also about mathematics and statistics. A lot of it falls into this idea, a universal idea of statistical theory of learning. What is the most beautiful and sort of powerful or essential idea you've come across, even just for yourself personally, in the world of statistics or statistic theory of learning?
Probably uniform convergence, which we did with Alexei Chernobyl.
Can you describe universal convergence?
You have law of large numbers. So for any function, expectation of function, average of function converge to expectation. But if you have set of functions, for any function it is true, but it should converge simultaneously for all set of functions. And for learning, you need uniform convergence. Just convergence is not enough. Because when you pick up one which gives minimum, you can pick up one function which does not converge, and it will give you the best one for this function. So you need uniform convergence to guarantee learning. So learning does not rely on trivial law of large numbers, it rely on universal. But the idea of weak convergence exists in statistics for a long time. But it is interesting that as I think about myself, how stupid I was 50 years. I didn't see weak convergence. I work on strong convergence. But now I think that most powerful is weak convergence because it makes admissible set of functions. And even in all products, when people try to understand recognition and what dark law looks like a duck and so on, they use weak convergence. People in language, they understand this. But when they're trying to create artificial intelligence, we present in a different way. We just consider strong convergence argument.
So reducing a set of admissible functions, do you think there should be effort put into understanding the properties of weak convergence?
You know, in classical mathematics, in Gilbert space, there are only two forms of convergence, strong and weak. Now we can use both. That means that we did everything. And it so happened that when we use Gilbert space, which is very rich space of continuous functions, which has an integral and square. So we can apply weak and strong convergence for learning and have closed form solution. So for computationally simple, for me it is sign that it is right way because you don't need any heuristic, you just do whatever you want. But now the only what left is concept of what is predicate, but it is not statistics.
By the way, I like the fact that you think that heuristics are a mess that should be removed from the system. So closed form solution is the ultimate
No, it's
goal.
okay. Then when you're using right instrument, you have closed form solution.
Do you think intelligence, human level intelligence, when we create it, will have something like a closed form solution?
You know, now I'm looking on bonds, which I gave bonds for convergence. When I'm looking for bonds, I'm thinking what is the most appropriate kernel for this bound would be. So we know that can say all our businesses use radial basis function. But looking on the bound, I think that they start to understand that maybe we need to make corrections to radial basis function to be closer to work better for this balance. So I'm again trying to understand what type of kernel have best approximation, best fit to this balance.
Sure. So there's a lot of interesting work that can be done in discovering better functions and radial basis functions for
Yeah,
that
but
balance.
it still comes from you're looking to Mars and trying to understand.
From your own mind, looking at the.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
But then I'm trying to understand what will be good for that.
Yeah, but to me, there's still a beauty. Again, maybe I'm a descendant valedictorian to heuristics. To me, ultimately, intelligence would be a mess of heuristics. And
No,
that's the engineering answer, I guess.
Absolutely. When you're doing, say, self-driving cars, the great guy who will do that. It does not matter what theory behind them. Who has a better feeling how to apply. But by the way, it is the same story about predicate. Because you cannot create rule for situation is much more than you have rule for. But maybe you can have more abstract rule, then it will be less with the rule. It is the same story about ideas and ideas applied to specific cases.
But still, you should
You
reach.
cannot avoid this.
Yes, of course. But you should still reach for the ideas to understand the science.
Yes.
Let me kind of ask, do you think neural networks or functions can be made to reason? Sort of, what do you think? We're talking about intelligence, but this idea of reasoning, there's an element of sequentially disassembling, interpreting the images. So when you think of handwritten recognition, we kind of think that there'll be there's an input and an output. There's not a recurrence.
Yeah.
What do you think about sort of the idea of recurrence, and going back to memory and thinking through this sort of sequentially mangling the different representations over and over until you arrive at a conclusion? Or is ultimately all that can be wrapped up into a function?
You're suggesting that let us use this type of algorithm. When I started thinking, I first of all started to understand what I want. Can I write down what I want? And then I try to formalize. And when I do that, I thinking how to solve this problem. And till now, I did not see a situation where
You need recurrence.
I could.
But do you observe human beings?
Yeah.
Do you try to? It's the imitation question, right? It seems that human beings reason this kind of sequentially. Sort of, does that inspire in you a thought that we need to add that into our intelligent systems? You're saying, okay, you've kind of answered saying, until now I haven't seen a need for it. And so because of that, you don't see a reason to think about it.
You know, most of things I don't understand. The reason it is for me too complicated. For me, the most difficult part is to ask questions, good questions. How it works, how people asking questions. I don't know.
You said that machine learning is not only about technical things, speaking of questions, but it's also about philosophy. So, what role does philosophy play in machine learning? We talked about Plato, but generally thinking in this philosophical way, how does philosophy and math fit together in your mind?
Just ideas and then their implementation. It's like predicate, like say admissible set of functions. It comes together, everything. Because the first iteration of theory was done 50 years ago, I call it necessary. So everything's there. If you have data, you can, and you have in your set of functions is not has a more capacity. So below this dimension, you can do that. You can make structure risk minimization, control capacity. But he was not able to make admissible set of functions. But now, we suddenly realized that we didn't use another idea of convergence, which we can. Everything comes together.
But those are mathematical notions. Philosophy plays a role of simply saying that we should be swimming in the space of ideas.
Let's talk what is philosophy. Philosophy means understanding of life. So understanding of life, say people like Plato, they understand on very high abstract level of life. So then whatever I'm doing, just implementation of my understanding of life. But every new step, it is very difficult. For example, to find this idea that we need deep convergence was not simple for me.
So that required thinking about life a little bit. Hard to trace, but there was some thought process.
You know, I was thinking about the same problem for 50 years now. And again and again and again. I try to be honest, and that is very important. Not to be very enthusiastic,
Yeah.
but concentrate on whatever we was not able to achieve. And understand why. And now I understand that because I believe, I say believe that in Wigner's idea. But now when I see that there are only two ways of convergence, and we're using both, that means that we must talk as well as people doing. But now, exactly philosophy and what we know about predicate, how we understand life, can be described as a predicate. I thought about that, and that is more or less obvious level of symmetry. But next, I have a feeling it's something about structures. But I don't know how to formulate, how to measure structure and all this stuff. And the guy who will solve this challenge problem, then when we were looking how he did it, probably just only symmetry is not enough.
But something like symmetry will be there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Symmetry will be there. The level of symmetry will be there. And level of symmetry, anti-symmetry, diagonal, vertical. I even don't know how you can use different direction of the symmetry. Very general. But it will be there. I think that people are very sensitive to ideas, but there are several ideas like symmetry. As I would like to love, but you cannot not just thinking about that. You should through challenging problems and then analyze them, why it was given, was able to solve them, and then you will see. Very simple things. It's not easy to find. Even we're talking about this every time.
Yeah.
About I was surprised. I tried to understand. These people describe language, strong convergence, mechanism for learning. I didn't see it, I don't know. But weak convergence, this dark story, and story like that, when you will explain to deep, you will use weak convergence argument. It looks like it does like it is. But when you try to formalize, it's just ignoring this. Why? Why 50 years from start of machine learning?
And that's the role of philosophy.
I think that maybe no. Maybe this is theory also. We should point for that because empirical risk minimization, all this stuff. If you read now textbooks, they just about bounds, empirical risk minimization, they don't looking for another problem like admissible self.
But on the topic of life, perhaps you could talk in Russian for a little bit. What's your favorite memory from childhood? Какая ваша любимая память с детства?
Well, music.
How about, can you try to answer in Russian?
Музыка. Это было очень здорово, когда
Какая музыка?
классическая музыка.
Какой любимый?
Ну, разные композиторы. Сначала это был Вивальди, я вообще был удивлен, что так не можно. А потом я как-то понял Баха, я был совершенно потрясен. Кстати, вот из него я и думаю, что существуют предикаты типа структуры в Бахе.
Ну, конечно.
Потому что там просто чувствуется структура. И я не думаю, что разные элементы жизни сильно разделены. В смысле предикаты. Всюду структура в живописи, структура в человеческих отношениях, структура. Вот как-то найти вот эти вот высокого уровня предикаты там.
В Бахе и в жизни. Все соединено. Now that we're talking about Bach, let's switch back to English because I like Beethoven and Chopin. So,
Chopin, it's another music stuff.
But Bach, if we talk about predicates, Bach probably has the most sort of well-defined predicates that underlie it.
You know, it is very interesting to read what critics writing about Bach, which words they using. They try to describe predicates, and then Chopin. It is very different vocabulary, very different predicate. And I think that if you will make collection of them, so maybe from this you can describe predicate for digit recognition. You know?
From Bach and Chopin.
No, not from Bach and Chopin.
From the critic interpretation of the music. Yeah.
When they trying to explain music, what they use. They describe high-level ideas of Plato's ideas. What behind this music?
That's brilliant. So art is not self-explanatory in some sense. So you have to try to convert it into ideas.
Because implicitly, when you go from ideas to the representation, it is easy way. But when you're trying to go back, it will pose problems. But nevertheless, I believe that when you looking from that, from art, you will be able to find predicate for digit recognition.
That's such a fascinating and powerful notion. Do you ponder your own mortality? Do you think about it? Do you fear it? Do you draw insight from it?
Mortality. Oh yeah.
Are you afraid of death?
Not too much. Not too much. It just teaches that you'll not be able to do something which I think I have a feeling to do that. For example, I will be very happy to work with guys, theoreticians from music, to write this collection of description, how they describe music, how they use it, and from art as well. Then take what is in common and try to understand predicate, which is absolute to everything.
And then use that for visual recognition and see if there is a connection.
Yeah, exactly.
There's still time. We got time. We got time.
It takes years and years and years.
So.
It's long.
Well, see, you've got the patient mathematician's mind. I think it could be done very quickly and very beautifully. I think it's a really elegant idea.
Yeah, but also
some of many.
Yes, the most time it is not to make this collection, to understand what is the common, to think about that once again and again and again
and again and again. But I think sometimes, especially just when you say this idea now, even just putting together the collection and looking at the different sets of data, language, trying to interpret music, criticize music, and images, I think there will be sparks of ideas that will come. Of course, again and again, you'll come up with better ideas. But even just that notion is a beautiful notion.
I even have some example. So I have a friend who was specialist in Russian poetry. She is professor of Russian poetry. He did not write poems, but she know a lot of stuff. She made several books, and one of them is a collection of Russian poetry. She had images of Russian poetry. She collected all images of Russian poetry. And I asked her to do following. You have NIPS, digital recognition, and you get 100 digits. Less than 100, I don't remember, maybe 50 digits. And try from poetical point of view, describe every image she see, using only words of images of Russian poetry. And she did it. And then we tried to, I call it learning using privileged information. I call it privileged information. You have on two languages. One language is just image of digit, and another language poetic description of this image. And this is privileged information. And there is an algorithm when you're working using privileged information, you're doing well, better, much better.
So there's something there.
Something there. And there is a NST, she unfortunately died. The collection of digits in poetic descriptions of these digits.
Yeah, there's something there in that poetic description.
But I think that there is an abstract idea on the plateau level of ideas.
Yeah, that they're there, that could be discovered. And music seems to be a good entry point.
But as soon as we start this challenge problem,
the challenge problem, I immediately
connected to to all this stuff.
Especially with your talk and this podcast, and I'll do whatever I can to advertise it. It's such a clean, beautiful, Einstein-like formulation of the challenge before us.
Right.
Let me ask another absurd question. We talked about mortality. We talked about philosophy of life. What do you think is the meaning of life? What's the predicate for mysterious existence here on Earth?
I don't know. It's very interesting how you have in Russia, I don't know if you know, the guy Strugatsky, they writing pictures, they thinking about human, what's going on. And they have a idea that there are that developing two types of people, common people and very smart people. They just start. And these two branches of people will go in different direction very soon. So that's the thinking about that.
So the purpose of life is to create two paths of human societies. Yeah.
Yes, simple people and more complicated.
Which do you like best? The simple people or the complicated ones?
I don't know, he is just his fantasy, but you know, every week you have a guy who is just a writer and also theoretical of literature. And he explained how he understands literature and human relationship, how he see life. And I understood that I'm just small kids comparing to him. He is very smart guy in understanding life. He knows this predicate, he knows big blocks of like I am. I am used every time when I listen to him. And he just talking about literature. And I think that I was surprised. So the managers in big companies, most of them are guys who study English language and English literature. So why? Because they understand life. They understand models. And among them, maybe many talented critics which just analyzing them. And this is big science like property. This is laws.
It amazes me that you are and continue to be humbled by the brilliance of others.
I'm very modest about myself. I see so smart guys around.
Well, let me be immodest for you. You're one of the greatest mathematicians, statisticians of our time. It's truly an honor. Thank you for talking again.
Okay.
And let's talk.
It is not.
Yeah.
Let's talk. I know my limits.
Let's talk again when your challenge is taken on and solved by a grad student, especially when they use it. Maybe music will be involved. Vladimir, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Vladimir Vatnik. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give us 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words from Vladimir Vatnik. When solving a problem of interest, do not solve a more general problem as an intermediate step. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. following is a conversation with Scott Aronson, a professor at UT Austin, director of the Quantum Information Center, and previously professor at MIT. His research interests center around the capabilities and limits of quantum computers and computational complexity theory more generally. He is an excellent writer and one of my favorite communicators of computer science in the world. We only had about an hour and a half of this conversation, so I decided to focus on quantum computing. But I can see us talking again in the future on this podcast at some point about computational complexity theory and all the complexity classes that Scott catalogs in his amazing Complexity Zoo wiki. As a quick aside, based on questions and comments I've received, my goal with these conversations is to try to be in the background without ego and do three things. One, let the guests shine, try to discover together the most beautiful insights in their work and in their mind. Two, try to play devil's advocate, just enough to provide a creative attention and exploring ideas to conversation. And three, to ask very basic questions about terminology, about concepts, about ideas. Many of the topics we talk about in the podcast I've been studying for years as a grad student, as a researcher, and generally as a curious human who loves to read. But frankly, I see myself in these conversations as the main character of one of my favorite novels by Dostoevsky called The Idiot. I enjoy playing dumb. Clearly, it comes naturally. But the basic questions don't come from my ignorance of the subject, but from an instinct that the fundamentals are simple. And if we linger on them from almost a naive perspective, we can draw an insightful thread from computer science to neuroscience to physics to philosophy and to artificial intelligence. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcast, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, never any ads in the middle. They can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. Quick summary of the ads to supporters today. First, get Cash App and use the code LEXPODCAST. Second, listen to the Tech Meme Ride Home podcast for tech news. Search Ride Home, 2 words, in your podcast app. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, and member SIPC. Since Cash App does fractional share trading, let me mention that the order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional orders is an algorithmic marvel. So big props to the Cash App engineers for solving a hard problem that in the end provides an easy interface that takes a step up to the next layer of abstraction over the stock market, making trading more accessible for new investors and diversification much easier. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10. And Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, one of my favorite organizations that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. This episode is also supported by Tech Meme Ride Home podcast. It's a technology podcast I've been listening to for a while and really enjoying. It goes straight to the point, gives you the tech news you need to know, and provides minimal but essential context. It's released every day by 5 p.m. Eastern and is only about 15 to 20 minutes long. For fun, I like building apps on smartphones, most on Android. I'm always a little curious about new flagship phones that come out. I saw that Samsung announced the new Galaxy S20. And of course, right away, Tech Meme Ride Home has a new episode that summarizes all that I needed to know about this new device. We've also started to do weekend bonus episodes with interviews of people like AWA founder Steve Case on investing and Gary Marcus on AI, who I've also interviewed on this podcast. You can find the Tech Meme Ride Home podcast Just search your podcast app for Ride Home, 2 words. Then subscribe, enjoy, and keep up to date with the latest tech news. And now, here's my conversation with Scott Aronson. I sometimes get criticism from a listener here and there that while having a conversation with a world-class mathematician, physicist, neurobiologist, aerospace engineer, or a theoretical computer scientist like yourself, I waste time by asking philosophical questions about free will, consciousness, mortality, love, nature of truth, super intelligence, whether time travel is possible, whether space-time is emergent or fundamental, even the crazier questions like whether aliens exist, what their language might look like, what their math might look like, whether math is invented or discovered, and of course, whether we live in a simulation or not. So I try out with it. I try to dance back and forth from the deep technical to the philosophical. So I've done that quite a bit. So you're a world-class computer scientist, and yet you've written about this very point that philosophy is important for experts in any technical discipline, though they somehow seem to avoid this. So I thought it'd be really interesting to talk to you about this point. Why should we, computer scientists, mathematicians, physicists, care about philosophy, do you think?
Well, I would reframe the question a little bit. I mean, philosophy, almost by definition, is the subject that concerned with the biggest questions that you could possibly ask, right? So, the ones you mentioned, right, are we living in a simulation? Are we alone in the universe? How should we even think about such questions? Is the future determined? And what do we even mean by it being determined? Why are we alive at the time we are, and not at some other time? When you sort of contemplate the enormity of those questions, I think you could ask, well, then why be concerned with anything else? Right? Why not spend your whole life on those questions? I think in some sense that is the right way to phrase the question. And and actually, what we learned, throughout history, but really starting with the scientific revolution with Galileo and so on, is that there is a good reason to focus on narrower questions, more technical, mathematical or empirical questions, and that is that you can actually make progress on them, right? And you can actually often answer them, and sometimes they actually tell you something about the philosophical questions that sort of maybe motivated your curiosity as a child, right? They don't necessarily resolve the philosophical questions, but sometimes they reframe your whole understanding of them, right? And so for me, philosophy is just the thing that you have in the background from the very beginning that you want to, these are sort of the reasons why you went into intellectual life in the first place. At least the reasons why I did, right? But math and science are tools that we have for actually making progress, and hopefully even changing our understanding of these philosophical questions. Sometimes even more than philosophy itself does.
Why do you think computer scientists avoid these questions? We run away from them a little bit, at least in technical scientific discourse.
Well, I'm not sure if they do so more than any other scientists do. Alan Turing was famously, interested. His most famous, one of his two most famous papers was in a philosophy journal. Mind, it was the one where he proposed the Turing test. He took Wittgenstein's course at Cambridge. Argued with him.
I just recently learned that little bit, and it's actually fascinating. I was trying to look for resources in trying to understand where the sources of disagreement and debates between Wittgenstein and Turing were. It's interesting that these two minds have somehow met in the arc of history.
Yeah, well, the transcript, of their the course, which was in 1939, right, is one of the more fascinating documents that I've ever read, because Wittgenstein is trying to say, well, all of these formal systems are just complete irrelevancies, right? If a formal system is irrelevant, who cares? Why does that matter in real life, right? And Turing is saying, well, look, if you use an inconsistent formal system to design a bridge, the bridge may collapse, right? And so Turing, in some sense, is thinking decades ahead. I think of where Wittgenstein is, to where the formal systems are actually going to be used, in computers, right, to actually do things in the world. And it's interesting that Turing actually dropped the course halfway through. Why? Because he had to go to Bletchley Park and, work on something of more immediate importance.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Take a step from philosophy to actual, the biggest possible step to actual engineering with actual real impact.
Yeah, and I would say more generally, right? A lot of scientists are interested in philosophy, but they're also busy, right? And they have a lot on their plate, and there are a lot of sort of very concrete questions that are already not answered, but look like they might be answerable, right? And so then you could say, well, then why break your brain over these metaphysically unanswerable questions when there are all of these answerable ones instead? So I think for me, I enjoy talking about philosophy. I even go to philosophy conferences sometimes, such as the FQXI conferences. I enjoy interacting with philosophers. I would not want to be a professional philosopher, because I like being in a field where I feel like if I get too confused about the sort of eternal questions, then I can actually make progress on something.
Can you maybe linger on that for just a little longer?
Yeah.
What do you think is the difference? So, the corollary of the criticism that I mentioned previously, that why ask the philosophical questions of the mathematician, is if you want to ask philosophical questions, then invite a real philosopher on and ask them. So what's the difference between the way a computer scientist or mathematician ponders a philosophical question and a philosopher ponders a philosophical question?
Well, I mean, a lot of it just depends on the individual, right? It's hard to make generalizations about entire fields, but I think if we tried to stereotype, we would say that scientists very often will be less careful in their use of words. Philosophers are really experts in sort of, when I talk to them, they will just pounce if I, use the wrong phrase for something.
Experts is a very nice word. You can say sticklers.
Or they will sort of interrogate my word choices, let's say, to a much greater extent than scientists would, right? And scientists, will often, if you ask them about a philosophical problem, like the hard problem of consciousness or free will or whatever, they will try to relate it back to recent research,
right?
Research about neurobiology, or the best of all is research that they personally are involved with, right? And of course they will want to talk about that, and it is what they will think of, and of course you could have an argument that maybe, it's all interesting as it goes, but maybe none of it touches the philosophical question, right? But maybe, a science, at least it, as I said, it does tell us concrete things, and, even if like a deep dive into neurobiology will not answer the hard problem of consciousness, maybe it can take us about as far as we can get toward, expanding our minds about it, toward thinking about it in a different way. Well, I think neurobiology can do that, but, with these profound philosophical questions, also art and literature do that, right? They're all different ways of trying to approach these questions that, for which we don't even know really what an answer would look like, but and yet somehow we can't help but keep returning to the questions.
And you have a kind of beautiful mathematical way of discussing this with the idea of Q prime.
Oh,
you're right that usually the way to make progress in big questions like the philosophical questions we're talking about now
is to pick off smaller sub-questions.
Mhm.
Ideally, sub-questions that you can attack using math, empirical observation, or both. You define the idea of a Q prime. So given an unanswerable philosophical riddle Q with a merely, in quotes, scientific or mathematical question Q prime, which captures part of what people have wanted to know when they first asked Q.
Yes.
Then we go out and solves Q prime. So you describe some examples of such Q prime sub-questions in your long essay titled Why Philosophers Should Care About Computational Complexity. So you catalog the various Q primes on which you think theoretical computer science has made progress. Can you mention a few favorites, if any pop to mind, or
Well, yeah. So I mean, I would say some of the most famous examples in history of that sort of replacement were, I mean, to go back to Alan Turing, right? What he did in his computing machinery and intelligence paper was exactly, he explicitly started with the question, can machines think? And then he said, sorry, I think that question is too meaningless. But here's a different question. Could you program a computer so that you couldn't tell the difference between it and a human, right? And
so in the very first two sentences, he in fact just formulates the Q prime.
It does precisely that. Or we could look at Gödel, right? Where you had these philosophers arguing for centuries about the limits of mathematical reasoning, right, and the limits of formal systems. And by the early 20th century, logicians, starting with Frege, Russell, and then most spectacularly Gödel, managed to reframe those questions as, look, we have these formal systems, they have these definite rules. Are there questions that we could phrase within the rules of these systems that are not provable within the rules of the systems, and can we prove that fact, right? And so that would be another example. I had this essay called "The Ghost in the Quantum Turing Machine." It's, one of the crazier things I've written, but I tried to do something, or to advocate doing something similar there for free will, where instead of talking about is free will real, or we get hung up on the meaning of what exactly do we mean by freedom, and can you be do we mean compatibilist free will, libertarian free will, what do these things mean? I suggested just asking the question, how well in principle, consistently with the laws of physics, could a person's behavior be predicted without, so let's say, destroying the person's brain, taking it apart in the process of trying to predict them. And, and that actually, asking that question gets you into all sorts of meaty and interesting issues, issues of what is the computational substrate of the brain, or can you understand the brain, just at the sort of level of the neurons, at sort of the abstraction of a neural network, or do you need to go deeper to the molecular level, and ultimately even to the quantum level, right? And of course that would put limits on predictability if you did.
So you need to reduce the mind to a computational device, like formalize it so that you can make predictions about whether you could predict the behavior.
Well, if you were trying to predict a person, then presumably you would need some model of their brain, right? And now the question becomes one of how accurate can such a model become? Can you make a model that will be accurate enough to really seriously threaten people's sense of free will? Not just metaphysically, but like really, I have written in this envelope what you were going to say next.
Is accuracy the right term here? So it's also a level of abstraction has to be right. So if you're accurate at the somehow at the quantum level, that may not be convincing to us at the human level.
Well, right, but the question is, what accuracy at the sort of level of the underlying mechanisms do you need in order to predict the behavior? Right. At the end of the day, the test is just, can you, foresee what the person is going to do? Right. I am, and in discussions of free will, it seems like both sides want to, very quickly dismiss that question as irrelevant. Well, to me, it's totally relevant. Okay, because if someone says, oh well, a Laplace demon that knew the complete state of the universe, could predict everything you're going to do, therefore you don't have free will. That it doesn't trouble me that much because, well, I've never met such a demon, right? We even have some reasons to think, maybe it could not exist as part of our world. It's only an abstraction, a thought experiment. On the other hand, if someone said, well, I have this brain scanning machine, you step into it, and then every paper that you will ever write, it will write, every thought that you will have, even right now about the machine itself, it will foresee. Well, if you could actually demonstrate that, then I think that sort of threatens my internal sense of having free will in a much more visceral way. But now you notice that we're asking a much more empirical question. We're asking, is such a machine possible or isn't it? We're asking, if it's not possible, then what in the laws of physics or what about the behavior of the brain prevents it from existing?
So, if you could philosophize a little bit within this empirical question, where do you think would enter by which mechanism would enter the possibility that we can't predict the outcome? So there would be something that would be akin to a free will.
Yeah, well, you could say the sort of obvious possibility, which was recognized by Eddington and many others about as soon as quantum mechanics was discovered in the 1920s, was that if let's say a sodium ion channel, in the brain, right? Its behavior is chaotic, right? It's governed by these Hodgley-Hudson equations in neuroscience, right? Which are differential equations that have a stochastic component, right? Now, where does and this ultimately governs, let's say, whether a neuron will fire or not fire.
That's
right?
The basic chemical process or electrical process by which signals are sent in the brain.
Exactly, and so you could ask, well, where does the randomness in the process, that neuroscientists, or what neuroscientists would treat as randomness, where does it come from? Ultimately, it's thermal noise, right? Where does thermal noise come from? But ultimately, there are some quantum mechanical events at the molecular level that are getting sort of chaotically amplified by, a sort of butterfly effect. And so, even if you knew the complete quantum state of someone's brain, at best you could predict the probabilities that they would do one thing or do another thing, right? I think that part is actually relatively uncontroversial, right? The controversial question is whether any of it matters for the sort of philosophical questions that we care about, because you could say, if all it's doing is just injecting some randomness into an otherwise completely mechanistic process, well, then who cares, right? And more concretely, if you could build a machine that could just calculate the probabilities of all of the possible things that you would do, right? And of all the things that you had a 10% chance of doing, you did exactly a tenth of them, and so on.
Yeah, that
so
somehow
on.
Also takes away the feeling of free will.
Exactly. I mean, to me, it seems essentially just as bad as if the machine deterministically predicted you. It seems, hardly different from that. But a more subtle question is, could you even learn enough about someone's brain to do that? Okay, because another central fact about quantum mechanics is that making a measurement on a quantum state is an inherently destructive operation. Okay, so if I want to measure the position of a particle, right? Before I measured, it had a superposition over many different positions. As soon as I measure, I localize it, right? So now I know the position, but I've also fundamentally changed the state. And so you could say, well, maybe in trying to build a model of someone's brain that was accurate enough to actually make, let's say, even well calibrated probabilistic predictions of their future behavior, maybe you would have to make measurements that were just so accurate that you would just fundamentally alter their brain. Okay, or maybe not. Maybe you only it would suffice to just make some nano robots that just measured some sort of much larger scale, macroscopic behavior, like, what is this neuron doing? What is that neuron doing? Maybe that would be enough. See, but now, what I claim is that we're now asking a question, in which, it is possible to envision what progress on it would look like.
Yeah, but just as you said, that question may be slightly detached from the philosophical question in the sense if consciousness somehow has a role to the experience of free will. Because ultimately, when we're talking about free will, we're also talking about not just the predictability of our actions, but somehow the experience of that predictability.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of philosophical questions ultimately like feedback to the hard problem of consciousness, and as much as you can try to sort of talk around it or not, right? And there is a reason why people try to talk around it, which is that Democritus talked about the hard problem of consciousness, in 400 BC in terms that would be totally recognizable to us today, right? And it's really not clear if there's been progress since, or what progress could possibly consist of.
Is there a Q prime type of sub question that could help us get at consciousness? It's something about consciousness.
Well, I mean, there is the whole question of of AI, right? Can you build a human level or superhuman level AI? And can it work in a completely different substrate from the brain? I mean, of course, that was Alan Turing's point. And and even if that was done, it's maybe people would still argue about the hard problem of consciousness, right? And yet, my claim is a little different. My claim is that in a world where there were human level AIs, or we've been even overtaken by such AIs, the entire discussion of the hard problem of consciousness would have a different character, right? It would take place in different terms in such a world, even if we hadn't answered the question. And my claim about free will would be similar, right? That if this prediction machine that I was talking about could actually be built, well, now the entire discussion of of free will is sort of transformed by that. Even if in some sense the metaphysical question hasn't been answered.
Yeah, exactly. It transforms it fundamentally because, say, that machine does tell you that it can predict perfectly, and yet there is this deep experience of free will, and then that changes the question completely.
Yeah,
and it starts actually getting to the question of the AGI, the Turing questions, of the demonstration of free will, the demonstration of intelligence, the demonstration of consciousness. Does that equal consciousness, intelligence, and free will?
But see, Lex, if every time I was contemplating a decision, this machine had printed out an envelope, where I could open it and see that it knew my decision, I think that actually would change my subjective experience of making decisions. Right? I mean,
does knowledge change our subjective experience?
Well, the knowledge that this machine had predicted everything I would do. I mean, it might drive me completely insane, right? But at any rate, it would change my experience to not just discuss such a machine as a thought experiment, but to actually see it.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say at that point, you could say, why not simply call this machine a second instantiation of me and be done with it, right? Why even privilege the original me over this perfect duplicate that exists in the machine?
Yeah, or there could be a religious experience with it too. It's kind of what God throughout the generations is supposed to. That God kind of represents that perfect machine. It's able to, I guess, actually. Well, I don't even know what are the religious interpretations of free will. If God knows perfectly everything in religion, in the various religions, where does free will fit into that? Do you know?
That has been one of the big things that theologians have argued about for thousands of years. I am not a theologian, so maybe I shouldn't go there.
So there's not a clear answer in a book like.
I mean, this is the Calvinists debated this. This has been, different religious movements have taken different positions on that question. But that is how they think about it. Meanwhile, a large part of sort of what animates theoretical computer science, you could say, is we're asking sort of what are the ultimate limits of what you can know or calculate or figure out by entities that you can actually build in the physical world, right? And if I were trying to explain it to a theologian, maybe I would say we are studying to what extent gods can be made manifest in the physical world. I'm not sure my colleagues would like that.
So let's talk about quantum computers.
Yeah, sure.
As you've said, quantum computing, at least in the 1990s, was a profound story at the intersection of computer science, physics, engineering, math, and philosophy. So there's this broad and deep aspect to quantum computing that represents more than just the quantum computer.
Yeah.
But can we start at the very basics? Mm-hmm. What is quantum computing?
Yeah. So it's a proposal for a new type of computation. Let's say a new way to harness nature to do computation that is based on the principles of quantum mechanics. And now the principles of quantum mechanics have been in place since 1926. They haven't changed. What's new is how we want to use them. Okay, so what does quantum mechanics say about the world? The physicists, I think, over the generations, convinced people that is an unbelievably complicated question, and just give up on trying to understand it. I can let you in, not being a physicist, I can let you in on the secret, which is that it becomes a lot simpler if you do what we do in quantum information theory and sort of take the physics out of it. So the way that we think about quantum mechanics is sort of as a generalization of the rules of probability themselves. So, you might say there was a 30% chance that it was going to snow today or something. You would never say that there was a negative 30% chance, right? That would be nonsense. Much less would you say that there was an I% chance, square root of -1% chance. Now the central discovery that sort of quantum mechanics made is that fundamentally the world is described by let's say the possibilities for what a system could be doing are described using numbers called amplitudes, okay, which are like probabilities in some ways, but they are not probabilities. They can be positive. For one thing, they can be positive or negative. In fact, they can even be complex numbers. Okay, and if you've heard of a quantum superposition, this just means that some state of affairs where you assign an amplitude, one of these complex numbers, to every possible configuration that you could see a system in on measuring it. So, for example, you might say that an electron has some amplitude for being here and some other amplitude for being there, right? Now, if you look to see where it is, you will localize it, right? You will sort of force the amplitudes to be converted into probabilities. That happens by taking their squared absolute value, okay? And then you can say either the electron will be here or it will be there. Knowing the amplitudes, you can predict at least the probabilities that you'll see each possible outcome. Okay, but while a system is isolated from the whole rest of the universe, the rest of its environment, the amplitudes change in time by rules that are different from the normal rules of probability, and that are alien to our everyday experience. So anytime anyone ever tells you anything about the weirdness of the quantum world, or assuming that they're not lying to you, right? They are telling you, yet another consequence of nature being described by these amplitudes. So most famously, what amplitudes can do is that they can interfere with each other. Okay, so in the famous double slit experiment, what happens is that you shoot a particle, like an electron, let's say, at a screen with two slits in it, and you find that there are, on a second screen, now there are certain places where that electron will never end up, after it passes through the first screen. And yet, if I close off one of the slits, then the electron can appear in that place. Okay, so by decreasing the number of paths that the electron can take to get somewhere, you can increase the chance that it gets there. Okay, now how is that possible? Well, it's because, as we would say now, the electron has a superposition state. Okay, it has some amplitude for reaching this point by going through the first slit. It has some other amplitude for reaching it by going through the second slit. But now, if one amplitude is positive and the other one is negative, then I have to add them all up, right? I have to add the amplitudes for every path that the electron could have taken to reach this point. And those amplitudes, if they're pointing in different directions, they can cancel each other out. That would mean the total amplitude is 0, and the thing never happens at all. I close off one of the possibilities, then the amplitude is positive or it's negative, and now the thing can happen. Okay, so that is sort of the one trick of quantum mechanics. And now I can tell you what a quantum computer is. Okay, a quantum computer is a computer that tries to exploit exactly these phenomena, superposition, amplitudes, and interference, in order to solve certain problems much faster than we know how to solve them otherwise. So the basic building block of a quantum computer is what we call a quantum bit or a qubit. That just means a bit that has some amplitude for being 0 and some other amplitude for being 1. So it's a superposition of 0 and 1 states, right? But now the key point is that if I've got, let's say, 1,000 qubits, the rules of quantum mechanics are completely unequivocal. That I do not just need one amplitude. I don't just need amplitudes for each qubit separately. Okay, in general, I need an amplitude for every possible setting of all 1,000 of those bits. Okay, so that what that means is 2 to the 1,000 power amplitudes. Okay, if I had to write those down, let's say in the memory of a conventional computer, if I had to write down 2 to the 1,000 complex numbers, that would not fit within the entire observable universe. Okay, and yet, quantum mechanics is unequivocal that if these qubits can all interact with each other, and in some sense, I need 2 to the 1,000 parameters, amplitudes to describe what is going on. Now, now I can tell where all the popular articles, about quantum computing go off the rails is that they say, they sort of say what I just said, and then they say, oh, so the way a quantum computer works is just by trying every possible answer in parallel. Right. That sounds too good to be true, and unfortunately, it kind of is too good to be true. The problem is I could make a superposition over every possible answer to my problem. Even if there were 2 to the 1,000 of them, right? I can easily do that. The trouble is, for a computer to be useful, at some point you've got to look at it and see an output, right? And if I just measure a superposition over every possible answer, then the rules of quantum mechanics tell me that all I'll see will be a random answer. If I just wanted a random answer, well, I could have picked one myself with a lot less trouble, right? So the entire trick with quantum computing, with every algorithm for a quantum computer, is that you try to choreograph a pattern of interference of amplitudes. And you try to do it so that for each wrong answer, some of the paths leading to that wrong answer have positive amplitudes and others have negative amplitudes. So on the whole, they cancel each other out. Okay, whereas all the paths leading to the right answer should reinforce each other, should have amplitudes pointing the same direction.
So the design of algorithms in the space is the choreography of the interferences.
Precisely. That's precisely what it is.
Can we take a brief step back and
Sure.
You mentioned information.
Yes.
So in which part of this beautiful picture that you've painted is information contained?
Oh, well, information is at the core of everything that we've been talking about, right? I mean, the bit is, the basic unit of information since, Claude Shannon's paper in 1948, and, of course, people had the concept even before that. He popularized the name, right? But I mean,
But a bit is 0 or 1.
That's right.
A basic element.
That's right. And what we would say is that the basic unit of quantum information is the qubit, is the object, any object that can be maintained in manipulated in a superposition of 0 and 1 states. Now, sometimes ask, well, but what is a qubit physically, right? And there are all these different, proposals that are being pursued in parallel for how you implement qubits. There is, superconducting quantum computing that was in the news recently because of Google's quantum supremacy experiment, right? Where you would have some little coils where a current can flow through them in two different energy states, one representing a 0, another representing a 1. And if you cool these coils to just slightly above absolute 0, like 1/100th of a degree, then they superconduct, and then the current can actually be in a superposition of the two different states. So that's one kind of qubit. Another kind would be, just an individual atomic nucleus. Right? It has a spin. It could be spinning clockwise. It could be spinning counterclockwise, or it could be in a superposition of the two spin states. That is another qubit. But see, just like in the classical world, right, you could be a virtuoso programmer without having any idea of what a transistor is, right, or how the bits are physically represented inside the machine, even that the machine uses electricity, right? You just care about the logic. It's sort of the same with quantum computing, right? Qubits could be realized by many, many different quantum systems, yet all of those systems will lead to the same logic, the logic of qubits and how you measure them, how you change them over time. And so, the subject of, how qubits behave and what you can do with qubits, that is quantum information.
So just to linger on that,
sure.
So does the physical design implementation of a qubit does not interfere with that next level of abstraction that you can program over it? So it truly is the idea of it is okay.
Well, to be honest with you, today they do interfere with each other. That's because all the quantum computers we can build today are very noisy, right? And so sort of the qubits are very far from perfect, and so the lower level sort of does affect the higher levels, and we sort of have to think about all of them at once. Okay, but eventually, where we hope to get is to what are called error-corrected quantum computers, where the qubits really do behave like perfect abstract qubits for as long as we want them to. And in that future, a future that we can already sort of prove theorems about or think about today, but in that future, the logic of it really does become decoupled from the hardware.
So if noise is currently like the biggest problem for quantum computing, and then the dream is error correcting quantum computers, can you just maybe describe what does it mean for there to be noise in the system?
Absolutely. So so the problem is even a little more specific than noise. So the fundamental problem, if you're trying to actually build a quantum computer, of any appreciable size, is something called decoherence. Okay, and this was recognized from the very beginning, when people first started thinking about this in the 1990s. Now, what decoherence means is sort of the unwanted interaction between, your qubits, the state of your quantum computer, and the external environment. Okay, and why is that such a problem? Well, I talked before about how, when you measure a quantum system, so let's say if I measure a qubit that's in a superposition of 0 and 1 states, to ask it, are you 0 or are you 1? Well, now I force it to make up its mind, right? And now probabilistically it chooses one or the other. And now, it's no longer a superposition. There's no longer amplitudes. There's some probability that I get a 0 and there's some that I get a 1. And now the trouble is that it doesn't have to be me who's looking. Okay? In fact, it doesn't have to be any conscious entity. Any kind of interaction with the external world that leaks out the information about whether this qubit was a 0 or a 1, sort of that causes the zero-ness or the oneness of the qubit to be recorded in, the radiation in the room, in the molecules of the air, in the wires that are connected to my device, any of that. As soon as the information leaks out, it is as if that qubit has been measured. Okay, it is, the state has now collapsed. Another way to say it is that it's become entangled with its environment. Okay, but from the perspective of someone who's just looking at this qubit, it is as though it has lost its quantum state. And so what this means is that if I want to do a quantum computation, I have to keep the qubits sort of fanatically well isolated from their environment. But then at the same time, they can't be perfectly isolated because I need to tell them what to do. I need to make them interact with each other, for one thing, and not only that, but in a precisely choreographed way. Okay, and that is such a staggering problem, right? How do I isolate these qubits from the whole universe, but then also tell them exactly what to do? I mean, there were distinguished physicists and computer scientists in the 90s who said this is fundamentally impossible. The laws of physics will just never let you control qubits to the degree of accuracy that you're talking about. Now, what changed the views of most of us was a profound discovery in the mid to late 90s, which was called the theory of quantum error correction and quantum fault tolerance. Okay, and the upshot of that theory is that if I want to build a reliable quantum computer and scale it up, an arbitrary number of as many qubits as I want, and doing as much on them as I want, I do not actually have to get the qubit isolated from their environment. It is enough to get them really, really, really well isolated. Okay, and even if every qubit is sort of leaking, its state into the environment at some rate, as long as that rate is low enough, okay, I can sort of encode the information that I care about in very clever ways across the collective states of multiple qubits, okay, in such a way that even if a small percentage of my qubits leak, well, I'm constantly monitoring them to see if that leak happened. I can detect it and I can correct it. I can recover the information I care about from the remaining qubits. Okay, and so you can build a reliable quantum computer even out of unreliable parts. Right now, the in some sense, that discovery is what set the engineering agenda for quantum computing research from the 1990s until the present. Okay, the goal has been, engineer qubits that are not perfectly reliable, but reliable enough that you can then use these error correcting codes to have them simulate qubits that are even more reliable than they are. Right? The error correction becomes a net win rather than a net loss, right? And then once you reach that sort of crossover point, then your simulated qubits could in turn simulate qubits that are even more reliable, and so on, until you've just effectively you have arbitrarily reliable qubits. So long story short, we are not at that break-even point yet. We're a hell of a lot closer than we were when people started doing this in the 90s, like orders of magnitude closer.
But the key ingredient there is the more qubits, the better. Because
well, the more qubits, the larger the computation you can do, right? Qubits are what constitute the memory of your quantum computer, right?
But also for the error correcting mechanism.
Yes. So the way I would say it is that error correction imposes an overhead in the number of qubits. And that is actually one of the biggest practical problems with building a scalable quantum computer. If you look at the error correcting codes, at least the ones that we know about today, and you look at, what would it take to actually use a quantum computer to, hack your credit card number, which is, the most famous application people talk about, right? Let's say to factor huge numbers and thereby break the RSA crypto system. Well, what that would take would be thousands of several thousand logical qubits, but now with the known error correcting codes, each of those logical qubits would need to be encoded itself using thousands of physical qubits. So at that point, you're talking about millions of physical qubits. And in some sense, that is the reason why quantum computers are not breaking cryptography already. It's because of these immense overheads involved.
So that overhead is additive or multiplicative?
Well, it's multiplicative. I mean, it's like you take the number of logical qubits that you need in your abstract quantum circuit, you multiply it by 1,000 or so. So, there's a lot of work on, trying to invent better error correcting codes. Okay, that is the situation right now. In the meantime, we are now in what physicist John Preskill called the noisy intermediate scale quantum, or NISQ era. And this is the era, you can think of it as sort of like the vacuum. We're now entering the very early vacuum tube era of quantum computers. The quantum computer analog of the transistor has not been invented yet, right? That would be like true error correction, right? Where we are not, or something else that would achieve the same effect, right? We are not there yet, but where we are now, let's say as of a few months ago, as of Google's announcement of quantum supremacy, we are now finally at the point where even with a non-error corrected quantum computer, with these noisy devices, we can do something that is hard for classical computers to simulate. Okay, so we can eke out some advantage. Now, will we, in this noisy era, be able to do something beyond what a classical computer can do that is also useful to someone? That we still don't know. People are going to be racing over the next decade to try to do that. By people, I mean Google, IBM, a bunch of startup companies, and
research labs.
And research labs and governments, and
You just mentioned a million things. I'll backtrack for a second.
Yeah, sure.
So we're in the vacuum tube days.
Yeah, just entering them.
And just entering. Wow. Okay. So how do we escape that? So how do we get to where we are now with the CPU? Is this a fundamental engineering challenge? Is there breakthroughs on the physics side that are needed on the computer science side? Is it a financial issue where much larger, just sheer investment and excitement is needed?
So those are excellent questions. My guess, my guess would be all of the above. I mean, my guess, you could say fundamentally it is an engineering issue, right? The theory has been in place since the 90s. At least this is what error correction would look like. We do not have the hardware that is at that level, but at the same time, so you could just try to power through. Maybe even like if someone spent $1 trillion on some quantum computing Manhattan project, right? Then conceivably they could just build an error corrected quantum computer as it was envisioned back in the 90s. Right. I think the more plausible thing to happen is that there will be further theoretical breakthroughs, and there will be further insights that will cut down the cost of doing this.
So let's take a brief step to the philosophical. I just recently talked to Jim Keller, who's sort of the famed architect in the microprocessor world.
Okay.
And he's been told for decades, every year, that the Moore's law is going to die this year. And he tries to argue that the Moore's law is still alive and well, and it'll be alive for quite a long time to come.
How long?
The main point is it's still alive, but he thinks there's still 1,000x improvement just on shrinking the transistor that's possible. Whatever. The point is that the exponential growth we see it is actually a huge number of these S curves, just constant breakthroughs. At the philosophical level, why do you think we, as a descendants of apes, were able to just keep coming up with these new breakthroughs on the CPU side. Is this something unique to this particular endeavor, or will it be possible to replicate in the quantum computer space?
Okay, all right. There was a lot there, but to break off something. I mean, I think we are in an extremely special period of human history, right? It is you could say obviously special, in many ways, right? There are way more people alive than there have been, and the whole future of the planet is in question in a way that it hasn't been for the rest of human history. But in particular, we are in the era where we finally figured out how to build universal machines. It's things that we call computers. Machines that you program to simulate the behavior of whatever machine you want, and and once you've sort of crossed this threshold of universality, you've built, you could say, you've instantiated Turing machines in the physical world. Well, then the main questions are ones of numbers. They are ones of how many, how much memory can you access? How fast does it run? How many parallel processors? At least until quantum computing. Quantum computing is the one thing that changes what I just said, right?
Yeah,
but as long as it's classical computing, then it's all questions of numbers. And you could say at a theoretical level, the computers that we have today are the same as the ones in the 50s. They're just millions of times, faster with millions of times more memory. And I think there's been an immense economic pressure to get more and more transistors, get them smaller and smaller, add more and more cores, and in some sense, like, a huge fraction of sort of all of the technological progress that there is in all of civilization has gotten concentrated just more narrowly into just those problems, right? And so, it has been one of the biggest success stories in the history of technology, right? There's, it is, I am as amazed by it as anyone else is, right? But at the same time, we also know that it, and I really do mean we know that it cannot continue indefinitely. Okay, because you will reach, fundamental limits on, how small you can possibly make a processor. And, if you want a real proof, that would justify my use of the word, we know that, Moore's law has to end, and ultimately you will reach the limits imposed by quantum gravity. If you were doing, if you tried to do a computer that operated at 10 to the 43 hertz, that did 10 to the 43 operations per second, that computer would use so much energy that it would simply collapse to a black hole. Okay, so in reality, we're going to reach the limits long before that. But that is a sufficient proof
that there's a limit.
Yes.
But it would be interesting to try to understand the mechanism, the economic pressure that you said. Just like the Cold War was a pressure on getting us, because I'm both, my us is both the Soviet Union and the United States.
Yeah,
getting us, the two countries, to hurry up with the space, the moon. There seems to be that same kind of economic pressure that somehow created a chain of engineering breakthroughs that resulted in the Moore's law.
Yeah,
it'd be nice to replicate.
Yeah, well, I mean, some people are sort of get depressed about the fact that technological progress, may seem to have slowed down in many realms outside of computing, right? There was this whole thing of, we wanted flying cars and we only got Twitter instead, right? And
good old Peter Thiel,
yeah, right.
So but then jumping to another really interesting topic that you mentioned. So Google announced with their work, the paper in Nature with quantum supremacy.
Yes.
Can you describe, again, back to the basic, what is, perhaps not so basic, what is quantum supremacy?
Absolutely. So quantum supremacy is a term that was coined by John Preskill in 2012. Not everyone likes the name, but it sort of stuck. We sort of haven't found a better alternative.
It's technically quantum computational.
Supremacy. That's right. And but the basic idea is actually one that goes all the way back to the beginnings of quantum computing, when Richard Feynman and David Deutsch, people like that, were talking about it in the early '80s, and quantum supremacy just refers to sort of the point in history when you can first use a quantum computer to do some well-defined task much faster than any known algorithm running on any of the classical computers that are available. Okay, so notice that I did not say a useful task. Okay, it could be something completely artificial, but it's important that the task be well defined. So in other words, it is something that has right and wrong answers, and that are knowable independently of this device, right? And we can then run the device, see if it gets the right answer or not.
Can you clarify some small point? You said much faster than the classical computation. What about the space where the class it doesn't even exist a classical algorithm?
So maybe I should clarify. Everything that a quantum computer can do, a classical computer can also eventually do. Okay, and the reason why we know that is that a classical computer could always, if it had no limits of time and memory, it could always just store the entire quantum state, of your, of the quantum, store a list of all the amplitudes, in the state of the quantum computer, and then just, do some linear algebra to just update that state, right? And so anything that quantum computers can do can also be done by classical computers, albeit exponentially slower.
So quantum computers don't go to some magical place outside of Alan Turing's definition of computation.
Precisely. They do not solve the halting problem. They cannot solve anything that is uncomputable in Alan Turing's sense. What we think they do change is what is efficiently computable. Okay, and since the 1960s, the word efficiently, has been a central word in computer science, but it's sort of a code word for something technical, which is basically with polynomial scaling. That as you get to larger and larger inputs, you would like an algorithm that uses an amount of time that scales only like the size of the input raised to some power, and not exponentially with the size of the input. Right?
So I do hope we get to talk again, because one of the many topics that there's probably several hours worth of conversation on is complexity, which we probably won't even get a chance to touch today. But you briefly mentioned it. But let's maybe try to continuously said the definition of quantum supremacy is basically is achieving a place where much faster on a formal that quantum computer is much faster on a formal, well-defined problem. That is or isn't useful.
Right. And I would say that we really want three things, right? We want, first of all, the quantum computer to be much faster, just in the literal sense, of like number of seconds, and just solving this, well-defined, problem. Secondly, we want it to be sort of, for a problem where we really believe that a quantum computer has better scaling behavior, right? So it's not just an incidental, matter of hardware, but it's that, as you went to larger and larger inputs, the classical scaling would be exponential, and the scaling for the quantum algorithm would only be polynomial. And then thirdly, we want the first thing, the actual observed speed up, to only be explainable in terms of the scaling behavior, right? So, I want, a real world, a real problem to get solved, let's say by a quantum computer with 50 qubits per second. Oh, and for no one to be able to explain that in any way other than, well, this computer involved a quantum state with 2 to the 50th power for amplitudes. And, a classical simulation, at least any that we know today, would require keeping track of 2 to the 50th numbers. And this is the reason why it was faster.
So the intuition is that then if you demonstrate on 50 qubits, then once you get to 100 qubits, then it'll be even much faster.
Precisely. Yeah, and quantum supremacy does not require error correction, right? We don't have, you could say, true scalability yet, or true, error correction yet, but you could say quantum supremacy is already enough by itself to refute the skeptics who said a quantum computer will never outperform a classical computer for anything.
But one, how do you demonstrate quantum supremacy? And two, what's up with these new news articles I'm reading that Google did so?
Yeah, all right. Well,
what did they actually do?
Great questions, because now you get into actually, a lot of the work that I and my students have been doing for the last decade, which was precisely about how do you demonstrate quantum supremacy using technologies that we thought would be available in the near future. And so one of the main things that we realized around 2011, and this was me and my student Alex Arkhipov at MIT at the time, and independently of some others, including Bremner, Joza, and Shepard. Okay, and the realization that we came to was that if you just want to prove that a quantum computer is faster, and not do something useful with it, then there were huge advantages to sort of switching your attention from problems like factoring numbers that have a single right answer to what we call sampling problems. So these are problems where the goal is just to output a sample from some probability distribution, let's say over strings of 50 bits. Right, so there are many possible outputs. Your computer will probably never even produce the same output twice. If it's running as even assuming it's running perfectly. Okay, but the key is that some outputs are supposed to be likelier than other ones. So
sorry to clarify. Is there a set of outputs that are valid and that they're not, or is it more that the distribution of a particular kind of output is there's a specific distribution of a particular kind
there's a specific distribution that you're trying to hit, right, or that you're trying to sample from. Now there are a lot of questions about this. How do you do that, right? Now how you do it, but it turns out that with a quantum computer, even with the noisy quantum computers that we have now, that we have today, what you can do is basically just apply a randomly chosen sequence of operations, right? So we in some of that part is almost trivial, right? We just sort of get the qubits to interact in some random way, although a sort of precisely specified random way, so we can repeat the exact same random sequence of interactions again and get another sample from that same distribution. And what this does is it basically creates a lot of garbage, very specific garbage, right? So of all of the so if we're going to talk about Google's device, there were 53 qubits there, okay, and so there are 2 to the 53 power possible outputs. Now, for some of those outputs, there was a little bit more destructive interference in their amplitude. Okay, so their amplitudes were a little bit smaller. And for others, there was a little more constructive interference. The amplitudes were a little bit more aligned with each other. And so those were a little bit likelier. Okay, all of the outputs are exponentially unlikely, but some are, let's say, 2 times or 3 times, unlikelier than others. Okay, and so you can define, the sequence of operations that gives rise to this probability distribution. Okay, now the next question would be, well, how do you, even if you're sampling from it, how do you verify that?
Right.
How do you know? And so my students and I, and also the people at Google who were doing the experiment, came up with statistical tests that you could apply to the outputs in order to try to verify, what is, that at least that some hard problem is being solved. The test that Google ended up using was something that they called the linear cross entropy benchmark. Okay, and it's basically, so the drawback of this test is that it requires you to do a 2 to the 53 time calculation with your classical computer. Okay, so it's very expensive to do the test on a classical computer. The good news
How big of a number is 2 to the 50?
It's about 9 quadrillion.
That doesn't help.
Well, it's you want it in like scientific notation?
No. What I mean is,
it is
possible to run on the CPU.
Yeah, so we will come back to that. It is just barely possible to run, we think, on the largest supercomputer that currently exists on our Earth, which is called Summit at Oak Ridge National Lab. Okay.
Great. Exciting.
That's the short answer. So ironically, for this type of experiment, we don't want 100 qubits. Okay, because with 100 qubits, even if it works, we don't know how to verify the results. Okay, so we want a number of qubits that is enough that the biggest classical computers on Earth will have to sweat, and we'll just barely be able to keep up with the quantum computer using much more time, but they will still be able to do it in order that we can verify the results.
Which is where the 53 comes from for the
basically. Well, I mean that's also that's sort of that's sort of where they are now in terms of scaling, and then soon that point will be passed, and then when you get to larger numbers of qubits, then these types of sampling experiments will no longer be so interesting because we won't even be able to verify the results, and we'll have to switch to other types of computation. So with the sampling thing, so the test that Google applied with this linear cross entropy benchmark was basically just take the samples that were generated, which are a very small subset of all the possible samples that there are. But for those, you calculate with your classical computer the probabilities that they should have been output, and you see, are those probabilities larger than the mean? So is the quantum computer biased toward outputting the strings that it's that you want it to be biased toward? Okay, and then finally we come to a very crucial question, which is supposing that it does that. Well, how do we know that a classical computer could not have quickly done the same thing, right? How do we know that this couldn't have been spoofed by a classical computer, right? And so, the first answer is we don't know for sure, because this takes us into questions of complexity theory. Questions on the magnitude of the P versus NP question. But that right, we don't know how to rule out definitively that there could be fast classical algorithms for even simulating quantum mechanics and for simulating experiments like these, but we can give some evidence against that possibility, and that was sort of the main thrust of a lot of the work that my colleagues and I did over the last decade, which is sort of in around 2015 or so what led to Google deciding to do this experiment.
So is the kind of evidence you're first of all, the hard P equals NP problem that you mentioned, and the kind of evidence that you're were looking at. Is that something you come to on a sheet of paper, or is this something? Are these empirical experiments?
It's math for the most part. I mean, it's also we have a bunch of methods that are known for simulating quantum circuits or quantum computations with classical computers, and so we have to try them all out and make sure that they don't work. Make sure that they have exponential scaling on these problems, and not just theoretically, but with the actual range of parameters that are actually arising in Google's experiment. Okay, so there is an empirical component to it, right? Now, on the theoretical side, what we know how to do in theoretical computer science and computational complexity is, we don't know how to prove that most of the problems we care about are hard, but we know how to pass the blame to someone else. Okay, we know, well, look, I can't prove that this problem is hard, but if it is easy, then all these other things that you probably were much more confident or were hard, then those would be easy as well. Okay, so we can give what are called reductions. And this has been the basic strategy in NP completeness, right? In all of theoretical computer science and cryptography since the 1970s, really. And so we were able to give some reduction evidence for the hardness of simulating these sampling experiments, these sampling-based quantum supremacy experiments. The reduction evidence is not as satisfactory as it should be. One of the biggest open problems in this area is to make it better. But, we can do something. Certainly we can say that, if there is a fast classical algorithm to spoof these experiments, then it has to be very, very unlike any of the algorithms that we know.
Which is kind of in the same kind of space of reasoning that people say P equals NP.
Yeah, it's in the same spirit.
Yeah, in the same spirit. Okay, so Andrew Yang, a very intelligent and the presidential candidate with a lot of interesting ideas in all kinds of technological fields, tweeted that because of quantum computing, no code is uncrackable. Is he wrong or right?
Well, he was premature, let's say. Wrong. So look, I'm a fan of Andrew Yang. I like his ideas. I like his candidacy. I think that he may be ahead of his time with the universal basic income and and so forth, and he may also be ahead of his time in that tweet that you referenced. So regarding using quantum computers to break cryptography, so the situation is this. Okay, so the famous discovery of Peter Shor 26 years ago that really started quantum computing as an autonomous field was that if you built a full scalable quantum computer, then you could use it to efficiently find the prime factors of huge numbers and calculate discrete logarithms and solve a few other problems that are very, very special in character, right? They're not NP complete problems. We're pretty sure they're not, okay? But it so happens that most of the public key cryptography that we currently use to protect the internet is based on the belief that these problems are hard. Okay, what Shor showed is that once you get scalable quantum computers, then that's no longer true. Okay, but now before people panic, there are two important points to understand here. Okay, the first is that quantum supremacy, the milestone that Google just achieved, is very, very far from the kind of scalable quantum computer that would be needed to actually threaten public key cryptography. Okay, so we touched on this earlier, right? But Google's device has 53 physical qubits, right? To threaten cryptography, you're talking, with any of the known error correction methods, you're talking millions of physical qubits.
Because error correction would be required to
Yes.
cryptography.
Yes. Yes. It certainly would, right? And how much, how great will the overhead be from the error correction? That we don't know yet. But with the known codes, you're talking millions of physical qubits and of a much higher quality than any that we have now. Okay, so I don't think that is coming soon. Although people who have secrets that need to stay secret for 20 years, are already worried about this. For the good reason that we presume that intelligence agencies are already scooping up data, in the hope that eventually they'll be able to decode it once quantum computers become available. Okay, so this brings me to the second point I wanted to make, which is that there are other public key crypto systems that are known that we don't know how to break even with quantum computers. Okay, and there's a whole field devoted to this now, which is called post-quantum cryptography. Okay, and so there is already so we have some good candidates now. The best known being what are called lattice-based crypto systems, and there is already some push to try to migrate to these crypto systems. So NIST in the U.S. is holding a competition to create standards for post-quantum cryptography, which will be the first step in trying to get every web browser and every router to upgrade, and use something like SSL that would be based on what we think is quantum secure cryptography. But this will be a long process. But it is something that people are already starting to do, and so Shor's algorithm was sort of a dramatic discovery. It could be a big deal for whatever intelligence agency first gets a scalable quantum computer, if no one else knows that they have it. Right, but eventually, we think that we could migrate the internet to the post-quantum cryptography, and then we'd be more or less back where we started. Okay, so this is sort of not the application of quantum computing, I think, that's really going to change the world in a sustainable way, right? By the way, the biggest practical application of quantum computing that we know about by far, I think, is simply the simulation of quantum mechanics itself. In order to learn about chemical reactions, design maybe new chemical processes, new materials, new drugs, new solar cells, new superconductors, all kinds of things like that.
What's the size of a quantum computer that would be able to simulate the quantum mechanical systems themselves that would be impactful for the real world for the kind of chemical reactions and that kind of work? What scale are we talking about?
Now you're asking a very, very, very current question, a very big question. People are going to be racing over the next decade to try to do useful quantum simulations, even with 100 or 200 qubit quantum computers of the sort that we expect to be able to build over the next decade. Okay, so that might be the first application of quantum computing that we're able to realize, or maybe it will prove to be too difficult. And maybe even that will require fault tolerance, or will require error correction.
So there's an aggressive race to come up with the one case study, kind of like with Peter Shor, with an idea that would just capture the world's imagination of look, we can actually do something very
but I think within the next decade, the best shot we have is certainly not using Shor's algorithm to break cryptography. It's just because it requires too much in the way of error correction. The best shot we have is to do some quantum simulation that tells the material scientists or chemists or nuclear physicists something that is useful to them and that they didn't already know. And you might only need one or two successes in order to change some billion-dollar industries, right? Like the way that people make fertilizer right now is still based on the Haber-Bosch process from a century ago, and it is some many-body quantum mechanics problem that no one really understands, right? If you could design a better way to make fertilizer, right, that's billions of dollars right there. So those are sort of the applications that people are going to be aggressively racing toward over the next decade. Now, I don't know if they're going to realize it or not, but it is. They certainly at least have a shot. So it's going to be a very, very interesting next decade.
But just to clarify, what's your intuition? Is if a breakthrough like that comes, is it possible for that breakthrough to be on 50 to 100 qubits? Or is scale a fundamental thing, like a 500, 1,000, and plus qubits?
Yeah, so I can tell you what the current studies are saying. I think probably better to rely on that than on my intuition. But there was a group at Microsoft had a study a few years ago that said even with only about 100 qubits, you could already learn something new about this the chemical reaction that makes fertilizer, for example. The trouble is they're talking about 100 qubits and about 1 million layers of quantum gates. Okay, so basically they're talking about 100 nearly perfect qubits.
So the logical qubits, as you mentioned.
Yeah,
before.
exactly, 100 logical qubits, and now the hard part for the next decade is going to be, well, what can we do with 100 to 200 noisy qubits?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there error correction breakthroughs that might come without the need to do thousands or millions of physical qubits?
So people are going to be pushing simultaneously on a bunch of different directions. One direction, of course, is just making the qubits better, right? And there is tremendous progress there. I mean, the fidelity is like the accuracy of the qubits has improved by several orders of magnitude, in the last decade or two. Okay, the second thing is designing better, let's say lower overhead error corrected codes, and even short of doing the full recursive error correction, there are these error mitigation strategies that you can use, that may, allow you to eke out a useful speed up in the near term. And then the third thing is just taking the quantum algorithms for simulating quantum chemistry or materials and making them more efficient. And those algorithms are already dramatically more efficient than they were, let's say, 5 years ago. And so when I quoted these estimates, like circuit depth of 1 million, and so I hope that because people will care enough that these numbers are going to come down.
So you're one of the world-class researchers in this space. There's a few groups, like you mentioned, Google and IBM working at this. There's other research labs, but you put also you have an amazing blog. You put you paid me to say it. You put a lot of efforts into communicating the science of this and exposing some of the BS and sort of the natural, just like in the AI space, the natural charlatanism, if that's the word, in quantum mechanics in general, but quantum computers and so on. Can you give some notes about people or ideas that people like me or listeners in general from outside the field should be cautious of when they're taking in news headings that Google achieved quantum supremacy? So what should we look out for? Where's the charlatans in the space? Where's the BS?
Yeah. So good question. Unfortunately, quantum computing is a little bit like cryptocurrency or deep learning like there is a core of something that is genuinely revolutionary and exciting, and because of that core, it attracts this sort of vast penumbra of people making just utterly ridiculous claims. And so with quantum computing, I mean, I would say that the main way that people go astray is by not focusing on sort of the question of are you getting a speed up over a classical computer or not, right? And so people have dismissed quantum supremacy because it's not useful, right? Or it's not itself, let's say, obviously useful for anything. Okay, but ironically, these are some of the same people who will go and say, well, we care about useful applications. We care about solving traffic routing and and financial optimization and all these things. And that sounds really good, but their entire spiel is sort of counting on nobody asking the question, yes, but how well could a classical computer do the same thing?
Yes.
Right? I really mean the entire thing is they say, well, a quantum computer can do this, a quantum computer can do that, right? And they just avoid the question, are you getting a speed up over a classical computer or not? And if so, how do you know? Have you really thought carefully about classical algorithms to do to solve the same problem, right? And a lot of the application areas that companies and investors are most excited about, that the popular press is most excited about, for quantum computers, have been things like machine learning, AI, optimization. Okay, and the problem with that is that since the very beginning, even if you have a perfect, fault tolerant, scalable quantum computer, we have known of only modest speed ups that you can get for these problems. Okay, so there is a famous quantum algorithm called Grover's algorithm. Okay, and what it can do is it can solve many of the problems that arise in AI, machine learning, optimization, including NP-complete problems. Okay, but it can solve them in about the square root of the number of steps that a classical computer would need for the same problem. Okay, now a square root speed up is important. It's impressive. It is not an exponential speed up. Okay, so it is not the kind of game changer that, let's say, Shor's algorithm for factoring is, or for that matter, that simulation of quantum mechanics is. Okay, it is a more modest speed up. So let's say, roughly, in theory, it can roughly double the size because of the optimization problems that you could handle, right? And so, because people found that, I guess, too boring or too unimpressive, they've gone on to invent all of these heuristic algorithms where because no one really understands them, you can just project your hopes onto them, right? And well, maybe it gets an exponential speed up. You can't prove that it doesn't, and the burden is on you to prove that it doesn't get a speed up, right? And so they've done an immense amount of that kind of thing, and a really worrying amount of the case for building a quantum computer has come to rest on this stuff that those of us in this field know perfectly well is on extremely shaky foundations.
So the fundamental question is, show that there's a speed up.
Yes, absolutely.
And in the space that you're referring to, which is actually really interesting, is that the area that a lot of people are excited about is machine learning.
Yeah.
So your sense is, do you think you will, so I know that there's a lot of smoke currently.
Yeah.
But do you think there actually eventually might be breakthroughs where you do get exponential speed ups in the machine learning space?
Absolutely, there might be. I mean, I think we know of modest speed ups that you can get for these problems. I think, whether you can get bigger speed ups is one of the biggest questions for quantum computing theory, for people like me to be thinking about. We had actually recently a really, a super exciting candidate for an exponential quantum speed up or a machine learning problem that people really care about. This is basically the Netflix problem, the problem of recommending products to users given some sparse data about their preferences. Karanitis and Prakash in 2016 had an algorithm for sampling recommendations that was exponentially faster than any known classical algorithm, right? And so, a lot of people were excited. I was excited about it. But I had an 18-year-old undergrad by the name of Ewin Tang, and she was obviously brilliant. She was looking for a project. I gave her as a project, can you prove that this speed up is real? Can you prove that any classical algorithm would need to access exponentially more data, right? And this was a case where if that was true, this was not like a P versus NP type of question, right? This might well have been provable, but she worked on it for a year. She couldn't do it. Eventually, she figured out why she couldn't do it, and the reason was that was false. There is a classical algorithm with a similar performance to the quantum algorithm. So Ewin succeeded in dequantizing that machine learning algorithm, and then in the last couple of years, building on Ewin's breakthrough, a bunch of the other quantum machine learning algorithms that were proposed have now also been dequantized.
Yeah.
Okay, and so I would say,
an important backward step.
Yes.
Like a
yes.
Or a forward step for science, but a step for quantum machine learning.
Yeah.
That precedes the big next forward step.
Right. Now, some people will say, well, there's a silver lining in this cloud. They say, well, thinking about quantum computing has led to the discovery of potentially useful new classical algorithms.
That's true,
right? And so, so you get these spin-off applications. But if you want a quantum speed up, you really have to think carefully about that. Ewin's work was a perfect illustration of why. Right, and I think that the challenge, the field is now open. Right, find a better example. Find where quantum computers are going to deliver big gains for machine learning. I am not only do I ardently support people thinking about that, I'm trying to think about it myself and have my students and postdocs think about it. But we should not pretend that those speed ups are already established. And the problem comes when so many of the companies and journalists in this space are pretending that.
Like all good things, like life itself, this conversation must soon come to an end. Let me ask the most absurdly philosophical last question. What is the meaning of life? What gives your life fulfillment, purpose, happiness, and meaning?
I would say, number one, trying to discover new things about the world and share them and communicate and learn what other people have discovered. Number two, my friends, my family, my kids, my students, just the people around me. Number three, trying, when I can to, make the world better in some small ways. And, it's depressing that I can't do more and that, the world is, facing crises over, the climate and over, sort of resurgent authoritarianism and all these other things. But, trying to stand against the things that I find horrible when I can.
Let me ask you one more absurd question.
Yeah.
What makes you smile?
Well, I guess your question just did. I don't know.
I thought I'd try that absurd one on you. Well, it's a huge honor to talk to you. We'll probably talk to you for many more hours, Scott. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It was great.
Thank you for listening to this conversation with Scott Aronson. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it. Use code LEGSPODCAST. You'll get $10. $10 will go to FIRST, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. Enjoy this podcast. Subscribe on YouTube.
Give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts. Support it on Patreon. Simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. Now, let me leave you with some words from a funny and insightful blog post Scott wrote over 10 years ago on the ever-present Malthusianisms in our daily lives. Quote, again and again, I've undergone the humbling experience of first lamenting how badly something sucks, then, only much later, having the crucial insight that it's not sucking wouldn't have been a Nash equilibrium. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Andrew Ng, one of the most impactful educators, researchers, innovators, and leaders in artificial intelligence and technology space in general. He co-founded Coursera and Google Brain, launched Deep Learning AI, Lending AI, and the AI Fund, and was the chief scientist at Baidu. As a Stanford professor and with Coursera and Deep Learning AI, he has helped educate and inspire millions of students, including me. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts. Support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D-M-A-N. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, never any ads in the middle. It can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, a member SIPC. Since Cash App allows you to buy Bitcoin, let me mention that cryptocurrency in the context of the history of money is fascinating. I recommend A Cent of Money as a great book on this history. Debits and credits on ledgers started over 30,000 years ago. The US dollar was created over 200 years ago. And Bitcoin, the first decentralized cryptocurrency, released just over 10 years ago. So given that history, cryptocurrency is still very much in its early days of development, but is still aiming to, and just might, redefine the nature of money. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, one of my favorite organizations that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Andrew Ng. The courses he taught in machine learning at Stanford and later on Coursera that he co-founded have educated and inspired millions of people. So let me ask you, what people or ideas inspired you to get into computer science and machine learning when you were young? When did you first fall in love with the field? Is another way to put it.
Growing up in Hong Kong, Singapore, I started learning to code when I was 5 or 6 years old. At that time, I was learning the basic programming language, and they would take these books and they'll tell you type this program into your computer, so type that program to my computer, and as a result of all that typing, I would get to play these very simple shoot 'em up games that I had implemented on my little computer. So I thought it was fascinating as a young kid that I could write this code. I was really just copying code from a book into my computer to then play these cooler video games. Another moment for me was when I was a teenager and my father was a doctor who was reading about expert systems and about neural networks. So he got me read some of these books, and I thought it was really cool. You could write a computer that started to exhibit intelligence. Then I remember doing an internship while I was in high school. This is in Singapore, where I remember doing a lot of photocopying and as office assistant. And the highlight of my job was when I got to use the shredder. So the teenager, you remember thinking, boy, this is a lot of photocopying. If only we could write software, build a robot, something to automate this, maybe I could do something else. So I think a lot of my work since then has centered on the theme of automation. Even the way I think about machine learning today, we're very good at writing learning algorithms that can automate things that people can do. Or even launching the first massive open online courses that later led to Coursera, I was trying to automate what could be automatable in how I was teaching on campus.
Process of education, tried to automate parts of that to make it more sort of to have more impact from a single teacher, a single educator.
Yeah, I felt, teaching Stanford, I was teaching machine learning to about 400 students a year at the time. And I found myself filming the exact same video every year, telling the same jokes in the same room. And I thought, why am I doing this? Why don't we just take last year's video and then I can spend my time building a deeper relationship with students. So that process of thinking through how to do that led to the first MOOCs that we launched.
And then you have more time to write new jokes. Are there favorite memories from your early days at Stanford, teaching thousands of people in person and then millions of people online?
Teaching online, what not many people know was that a lot of those videos were shot between the hours of 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. A lot of times, we were launching the first MOOC at Stanford. We already announced the course, about 100,000 people signed up. We just started to write the code, and we had not yet actually filmed the video. So, a lot of pressure. 100,000 people waiting for us to produce the content. So many Fridays, Saturdays, I would go out, have dinner with my friends, and then I would think, okay, do you want to go home now, or do you want to go to the office to film videos? And the thought of being able to help 100,000 people potentially learn machine learning, fortunately, that made me think, okay, I'm going to go to my office, go to my tiny little recording studio. I would adjust my Logitech webcam, adjust my Wacom tablet, control my lapel microphone, and then I would start recording often until 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. I think unfortunately that doesn't show that it was recorded that late at night, but it was really inspiring, the thought that we could create content to help so many people learn about machine learning.
How did that feel? The fact that you're probably somewhat alone, maybe a couple of friends, recording with a Logitech webcam and kind of going home alone at 1 or 2 a.m. at night, and knowing that that's going to reach sort of thousands of people, eventually millions of people. What's that feeling like? I mean, is there a feeling of just satisfaction of pushing through?
I think it's humbling, and I wasn't thinking about what I was feeling. I think one thing that I'm proud to say we got right from the early days was I told my whole team back then that the number one priority is to do what's best for learners, do what's best for students. And so when I went to the recording studio, the only thing on my mind was, what can I say? How can I design my slides? What I need to draw right to make these concepts as clear as possible for learners. I think, I've seen sometimes instructors is tempting to, hey, let's talk about my work. Maybe if I teach you about my research, someone will cite my papers a couple more times. And I think one thing we got right, launched the first few MOOCs and building Coursera, was putting in place that bedrock principle of let's just do what's best for learners and forget about everything else. And I think that as a guiding principle turns out to be really important to the rise of the movement.
And the kind of learner you imagined in your mind is as broad as possible, as global as possible. So really try to reach as many people interested in machine learning and AI as possible.
I really want to help anyone that had an interest in machine learning to break into the field. And I think sometimes I've actually had people ask me, hey, why are you spending so much time explaining gradient descent? And my answer was, if I look at what I think the learner needs and what benefit from, I felt that having that a good understanding of the foundations, coming back to the basics, would put them in a better stead to then build on a long-term career. So try to consistently make decisions on that principle.
So one of the things you actually revealed to the narrow AI community at the time and to the world is that the amount of people who are actually interested in AI is much larger than we imagined. By you teaching the class and how popular it became, it showed that, wow, this isn't just a small community of sort of people who go to Europe's and it's much bigger. It's developers, it's people from all over the world. I mean, I'm Russian, so everybody in Russia is really interested. There's a huge number of programmers who are interested in machine learning. India, China, South America, everywhere. There's just millions of people who are interested in machine learning. How big do you get a sense that the number of people is that are interested from your perspective?
I think the numbers grown over time. I think it's one of those things that maybe it feels like it came out of nowhere, but it's an insider building it. It took years. It's one of those overnight successes that took years to get there. My first foray into this type of online education was when we were filming my Stanford class and sticking the videos on YouTube, and then some other things. We had uploaded the homework and so on. But basically the 1 hour, 15-minute video that we put on YouTube. And then we had 4 or 5 other versions of websites that I had built, most of which you would never have heard of because they reach small audiences, but that allowed me to innovate, allowed my team and me to innovate, to learn what are the ideas that work and what doesn't. For example, one of the features I was really excited about and really proud of was build this website where multiple people could be logged into the website at the same time. So today, if you go to the website, if you're logged in, then I want to log in, you need to log out. It's the same browser, same computer. But I thought, well, what if 2 people, say you and me, were watching a video together in front of a computer? What if a website could have you type your name and password and me type my name and password, and then now the computer knows both of us are watching together, and it gives both of us credit for anything we do as a group. Implement this feature, rolled it out in a school in San Francisco. We had about 20-something users. Worked with a teacher there, Sacred Heart Cathedral Prep. The teacher was great. And guess what? 0 people use this feature. It turns out people studying online, they want to watch the videos by themselves. So you can play back, pause at your own speed rather than in groups. So that was one example of a tiny lesson learned out of many that allowed us to hold into the set of features.
And it sounds like a brilliant feature. So I guess the lesson to take from that is there's something that looks amazing on paper, and then nobody uses it. It doesn't actually have the impact that you think it might have. So yeah, I saw that you really went through a lot of different features, a lot of ideas, and to arrive at the final, at Coursera, the final kind of powerful thing that showed the world that MOOCs can educate millions.
And I think with the whole machine learning movement as well, I think it didn't come out of nowhere. Instead, what happened was, as more people learn about machine learning, they will tell their friends, and their friends will see how it's applicable to their work, and then the community kept on growing. And I think we're still growing. I don't know in the future what percentage of our developers will be AI developers. I could easily see it being more for 50%, right? Because so many AI developers broadly construed, not just people doing the machine learning modeling, but the people building infrastructure, data pipelines, all the software surrounding the core machine learning model. Maybe it's even bigger. I feel like today, almost every software engineer has some understanding of the cloud. Not all, but maybe some microcontroller developer doesn't need to do the cloud. But I feel like the vast majority of software engineers today are sort of having appreciation of the cloud. I think in the future, maybe we'll approach nearly 100% of all developers being, in some way an AI developer, or at least having an appreciation of machine learning.
And my hope is that there's this kind of effect that there's people who are not really interested in being a programmer or being in software engineering, like biologists, chemists, and physicists, even mechanical engineers, all these disciplines that are now more and more sitting on large data sets. And here, they didn't think they're interested in programming until they have this data set, and they realize there's this set of machine learning tools that allow you to use the data set. So they actually they learn to program, and they become new programmers. So like not just because you mentioned a larger percentage of developers become machine learning people. It seems like more and more the kinds of people who are becoming developers is also growing significantly.
Yeah, I think once upon a time, only a small part of humanity was literate, could read and write, and maybe maybe not everyone needs to learn to read and write. You just go listen to a few monks, right, read to you, and maybe that was enough. Or maybe just need a few handful of authors to write the bestsellers, and then no one else needs to write. But what we found was that by giving as many people, in some countries, almost everyone basic literacy, it dramatically enhanced human-to-human communications. And we can now write for an audience of one, such as if I send you an email, you send me an email. I think in computing, we're still in that phase where so few people know how to code that the coders mostly have to code for relatively large audiences. But if everyone, or most people, became developers at some levels, that's how most people in developed economies are somewhat literate. I would love to see the owners of a mom and pop store be able to write a little bit of code to customize the TV display for their special recipe. I think it will enhance human-to-computer communications, which is becoming more and more important in today's world.
So you think it's possible that machine learning becomes kind of similar to literacy, where yeah, like you said, the owners of a mom and pop shop, this is basically everybody in all walks of life would have some degree of programming capability?
I could see society getting there. There's one interesting thing, if I go talk to the mom and pop store, if I talk to a lot of people in their daily professions, I previously didn't have a good story for why they should learn to code. We would give them some reasons. But what I found with the rise of machine learning and data science is that I think the number of people with a concrete use for data science in their daily lives, in their jobs, may be even larger than the number of people with a concrete use for software engineering. For example, if you run a small mom and pop store, I think if you can analyze the data about your sales, your customers, I think there's actually real value there, maybe even more than traditional software engineering. So I find that a lot of my friends in various professions, be it recruiters or accountants or people that work in factories, which I deal with more and more these days, I feel if they were data scientists at some level, they could immediately use that in their work. So I think that data science and machine learning may be an even easier entree into the developer world for a lot of people than the software engineering.
That's interesting. And I agree with that, but that's beautifully put. We live in a world where most courses and talks have slides, PowerPoint, Keynote, and yet you famously often still use a marker and a whiteboard. The simplicity of that is compelling and, for me at least, fun to watch. So let me ask, why do you like using a marker and whiteboard, even on the biggest of stages?
I think it depends on the concepts you want to explain. For mathematical concepts, it's nice to build out the equation one piece at a time, and the whiteboard marker or the pen and stylus is a very easy way, to build up an equation, build up a complex concept one piece at a time while you're talking about it. And sometimes that enhances understandability. The downside of writing is that it's slow, and so if you want a long sentence, it's very hard to write that. So I think there are pros and cons. And sometimes I use slides, and sometimes I use a whiteboard or a stylus.
The slowness of a whiteboard is also its upside, because it forces you to reduce everything to the basics. So some of your talks involve the whiteboard. It means there's really not what you go very slowly, and you really focus on the most simple principles, and that's a beautiful, that enforces a kind of a minimalism of ideas that I think is surprisingly, at least for me, is great for education. Like a great talk, I think, is not one that has a lot of content. A great talk is one that just clearly says a few simple ideas, and I think the whiteboard somehow enforces that.
Peter Rabbi, who's now one of the top roboticists and reinforcement learning experts in the world, was your first PhD student. So I bring him up just because I kind of imagine this must have been an interesting time in your life. Do you have any favorite memories of working with Peter, since you're your first student in those uncertain times, especially before deep learning really sort of blew up? Any favorite memories from those times?
I was really fortunate to have had Peter Rabbi as my first PhD student. And I think even my long-term professional success builds on early foundations or early work that Peter was so critical to. So I was really grateful to him for working with me. What not a lot of people know is just how hard research was and still is. Peter's PhD thesis was using reinforcement learning to fly helicopters. And so, actually, even today, the website heli.stanford.edu, heli.stanford.edu is still up. You can watch videos of us using reinforcement learning to make a helicopter fly upside down, fly loose rows. It's just cool.
It's one of the most incredible robotics videos ever. You should watch it.
Oh, yeah.
It's inspiring. That's from like 2008 or 7 or 6, like that range.
Something like that. It was like, so it was over 10 years old.
That was really inspiring to a lot of people. Yeah.
But what not many people see is how hard it was. So Peter and Adam Coles and Morgan Quigley and I will work on various versions of the helicopter, and a lot of things did not work. For example, turns out one of the hardest problems we had was when helicopters flying around upside down doing stunts. How do you figure out the position? How do you localize the helicopter? So we want to try all sorts of things. Having one GPS unit doesn't work because you're flying upside down, the GPS unit is facing down, so you can't see the satellites. So we tried, we experimented trying to have 2 GPS units, one facing up, one facing down. So if you flip over, that didn't work because the downward facing one couldn't synchronize if you're flipping quickly. Morgan Quigley was exploring this crazy complicated configuration of specialized hardware to interpret GPS signals. Look at the FPGAs, completely insane. Spent about a year working on that. Didn't work. So I remember Peter, great guy, him and me, sitting down in my office, looking at some of the latest things we had tried that didn't work, and saying, done it, like what now? Because we tried so many things and it just didn't work. In the end, what we did, and Adam Coles was crucial to this, was put cameras on the ground and use cameras on the ground to localize the helicopter, and that solved the localization problem so that we could then focus on the reinforcement learning, inverse reinforcement learning techniques to then actually make the helicopter fly. And I'm reminded when I was doing this work at Stanford, around that time, there was a lot of reinforcement learning theoretical papers, but not a lot of practical applications. So the autonomous helicopter work for flying helicopters was one of the few practical applications of reinforcement learning at the time, which caused it to become pretty well known. I feel like we might have almost come full circle with today. There's so much buzz, so much excitement about reinforcement learning, but again, we're hunting for more applications and all of these great ideas that the communities come up with.
What was the drive, sort of in the face of the fact that most people are doing theoretical work? What motivated you in the uncertainty and the challenges to get the helicopter to do the applied work, to get the actual system to work? Yeah, in the face of fear, uncertainty, sort of the setbacks that you mentioned for localization.
I like stuff that works.
I in the physical world, so like it's back to the shredder and
I like theory, but when I work on theory myself, and this is personal taste, I'm not saying anyone else should do what I do. When I work on theory, I personally enjoy it more if I feel that the work I do will influence people, have positive impact, or help someone. I remember when many years ago, I was speaking with a mathematics professor, and he kind of just said, "Hey, why do you do what you do?" And then he said he actually he had stars in his eyes when he answered. And this mathematician, not from Stanford, different university, he said, "I do what I do because it helps me to discover truth and beauty in the universe." He had stars in his eyes when he said that, and I thought that's great. We don't want to do that. I think it's great that someone does that. Fully support the people that do it. Lot of respect for people that. But I am more motivated when I can see a line to how the work that my teams and I are doing helps people. The world needs all sorts of people. I'm just one type. I don't think everyone should do things the same way as I do. But when I delve into either theory or practice, if I personally have conviction, that here's a path to help people, I find that more satisfying to have that conviction.
That's your path. You were a proponent of deep learning before it gained widespread acceptance. What did you see in this field that gave you confidence? What was your thinking process like in that first decade of the, I don't know what that's called, 2000s, the aughts?
Yeah, I can tell you the thing we got wrong and the thing we got right. The thing we really got wrong was the importance of the early importance of unsupervised learning. So early days of Google Brain, we put a lot of effort into unsupervised learning rather than supervised learning. And there was this argument, actually I think it was around 2005, after NeurIPS, at the time called NIPS, but now NeurIPS had ended. And Jeff Hinton and I were sitting in the cafeteria outside the conference. We had lunch, we were just chatting. And Jeff pulled up this napkin. He started sketching this argument on the napkin. It was very compelling. I'll repeat it. Human brain has about 100 trillion, so there's 10 to the 14 synaptic connections. You will live for about 10 to the 9 seconds. That's 30 years. You actually live for 2 by 10 to 9, maybe 3 by 10 to 9 seconds, though. Just let's say 10 to 9. So if each synaptic connection, each weight in your brainstem network has just a 1-bit parameter, that's 10 to the 14 bits you need to learn in up to 10 to 9 seconds of your life. So via this simple argument, there's a lot of problems. It's very simplified. That's 10 to 5 bits per second you need to learn in your life. And I have a 1-year-old daughter. I am not pointing out 10 to 5 bits per second of labels to her. So, and I think I'm a very loving parent, but I'm just not going to do that. Right?
Yeah.
So from this very crude, definitely problematic argument, this was no way that most of what we know is through supervised learning. But where you get so many bits of information is from sucking in images, audio, those experiences in the world. And so that argument, and then there are a lot of known forces argument, go to really convince me that there's a lot of power to supervised learning. So that was the part that we actually maybe got wrong. I still think unsupervised learning is really important, but but in the early days, 10, 15 years ago, a lot of us thought that was the path forward.
Oh, so you're saying that perhaps was the wrong intuition for the time.
For the time, that was the part we got wrong. The part we got right was the importance of scale. So Adam Coates, another wonderful person, fortunate to have worked with him, he was in my group at Stanford at the time, and Adam had run these experiments at Stanford showing that the bigger we train a learning algorithm, the better its performance. And it was based on that. There was a graph that Adam generated, where the x-axis, y-axis lines going up and to the right. So the bigger you make this thing, the better its performance. Accuracy is the vertical axis. So it's really based on that chart that Adam generated that gave me the conviction that we could scale these models way bigger than what we could on a few CPUs, which is what we had at Stanford, that we could get even better results. And it was really based on that one figure that Adam generated that gave me the conviction to go with Sebastian to pitch, starting a project at Google, which became the Google Brain project.
You co-founded Google Brain, and there the intuition was scale will bring performance for the system, so we should chase a larger and larger scale. And I think people don't realize how groundbreaking, but this is simple, but it's a groundbreaking idea that bigger data sets will result in better performance.
It was controversial at the time. Some of my well-meaning friends, senior people in the machine learning community, I won't name, but some of whom we know. My well-meaning friends came and were trying to give me friendly and say, "Hey Andrew, why are you doing this? This is crazy. It's in the neural network." architecture. Look at these architectures of building. You just don't go for scale. Like this is a bad career move. So my well-meaning friends, some of them were trying to talk me out of it. I find that if you want to make a breakthrough, you sometimes have to have conviction and do something before it's popular, since that lets you have a bigger impact.
Let me ask you just a small tangent on that topic. I find myself arguing with people saying that greater scale, especially in the context of active learning, so very carefully selecting the data set, but growing the scale of the data set is going to lead to even further breakthroughs in deep learning. And there's currently pushback at that idea that larger data sets are no longer that. So you want to increase the efficiency of learning. You want to make better learning mechanisms. And I personally believe that just bigger data sets with the same learning methods we have now will result in better performance. What's your intuition at this time on those? This dual side do we need to come up with better architectures for learning, or can we just get bigger, better data sets that will improve performance?
I think both are important, and it's also problem dependent. So for a few data sets, we may be approaching, Bayes error rate, or approaching or surpassing human level performance, and then there's that theoretical ceiling that we will never surpass a Bayes error rate. But then I think there are plenty of problems where we're still quite far from either human level performance or from Bayes error rate, and bigger data sets with neural networks without further algorithm innovation will be sufficient to take us further. But on the flip side, if we look at the recent breakthroughs using transformer networks or language models, it was a combination of novel architecture, but also scale had a lot to do with it. If we look at what happened with GP2 and BERT, I think scale was a large part of the story.
Yeah, that's not often talked about, is the scale of the data set it was trained on and the quality of the data set, because there's some so it was like Reddit threads they were uprated highly. So there's already some weak supervision on a very large data set that people don't often talk about, right?
I find that today we're maturing processes to managing code, things like Git, right, version control. It took us a long time to evolve the good processes. I remember when my friends and I were emailing each other C++ files in email, but then we had, was it CVS version Git, maybe something else in the future. We're very immature in terms of tools for managing data. Think about how to clean data and how to solve that very hard, messy data problems. I think there's a lot of innovation there to be had still.
I love the idea that you were versioning through email.
I'll give you one example. When we work with manufacturing companies, it's not at all uncommon for there to be multiple labelers that disagree with each other, right? And so we would do the work in visual inspection. We will, take, say, a plastic part and show it to one inspector, and the inspector, sometimes very opinionated, they'll go, well, clearly that's a defect, this scratch, unacceptable, gotta reject this part. Take the same part to different inspector, different, very opinionated, clearly this scratch is small, it's fine, don't throw it away, you're gonna make us, And then sometimes you take the same plastic part, show it to the same inspector in the afternoon as opposed to in the morning, and very opinionated go, in the morning to say, clearly this is okay, in the afternoon, equally confident, clearly this is a defect. And so what is the AI team supposed to do if sometimes even one person doesn't agree with himself or herself in the span of a day? So I think these are the types of very practical, very messy data problems that my teams wrestle with. In the case of large consumer internet companies where you have 1 billion users, you have a lot of data, you don't worry about it, just take the average, it kind of works. But in the case of other industry settings, we don't have big data, just a small data, very small data sets, maybe around 100 defective parts, or 100 examples of a defect. If you have only 100 examples, these little labeling errors, if 10 of the 100 labels are wrong, that actually is 10% of your data set, has a big impact. So how do you clean this up? What are you supposed to do? This is an example of the types of things that my teams, this is a landing AI example, are wrestling with to deal with small data, which comes up all the time once you're outside through the internet.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So then you invest more effort and time in thinking about the actual labeling process. What are the labels? What are how are disagreements resolved, and all those kinds of like pragmatic real world problems. That's a fascinating space.
Yeah. I find that actually when I'm teaching at Stanford, I increasingly encourage students at Stanford to try to find their own project for the end of term project rather than just downloading someone else's nicely clean data set. It's actually much harder for you to go and define your own problem and find your own data set rather than go to one of the several good websites, very good websites with clean scope data sets that you could just work on.
You're now running 3 efforts: the AI Fund, Lending AI, and Deep Learning AI. As you've said, the AI Fund is involved in creating new companies from scratch. Lending AI is involved in helping already established companies do AI, and Deep Learning AI is for education of everyone else, or of individuals interested of getting into the field and excelling in it. So let's perhaps talk about each of these areas. First, Deep Learning AI. The basic question, how does a person interested in deep learning get started in the field?
Deep Learning AI is working to create courses to help people break into AI. So my machine learning course that I taught through Stanford is one of the most popular courses on Coursera.
To this day, it's probably one of the courses, sort of, if I ask somebody, how did you get into machine learning, or how did you fall in love with machine learning, or what get you interested, it always goes back to Andrew Yang at some point. So you've influenced, the amount of people you influence is ridiculous. So for that, I'm sure I speak for a lot of people, say big thank you.
No, yeah, thank you. I was reading a news article on, I think it was Tech Review, and I'm going to mess up the statistic, but I remember reading an article that said something like 1/3 of our programmers are self-taught. I may have the number 1/3 wrong, it was 2/3. But when I read that article, I thought, this doesn't make sense. Everyone is self-taught. So, because you teach yourself. I don't teach people. I just,
that's well put. So yeah, so how does one get started in deep learning, and where does Deep Learning AI fit into that?
So the deep learning specialization offered by Deep Learning AI is I think it was Coursera's top specialization. It might still be. So it's a very popular way for people to take that specialization to learn about everything from neural networks to how to tune a neural network to what is a ConvNet to what is a RNN or sequence model or what is an attention model. And so the deep learning specialization steps everyone through those algorithms so you deeply understand it and can implement it and use it for whatever.
From the very beginning. So what would you say are the prerequisites for somebody to take the deep learning specialization in terms of maybe math or programming background?
Yeah, you need to understand basic programming, since there are programming exercises in Python. And the math prereq is quite basic, so no calculus is needed. If you know calculus, it's great, you get better intuitions. But deliberately try to teach that specialization without requiring calculus. So I think high school math would be sufficient. If you know how to multiply 2 matrices, I think that's great. But,
so little basic linear algebra is great.
Basic linear algebra, even very, very basic linear algebra and some programming. I think that people that have done the machine learning course will find the deep learning specialization a bit easier. But it's also possible to jump into the deep learning specialization directly, but it'll be a little bit harder since we tend to go over faster concepts like how does gradient descent work and what is the objective function, which is covered more slowly in the machine learning course.
Could you briefly mention some of the key concepts in deep learning that students should learn, that you envision them learning in the first few months, in the first year or so?
So if you take the deep learning specialization, you learn the foundations of what is a neural network, how do you build up a neural network from a single logistic unit to a stack of layers to different activation functions. You learn how to train the neural networks. One thing I'm very proud of in that specialization is we go through a lot of practical know-how of how to actually make these things work. So what are the differences between different optimization algorithms? What do you do if the algorithm overfits? So how do you tell if the algorithm is overfitting when you collect more data? When should you not bother to collect more data? I find that even today, unfortunately, there are engineers that will spend 6 months trying to pursue a particular direction, such as collect more data, because we heard more data is valuable. But sometimes you could run some tests and could have figured out 6 months earlier that for this particular problem, collecting more data isn't going to cut it. So just don't spend 6 months collecting more data. Spend your time modifying the architecture or trying something else. So go through a lot of the practical know-how so that when someone you take the deep learning specialization, you have those skills to be very efficient in how you build these networks.
So dive right in, play with the network to train it, to do the inference on a particular data set, to build intuition about it without building it up too big to where you spend, like you said, 6 months learning, building up your big project without building any intuition of a small aspect of the data that could already tell you everything you need to know about that data.
Yes, and also the systematic frameworks of thinking for how to go about building practical machine learning. Maybe to make an analogy, when we learn to code, we have to learn the syntax of some programming language, right? Be it Python or C++ or Octave or whatever. But the equally important, or maybe even more important part of coding is to understand how to string together these lines of code into coherent things. So, when should you put something in the function column? When should you not? How do you think about abstraction? So those frameworks are what makes a programmer efficient, even more than understanding the syntax. I remember when I was an undergrad at Carnegie Mellon, one of my friends would debug their code by first trying to compile it, and then C++ code, and then every line in the syntax error, they want to get rid of the syntax errors as quickly as possible. So how do you do that? Well, they would delete every single line of code with a syntax error. So really efficient for getting rid of syntax errors, but horrible to so we learned how to debug. And I think in machine learning, the way you debug a machine learning program is very different than the way you like do binary search or whatever, or use a debugger, or trace your code in traditional software engineering. So it's an evolving discipline, but I find that the people that are really good at debugging machine learning algorithms are easily 10x, maybe 100x faster at getting something to work. So,
and the basic process of debugging is so the bug in this case, why isn't this thing learning, improving, sort of going into the questions of overfitting and all those kinds of things. That's the logical space that the debugging is happening in with neural networks.
Yeah, often the question is, why doesn't it work yet? Or can I expect it to eventually work? And what are the things I could try? Change the architecture, more data, more regularization, different optimization algorithm, different types of data. So to answer those questions systematically, so that you don't spend 6 months hitting down the blind alley before someone comes and says, why should you spend 6 months doing this?
What concepts in deep learning do you think students struggle the most with, or is the biggest challenge for them was to get over that hill? It hooks them and it inspires them and they get it.
Similar to learning mathematics, I think one of the challenges of deep learning is that there are a lot of concepts that build on top of each other. If you ask me what's hard about mathematics, I have a hard time pinpointing one thing. Is it addition, subtraction? Is it carry? Is it multiplication? There's just a lot of stuff. I think one of the challenges of learning math and of learning certain technical fields is that there are a lot of concepts, and if you miss a concept, then you're kind of missing the prerequisite for something that comes later. So deep learning specialization try to break down the concepts to maximize the odds of each component being understandable. So when you move on to the more advanced thing, we learn confidence. Hopefully you have enough intuitions from the earlier sections to then understand why we structure confidence in a certain way, and then eventually why we build RNNs, LSTMs, and so our attention models in a certain way, building on top of the earlier concepts. Actually, I'm curious. You do a lot of teaching as well. Do you have a favorite? This is the hard concept moment in your teaching.
Well, I don't think anyone's ever turned the interview on me.
I'm glad to get first.
I think that's a really good question. Yeah, it's really hard to capture the moment when they struggle. I think you put it really eloquently. I do think there's moments that are like aha moments that really inspire people. I think for some reason reinforcement learning, especially deep reinforcement learning, is a really great way to really inspire people and get what the use of neural networks can do. Even though neural networks really are just a part of the deep RL framework, but it's a really nice way to paint the entirety of the picture of a neural network being able to learn from scratch, knowing nothing, and explore the world and pick up lessons. I find that a lot of the aha moments happen when you use deep RL to teach people about neural networks, which is counterintuitive. I find like a lot of the inspired sort of fire in people's passion in people's eyes comes from the RL world. Do you find reinforcement learning to be a useful part of the teaching process or not?
I still teach reinforcement learning in one of my standard classes, and my PhD thesis was on reinforcement learning. So I currently love the field. I find that if I'm trying to teach students the most useful techniques for them to use today, I end up shrinking the amount of time I talk about reinforcement learning. It's not what's working today. Now, our world changes so fast. Maybe this will be totally different in a couple of years. But I think we need a couple more things for reinforcement learning to get there.
Okay, to get there.
Well, one of my teams is looking to reinforcement learning for some robotic control tasks. So I see the applications, but if you look at it as a percentage of all of the impact of the types of things we do, at least today, outside of playing video games, right, in the field of games, the scope. Actually, at Neuros, a bunch of us was standing around saying, "Hey, what's your best example of an actual deployed reinforcement learning application?" And among like senior machine learning researchers, right? And again, there are some emerging ones, but there are not that many great examples.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. The sad thing is there hasn't been a big impactful real world application of reinforcement learning. I think its biggest impact to me has been in the toy domain, in the game domain, in a small example. That's what I mean. For educational purpose, it seems to be a fun thing to explore neural networks with. But I think from your perspective, and I think that might be the best perspective, is if you're trying to educate with a simple example in order to illustrate how this can actually be grown to scale and have a real world impact, then perhaps focusing on the fundamentals of supervised learning in the context of, a simple data set, even like an MNIST data set, is the right way, is the right path to take. I just, the amount of fun I've seen people have with reinforcement learning has been great, but not in the applied impact in the real world setting. So it's a trade-off, how much impact you want to have versus how much fun you want to have.
Yeah, that's really cool. And I feel like the world actually needs all sorts. Even within machine learning, I feel like deep learning is so exciting, but AI teams shouldn't just use deep learning. I find that my teams use a portfolio of tools, and maybe that's not the exciting thing to say, but some days we use a neural net, some days we use the PCA. Actually, the other day I was sitting down with my team looking at PCA residuals, trying to figure out what's going on with PCA applied to a manufacturing problem. Some days we use a proxy graphical model. Some days we use a knowledge graph, which is one of the things that has tremendous industry impact. But the amount of chatter about knowledge graphs in academia is really thin compared to the actual real world impact. So I think reinforcement learning should be in that portfolio, and it's about balancing how much we teach all of these things. And the world should have diverse skills. It'd be sad if everyone just learned one narrow thing.
Yeah, the diverse skill help you discover the right tool for the job. What is the most beautiful, surprising, or inspiring idea in deep learning to you? Something that captivated your imagination? Is it the scale that could be the performance that could be achieved with scale, or is there other ideas?
I think that if my only job was being an academic researcher and had an unlimited budget and didn't have to worry about short-term impact and only focus on long-term impact, I probably spend all my time doing research on unsupervised learning. I still think unsupervised learning is a beautiful idea. At both this past years in ICML, I was attending workshops or listening to various talks about self-supervised learning, which is one vertical segment, maybe of sort of unsupervised learning that I'm excited about. Maybe just to summarize the idea, I guess you know the idea of describe briefly.
No, please.
So here's the example of self-supervised learning. Let's say we grab a lot of unlabeled images off the internet, so with infinite amounts of this type of data. I'm going to take each image and rotate it by a random multiple of 90 degrees. And then I'm going to train a supervised neural network to predict what was the original orientation. So has it been rotated 90 degrees, 180 degrees, 370 degrees, or 0 degrees. So you can generate an infinite amount of labeled data because you rotated the image, so you know what's the round trip label. And so various researchers have found that by taking unlabeled data and making up labeled data sets and training a large neural network on these tasks, you can then take the hidden layer representation and transfer it to a different task very powerfully. Learning word embeddings, where we take a sentence, delete a word, predict the missing word, which is how we learn. One of the ways we learn word embeddings is another example. And I think there's now this portfolio of techniques for generating these made-up tasks. Another one called jigsaw would be if you take an image, cut it up into a 3x3 grid, so like a 3x3 puzzle piece, jump up the 9 pieces and have a neural network predict which of the 9 factorial possible permutations it came from. So many groups, including OpenAI, PDRP is doing some work on this too. Facebook, Google Brain, I think DeepMind. Aaron Van de Waal has great work on the CPC objective. So many teams are doing exciting work, and I think this is a way to generate infinite label data. And I find this a very exciting piece of unsupervised learning.
So long term, you think that's going to unlock a lot of power in machine learning systems? Is this kind of unsupervised learning?
I don't think there's a whole enchilada. I think it's just a piece of it. And I think this one piece, self-supervised learning, is starting to get traction. We're very close to it being useful. Word embeddings is really useful. But I think we're getting closer and closer to this having a significant real-world impact, maybe in computer vision and video. But I think this concept, and I think there'll be other concepts around it. Other unsupervised learning take that I worked on and been excited about. I was really excited about sparse coding and ICA, slow feature analysis. I think all of these are ideas that various of us were working on about a decade ago before we all got distracted by how well supervised learning was doing work yet.
But so we would return to the fundamentals of representation learning that really started this movement of deep learning.
I think there's a lot more work that one could explore around this theme of ideas and other ideas to come up better outcomes.
So if we could return to maybe talk quickly about the specifics of deep learning.ai, the deep learning specialization perhaps. How long does it take to complete the course, would you say?
The official length of the deep learning specialization is, I think, 16 weeks, so about 4 months. But it's go at your own pace. So if you subscribe to the deep learning specialization, there are people that finished it in less than a month by working more intensely instead of more intensely. So it really depends on the individual. When we created the deep learning specialization, we wanted to make it very accessible and very affordable. And with Coursera and DeepMind.ai's education mission, one of the things that's really important to me is that if there's someone for whom paying anything is a financial hardship, then just apply for financial aid and get it for free.
If you were to recommend a daily schedule for people in learning, whether it's the deep learning.ai specialization or just learning in the world of deep learning, what would you recommend? How do they go about day-to-day sort of specific advice about learning, about their journey in the world of deep learning, machine learning?
I think getting in the habit of learning is key, and that means regularity. So, for example, we send out our weekly newsletter, The Batch, every Wednesday, so people know it's coming Wednesday, you can spend a little bit of time on Wednesday catching up on the latest news through The Batch.